Chapter 1. 3 Golden Core Practitioners Dare to Judge a Nascent Soul? Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Yenzu's Juicing Place, a fantasy world assisting with juicing. Brain repository life is not merely about the mundane, there exists a realm of brilliance. So, dear fathers, kindly allow your minds some respite in your leisure. Uft! Could he really be so frightened as to be rendered speechless? Rendered speechless? Can one escape punishment merely by being terrified? Such a person deserves to perish. How shameful for him to still stand here as the eldest disciple of our Qianyuan sect. If I were in his shoes, I would have long taken my sword to end my own life. What face does he have to remain here? Chu He should be expelled from the Qianyuan sect. Chu He should be expelled from the Qianyuan sect. 5 Elements Continent. Qianyuan sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Once a place of tranquil silence, the Law Enforcement Hall, designated for disciplining disciples, now teems with people. A cacophony of voices reverberates throughout. On either side, disciples, faces aflame with righteous indignation, direct their ire towards the youth in the center of the crowd. Silence. A voice, aged yet commanding, echoes, instantly silencing the tumult. The source of the voice lies deep within the Law Enforcement Hall. There, 3 venerable elders sit upright, embodying authority. Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang. The speaker is none other than Elder Zhou Zixiang. Shu, because of you, our sect's leader has suffered grave injuries, resulting in the invasion of malevolent forces and the loss of countless resources. Do you acknowledge your crimes? The authoritative voice reverberates throughout the Law Enforcement Hall, gradually restoring clarity to the bewildered Chu He. Have I been reborn? Chu He lifts his gaze, surveying his surroundings. The familiar yet foreign scenery feels surreal. In his memories, he had clearly perished. In the abyss of the demon cave, he felt the creeping of venomous creatures upon his wounds. Enveloped in unending darkness and solitude, he withered away in despair. Endless fragments of memory surged through his mind, the past he had long sought to avoid flashing before his eyes. He is Chu He, the most esteemed direct disciple of the current sect leader of Qianyuan sect. Adopted at a tender age by his master, he was brought from the foot of the mountain to embark on the path of immortality. In gratitude for his master's kindness, he devoted himself tirelessly to the sect, sacrificing all for its welfare over the years. During those years, his master often secluded himself, while Qianyuan sect battled external malevolence and contended with other sects for resources. Chu He emerged victorious, outsmarting the cunning old foxes of rival sects, and faced the resurgence of malevolent forces hidden, always at the forefront. Through blood and sweat, he not only ensured Qianyuan sect survived the most arduous times, but also propelled it to become one of the 7 most prestigious sects in the 5 Elements Continent. His contributions should have been met with acclaim, yet the outcome was disheartening. Although Chu He possessed exceptional roots and profound cultivation, his relentless efforts for the sect during crises had already taken a toll on his foundation. This led to stagnation in his cultivation, even a regression. Logically, having bled and wept for the sect, it would be expected for him to be cherished and supported, even if he were to become a mere shell of his former self. Yet the reality was that he faced disdain, loathing, even from his own master. Is this heaven granting me a chance for a fresh start? Am I truly returned to this day of public trial? Chu's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he scanned the faces of his junior brothers and sisters surrounding him. At last, his eyes settled upon the 3 elder faces seated high in the Law Enforcement Hall. In his previous life, all his sorrow began on this very day. Gazing at the 3 cold faces, a chilling smile graced Chu's lips. His master, gravely injured from venturing into forbidden grounds to procure the heavenly restoration flower, allowed malevolent forces to invade Qianyuan sect's territory. Instead of extending a helping hand, the other 6 sects capitalized on the situation, resulting in a catastrophic loss for Qianyuan sect in just a few days. Initially, Chu He even believed the root of all this chaos was indeed his fault. His master, Mingyue, had ventured alone to obtain the heavenly restoration flower, sustaining severe injuries and subsequently entering seclusion to heal. And the flower's very essence was to restore one's foundation. Everyone believed Mingyue's actions were for Chu's sake, to assist Chu He in mending his foundation. Yet only Chu He understood the truth. Mingyue's perilous quest for the heavenly restoration flower was never for him, but rather for his junior disciple, Haoyue. This was the revelation Chu He came to at the end of his life, realizing the true nature of those he so revered when his master personally extracted his golden core to gift it to Haoyue. What restoration of foundation was ever intended for him? What risk was taken for his benefit? It was all but a delusion. In his previous life, burdened by a sense of guilt towards his master, Chu He confessed his supposed wrongdoings in the law enforcement hall, thus stripping himself of all the glory as the sect leader's eldest disciple and solidifying his guilt, transforming from a revered big brother into Qianyuan sect pariah in a single day, becoming a target of public scorn. In his previous life, he devoted everything to the sect, only to meet a tragic end, consumed by countless insects and abandoned by all. Since heaven has granted him this chance at rebirth, Chu He would never allow history to repeat itself. In this life, he would live for himself. Chu He, do not feign grandeur. It is precisely because of you that our sect has lost countless resources. According to the consensus of the law enforcement hall, we hereby remove you from the position of eldest disciple. All your resources shall be confiscated, and you will be sent back to the demon cave for a century. Are you willing? Elder Zhou Zixiang spoke coldly. The three elders of the law enforcement hall shared a close camaraderie, and in a sense, Zhou Zixiang's pronouncements served as the voice of the hall. Hearing this familiar decree, Chu He could not contain a derisive laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhou Zixiang's expression bore a hint of restrained anger. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, who among the disciples did not treat him with utmost respect. Although Chu He merely chuckled softly, it was a provocation in his eyes. What am I laughing at? Elder Zhou, I am laughing at your failing eyesight. I am mocking your law enforcement hall for its lack of understanding and fairness. In my view, the current law enforcement hall is a cesspool. It would be better for you three old geezers to resign from your positions and allow the younger generation to take the helm. Presumptuous. Zhou Zixiang's eyes widened in fury, akin to a raging lion. A formidable aura surged from him, causing the temperature in the law enforcement hall to drop several degrees. To him, no one in Qianyuan sect could challenge the authority of the law enforcement hall, not even the sect leader, let alone a mere disciple. The disciples present in the law enforcement hall were all taken aback. They could hardly fathom that their usually compliant eldest disciple, akin to a clay figurine devoid of any will, would dare to openly ridicule the elders of the law enforcement hall today. Presumptuous? I believe it is you who are truly presumptuous. Chu He gazed coldly at Zhou Zixiang and the other two. His aura escalated steadily. In the end, he even suppressed Zhou Zixiang's imposing presence. Who has granted you three golden core practitioners the audacity to speak to me, a nascent soul cultivator, in such a manner? Though I may be weakened, it does not imply that you three old fools have grown stronger. I have shown you respect out of consideration for your advancing years, knowing you might depart for the afterlife at any moment. How dare you three overstep your bounds and presume to judge me? If you wish to judge me, let Mingyue come personally. Chapter 2. I declare that you are the elders only because you claim to be. I refuse to acknowledge you. You are but ants. The overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul realm descended like a tempest, causing the disciples standing on either side of the law enforcement hall to turn pale and fall to their knees, fear etched across their faces as they gazed upon the stern youth standing at the center. Their eyes were filled with terror, confusion, and indignation. How dare Chu He? How dare he act recklessly within the law enforcement hall? How dare he confront the three grand elders to their faces? How dare he call the sect leader by name? Confusion swirled within their hearts. An incredulous thought began to take root deep within them. This senior brother seems to have changed. Chu He, you are being outrageous. Deep within the law enforcement hall, the three elders, Qian Xiangjing, Du Shu, and Zhou Zixiang, wore faces ashen with fury. Upon closer inspection, the veins on their foreheads throbbed visibly. Facing the might of Chu He alone, they could barely muster the strength to resist. Outrageous. It seems to me that you are the ones who are being outrageous. You three old relics rely solely on your age, wielding power within the law enforcement hall. Even as the earth is nearly covering your necks, you have yet to break through to the infant realm. At your age, you truly have lived like dogs. Chu He's expression remained cold, his gaze slicing through the three grand elders like a divine sword, causing their skin to prickle. The three attempted to retort. Yet under the sharpness of Chu He's eyes and the overwhelming pressure, they found themselves at a loss for words to in the outside world. A golden core cultivator would have been killed on the spot for daring to disrespect a nascent soul powerhouse. Yet you three even dare to judge me. Today, I shall make you confront reality. I acknowledge you three as the elders of the law enforcement hall only because you claim to be. I do not recognize you. You are merely ants. With that, Chu He pointed a finger, and the sound of swords ringing echoed from the void. In the next moment, the sword strapped to the kneeling disciples began to tremble violently. As if possessed, whoosh, 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 a multitude of sharp swords hovered in midair, their cold glints piercing through the atmosphere. The temperature within the law enforcement hall plummeted to freezing levels. Chu He, you have gone too far. The Grand Elder Qian Xiangjing could no longer contain himself. He had remained silent until now, but struggled to lift his head and could see the peak of the Golden Core realm. This was all he could manage. Gone too far. This is merely the beginning. Whenever there has been a crisis in the Qianyuan sect, which time has it not been I, Chu He, standing at the forefront? Without me, would there even be a Qianyuan sect today? Let us not even mention whether the heaven-mending flower obtained by Mingyue at the brink of death was truly for my sake. How many resources have I, Chu He, fought to acquire for the Qianyuan sect from the other 6 major sects over the years? Today, upon losing this trifling amount of resources, you all jump out to demand my judgment. Do not speak of mere resource loss, even if the Qianyuan sect were to suffer a grave injury. Falling from the ranks of the 7 greats, it would still be what I, Chu He, deserve. With every word, the killing intent radiating from Chu He intensified. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. Those moments he once considered glorious now appeared absurdly ironic. To minimize losses for the Qianyuan sect, Chu He had once ventured alone into the realm of evil, fighting for 7 days to halt the invasion of demonic forces. To elevate the Qianyuan sect to the rank of the 7 greats, he had single-handedly navigated the treacherous waters of the 6 established sects, facing countless perils. To ensure the flourishing development of the Qianyuan sect. He had sacrificed vast amounts of cultivation time to recruit disciples, tirelessly seeking resources and treasures for the new generation. In his previous life, to repay the grace of his master, he dedicated all that he had to the Qianyuan sect. But what did he ultimately receive in return? Betrayal from all sides, the collapse of walls triggering the push of the crowd, his most revered master personally unearthing the culmination of years of arduous training to give to another. The sect he devoted his life to casting him into the abyss of 10,000 demons, perishing amidst despair and solitude, consumed by countless insects. The debt of gratitude to the Qianyuan sect has already been repaid in his previous life. In this life, Chu He lives solely for himself. No matter who it is, there shall be no opportunity to betray him again. Should anyone obstruct his path, they shall be met with death. Countless long swords glinted ominously in midair. Their blades ultimately aimed at the 3 elders seated deep within the law enforcement hall. In that moment, the 3 grand elders began to feel true fear. Chu He truly intended to kill them. This was no jest. How could this be? How dare he act thus? Yushu was in a panic, desperately attempting to break free from Chu He's oppressive control by channeling his energy. Yet no matter how he tried to summon his internal spiritual power, he felt as though he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. In that instant, he fully experienced the chasm that lay between the golden core and nascent soul realms. It was as if a firefly stood in comparison to the bright moon, an insurmountable gulf. Despair filled his gaze as he looked upon the cold countenance of Chu He, his eyes reflecting not only fear but also confusion. Over the years, Chu He had always been courteous, especially towards them, the elders of the sect. Even though he was the most esteemed disciple of the sect leader, Mingyue, with a special status, he had never bullied the weak or used his power to oppress others. For years, it seemed that everyone had lost their reverence for this exceptional disciple of the sect leader. It appeared that anyone could trample upon this unparalleled prodigy who possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Under the looming threat of death, the words spoken by Chu He reverberated repeatedly in the ears of the 3 grand elders. Indeed, before Chu He, all they had to boast were their status and seniority. If Chu He refused to acknowledge them as the elders of the law enforcement hall, or if he relinquished his identity as a member of the Qianyuan sect, what right did they have to act recklessly before a nascent soul powerhouse? Cold sweat drenched the bodies of the 3. Regret surged uncontrollably within their hearts. Indeed, The Qianyuan sect had merely suffered a slight loss of resources. Why had they been foolish enough to target this disciple who had contributed so much to the sect and possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul? Had they lost their minds? The three grand elders felt bitterness within, and thoughts of begging for mercy began to emerge. Yet it seemed that Chu He had no intention of allowing them to apologize. What Chu He sought was their demise, annihilation. From the center of the law enforcement hall, Chu He uttered 2 words. In response, the myriad swords descended with great force, heading straight for the 3 grand elders. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, the fate of the 3 grand elders, trapped in the golden core realm, was only one: to be impaled to death. Thousands of swords piercing their bodies. The disciples standing on either side of the law enforcement hall closed their eyes at this sight. Some timid ones even let out a trickle of yellowish white down their pant legs. They were horrified by Chu He's madness. No one would have ever imagined that the usually polite and unassuming senior brother would dare to commit murder beneath the law enforcement hall. Chu He's behavior, so utterly contrary to his usual demeanor, made all the sect members aware of one thing. Chu He had gone mad. Senior brother. No. Chapter 3: Spirit Restriction. The Unyielding Shadow Emperor. The Little White Lotus. Senior brother. Stop. A youthful voice rang out from outside. Accompanying it was a brilliant white light that enveloped the entire law enforcement hall. Hundreds of glimmering swords, poised to strike, suddenly transformed into mundane objects. Crashing to the ground, the overwhelming nascent soul pressure that had shrouded the hall was replaced by an inexplicable force, as if it had been sealed away. Huff, huff. The 3 elders, Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang, breathed greedily. Their eyes were filled with a mix of joy at having survived a calamity and horror at the proximity of death. When they turned their gazes towards Chu He, where once there had been an air of superiority, only fear remained. This is a madman. Spirit restriction. Heh, seems he has come. A smile crept onto Chu He's lips, yet the chill in his eyes deepened as he turned to look outside the law enforcement hall. There, a boy who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The boy had rosy lips and white teeth, and his features were extraordinarily handsome yet lacked the robust vigor of youth. It is the junior brother. The junior brother has arrived. Does this mean the sect leader is coming as well? Junior brother, save us. The senior brother has gone mad. He intends to kill the 3 grand elders right here in the law enforcement hall. He even wants to slaughter us all. The spirit restricting method was deployed, suppressing the nascent soul pressure on Chu He, which allowed the disciples here to regain their freedom. Upon seeing the approaching boy, they placed all their hopes upon him, for his special status was enough to support them. The current sect leader of the Qianyuan sect proclaimed closed-door disciple, Chu He's junior brother. Haoyue.it is rather ironic. Both are direct disciples of Mingyue, and even Chu He is the senior brother, having contributed immensely to the sect. Yet in the eyes of other disciples, Haoyue, who has done nothing, enjoys tremendous prestige, while Chu He, who has diligently dedicated himself to the sect, is vilified by all. How absurd. Junior brother, why have you not stayed by Mingyue's side today, but instead come to this foul place, the law enforcement hall? Upon turning away, Chu He spoke in a tone that was neither hurried nor slow, yet others could discern a profound sarcasm embedded within his words. Haoyue, as a youth, spent his days idly following their master, Mingyue, akin to a pesky shadow. In his past life, while Chu He could not comprehend Haoyue's behavior, he would have nonetheless offered his support. After all, Haoyue was his junior disciple, and as the elder brother, he felt compelled to indulge him. Moreover, Chu He believed that Haoyue's youth afforded him the right to be playful. However, he ultimately realized that Haoyue's attachment to Mingyue was not mere childishness. Rather, it was an insidious long-term brainwashing of Mingyue. Haoyue had crafted an image of himself as a delicate flower in need of protection. His true aim had always been Chu He. He sought to have Mingyue use forbidden techniques to strip away everything from Chu He. In this way, Haoyue could attain celestial prowess without the burden of training or risk. Even Chu He's current trial by the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall, along with numerous disciples, was orchestrated by this little junior brother. Brother, how could you say such a thing? I am not clinging to our master daily. I merely yearn for home and feel a bit frightened. Haoyue's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, a sight that could evoke guilt in anyone but Chu He, who had lived a second life and was no longer the Navi, the person he once was. He now clearly perceived the true nature of this cunning little flower. How long do you intend to continue this charade? Junior brother, our master is not present. Who are you performing for? Chu He fixed a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Haoyue, his tone laced with mockery and irony. Outside the hall, Yi Haoyue appeared taken aback by Chu He's words. The redness in his eyes revealed a flicker of surprise and a deeply concealed disdain. What is my elder brother saying? Surely, I have not wronged you recently. If you find me displeasing, you could simply voice it. I would certainly amend my ways. Yi Haoyue feigned a great grievance, his inherently delicate appearance evoking sympathy. Under normal circumstances, anyone witnessing such a display would undoubtedly rebuke Chu He on Yi Haoyue's behalf. Yet, the disciples present had just experienced Chu He's formidable aura and dared not challenge him now. Very well, junior brother, since you wish for me to speak, I shall do so. That I find you utterly distasteful. Merely the sight of you sickens me. So begone. Do not sully my vision. With each word, Chu He observed the shock and concealed malice in Yi Haoyue's expression. Sometimes, the direct act of stripping away pretenses was far more satisfying than mere physical confrontation. After uttering these words, a significant portion of Chu He's inner turmoil dissipated, and he even felt his cultivation rise slightly. The more he regarded Yi Haoyue, the more he felt disgusted. As a man, what right did he have to play the innocent flower? Who was he trying to garner sympathy from? The sight of him, red-eyed and fidgeting, was utterly revolting. How had he allowed himself to be ensnared by such a creature in his past life? This androgynous being deserved nothing less than to be cut down. Sparing the world further irritation. On the other hand, Yi Haoyue felt utterly bewildered. Why was the situation unfolding so differently from his expectations? Shouldn't everyone be uniting to pressure Chu He? Why did no one speak up? And why had his elder brother suddenly turned so venomous? Where had the easily bullied elder brother gone? Realizing his tactics were ineffective, Yi Haoyue wiped his eyes and adopted a concerned demeanor. Elder brother, it is our master who sent me to stop you. He is already aware of the situation here. Please, cease your actions. Do not go astray any further. Although our master is furious, do not worry. For I shall speak on your behalf. So please, comply with the elders of the law enforcement hall for now, and when our master emerges, I will explain everything to him personally. Yi Haoyue's tone was filled with sincerity, and anyone observing might truly believe he was a junior brother with a strong sense of duty, devoted to the sect and concerned for Chu He. He was indeed a master of performance. The disciples, though intimidated by Chu He's previous display of power, now found themselves silently aligning with Yi Haoyue in their hearts. What a wonderful person Yi Haoyue is. Chu He truly does not appreciate the value of such a companion. With someone like Yi Haoyue in our Qianyuan sect, how could we not prosper? Chu He sensed the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. He looked upon Yi Haoyue's seemingly genuine face and felt a surge of amusement. Still acting, even now. Very well. If you wish to perform, then I shall indulge you. Let us see who ultimately prevails, Chu He mused. Amidst the unfriendly stares of the onlookers, he strode confidently to the heart of the law enforcement hall. He raised his hand and unceremoniously yanked Elder Qian Xiangjing from his seat, sprawling himself casually upon the main throne. My junior brother has requested that I cooperate with you three old fellows. So, pray tell, how do you intend to punish me? Chapter 4. A dog-eat-dog show. Chu He lounged on the throne, one leg draped over the armrest, his elbow propped on his head, reclining against the back of the chair. He exuded an air of defiance rather than submission to punishment, as if he were there to demand accountability. Chu He's penetrating gaze swept across Elders Qian, Du, and Shou, whose faces turned decidedly uncomfortable. After their initial encounter, none of the three dared to act brazenly in front of a formidable Yuanying master like Chu He. Chu He was correct. Their statuses were only acknowledged when he deemed it so. Faced with someone who could easily end their lives, it would take a foolhardy individual to dare pronounce judgment upon him. Outside the hall, Yi Haoyue wore an expression of astonishment. Chu He's every action today was so bizarre, so starkly different from his usual demeanor, that it felt as if he were an entirely different person. Yet this audacity played right into Yi Haoyue's hands. Oh, Chu He, the more arrogant you are now, the more it will hurt when you eventually fall. I await the moment you beg at my feet, Yi Haoyue thought to himself, wiping his eyes before stepping into the law enforcement hall. As he approached Chu He, a sense of unease grew within him, particularly upon witnessing the playful smile at the corner of Chu He's lips. What was amiss? Yi Haoyue's eyes darted around, finally realizing the incongruity. Why were the three elders of the law enforcement hall, who normally valued their reputations, remaining silent in the face of Chu He's blatant defiance? Even Elder Qian, Du, and Zhou bore no signs of anger. Yi Haoyue was baffled. He had placed Chu He in direct opposition to the others. Shouldn't the three elders have seized the opportunity to denounce Chu He, thereby condemning him to become a pariah within the sect? Why did it seem as though Chu He was the one calling the shots here? Had the elders and Yi Haoyue become the subjects of scrutiny instead? What were these old fellows scheming? Were they suddenly senile? Yi Haoyue inwardly cursed while maintaining an outward appearance of innocence. Elder Qian, Elder Du, Elder Zhou, My elder brother has already agreed to accept the punishment from the law enforcement hall. According to the rules of Qianyuan's sect, I implore the three elders to exercise their authority and pronounce judgment upon my elder brother, providing an explanation to all the disciples of Qianyuan's sect. Haoyue spoke with an earnestness that belied his youth, exuding a sense of righteous indignation. To anyone observing, it might appear as though he and Chu He were engaged in a brotherly dispute over principles. With Haoyue striving to uphold justice. Oh heavens, this Haoyue is trying to get me killed, the elder thought in despair. How had he not noticed how utterly perceptive Haoyue was? Forcing him to judge Chu He at this moment was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. How infuriating. Was it possible that Chu He and Haoyue had conspired against him from the start? With one playing the villain and the other the hero, aiming to eliminate him and his fellow elders. On ordinary days, the three esteemed elders, Qian Xiangjing and others, indeed held a certain fondness for Haoyue, the sweet-tongued junior disciple of their sect. However, now, as they beheld him standing with his hands clasped in a gesture of unwavering resolve, exuding a spirit of altruism despite the multitude, they were instantly repulsed. It was akin to laughing heartily at the sky only to have a lump of bird droppings fall into one's mouth, accompanied by a few flies sneaking down the throat while one was unsuspectingly distracted, an experience both nauseating and discomforting. Why were these three elders still silent? Had he not articulated his point clearly enough? It seems a discussion with that wretched Mingyue about removing these three old geezers from the law enforcement hall is indeed warranted. Haoyue cursed inwardly, while outwardly he urged, I implore the three elders to exercise their authority, restore justice to the entire Qianyuan sect. Observing his younger junior disciple behaving like a clown engaged in a one-man show. Chu He, reclining in his seat, couldn't help but chuckle. As the eldest disciple, Chu He resolved to lend his voice to support his junior. After all, if no one acknowledged him, it would be utterly embarrassing. Wouldn't it? Hey, you three old codgers, did you not hear my junior disciple addressing you? Are you deaf or mute? Why does no one respond? Are you treating my junior with disdain? Or perhaps you Mingyue? Or even me? Chu He spoke with an air of casual disregard, devoid of any trace of reverence. His words, while seemingly protective of his junior brother, struck an odd chord with those who heard them. As if he were merely an onlooker, fanning the flames of the spectacle, his provocation sent palpable shockwaves through the three esteemed elders. In an instant, Diyushu and Zhou Zixiang cast anxious glances at Qian Xiangjing, the linchpin of their group. This moment, the pressure mounted upon Qian Xiangjing. Damned, it was confirmed. The farce was orchestrated by this pair of brother disciples. What could possibly have incited such treatment towards them? Who had never wronged the sect leader? Qian Xiangjing's complexion darkened further. Feeling the weight of Chu He's scrutinizing gaze, he gritted his teeth and cast a hostile look at Haoyue compared to Chu He. The self-righteous demeanor of Haoyue was distinctly more repulsive. Yi Shitsi, may I inquire when the sect leader shall arrive? Since you just stated that the sect leader dispatched you here, surely all matters here must be known to the sect leader. Qian Xiangjing articulated each word deliberately, striving to maintain a calm tone, yet the resentment in his eyes toward Haoyue was unmistakable. This was the only solution Qian Xiangjing could conceive, even if the sect leader's faction sought to suppress the three elders. As long as the sect leader Mingyue was present, there was no way Chu He would dare kill them, the openly acknowledged elders of the law enforcement hall, in front of the sect leader. Right? Haoyue's expression gradually stiffened in response to Qian Xiangjing's remarks. What was happening with these three old geezers today? It was one thing for Chu He to behave oddly, but why were these elders not complying with him either? Summoning Mingyue, that wretched woman was still in seclusion, hanging by a thread. Haoyue suppressed the urge to curse, his expression shifting through various shades before he finally tore away the mask of pretense. His demeanor took on a more sinister edge. Qian elder, I am here as a representative of my master. Is my presence insufficient? Must we wait for my master to arrive before proceeding? Do you truly regard me, Haoyue, with such disdain as my elder brother suggested? Chapter 5. Playing the fool. This is impossible. I have yet to witness enough. Regardless, Chu He was the sect leader's eldest disciple. Bypassing the sect leader, the law enforcement hall could not initiate judgment against Chu He. The presence of the sect leader was essential. Qian Xiangjing's mind spun like a top. He completely disregarded the implicit threat from Haoyue. What nonsense. His life was at stake. What was Haoyue, anyway? Typically, Haoyue did enjoy a close relationship with the sect leader, sweet-talking everyone he encountered. But this time was different. Chu He was genuinely capable of murder. Moreover, Qian Xiangjing firmly believed this entire farce was masterminded by the brother disciples. For a century, Qian Xiangjing had presided over the authority of law enforcement within the Qianyuan sect, his voice rivaling only that of the sect leader Mingyue. Despite his advanced age, he would not compromise himself to be outmaneuvered by these two juniors. At the very least, he would put up a fight. The other disciples present in the law enforcement hall cast strange glances at Qian Xiangjing. It appeared that the esteemed elder had begun to falter. Chu He was the sect leader's eldest disciple. Without the sect leader present, the law enforcement hall would not pass judgment. Nonsense. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Elder Zhou Zixiang had been vocally condemning them. Why had they not mentioned the absence of the sect leader then? Had Chu He not erupted on the spot, it was likely that his guilt would have been proclaimed by the law enforcement hall throughout the entire Qianyuan sect by now. In an instant, the image of Qian Xiangjing, the esteemed elder of the law enforcement hall, crumbled in the eyes of the assembled disciples. It turned out that the once wise and formidable elder had become just another two-faced individual under Chu He's oppressive might. A wave of disdain and contempt washed over the disciples concerning Qian Xiangjing and the other two elders of the law enforcement hall. However, they seemed to have forgotten that they too stood frozen in place. Lacking the courage to confront Chu He as Haoyue had, nor did they express any clear stance. They appeared as mere puppets, standing like NPCs without directives in the law enforcement hall. Of course, this did not prevent them from secretly ridiculing Qian Xiangjing for his cowardice. What was the elder doing? Even with the young master providing support, they still dared not wield the authority of the law enforcement hall against the demon Chu He. If I were an elder in the law enforcement hall, I would have already passed judgment on that monster Chu He. Cowards. They were bullying our young master. Everyone knew that the young master represented the sect leader's will in all matters. Now that the young master had stepped forward, the elder still demanded the sect leader's presence. Was this not putting the young master in jeopardy? Trampling the young master's dignity underfoot? Oh, poor young master. Humph. They had previously regarded the three elders of the law enforcement hall as disciplined and meticulous, but now it appeared they were just as duplicitous. It was unfathomable how such individuals attained the position of elder in the law enforcement hall. The essence of humanity is such that when not faced with true adversity, they often stand atop their moral high ground, pointing fingers. As if only in that manner could they gratify their grotesquely distorted hearts. They would never look back at themselves. Often, they were far inferior to the very individuals they targeted. Qian Xiangjing, you. Infuriated, Haoyue was genuinely enraged. Qian Xiangjing's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a dead pig untroubled by boiling water, ignited the fury within him. It was evident to all that Qian Xiangjing was deliberately making things difficult for him. In Haoyue's eyes, the situation had spiraled out of control. This had all begun when Qian Xiangjing and the others disregarded him from the outset. Later, Haoyue attempted to leverage his status as a disciple and the connection to Mingyue to threaten Qian Xiangjing. Yet, that old man remained unperturbed, faced with the scornful gazes of numerous disciples and Haoyue's icy stare. Qian Xiangjing displayed a demeanor of utter indifference. What did face and reputation matter in the face of life? Furthermore, the judgment against Chu He had initially come from Elder Zhou Zixiang. What did it have to do with Qian Xiangjing? After all, he had remained silent at that time. Regardless of others' opinions, Qian Xiangjing was intent on preserving himself. Du Yushu and Zhou Zixiang seemed equally taken aback by their leader's ultimate choice. Their eyes flickered. Yet they ultimately maintained a united front with Qian Xiangjing, observing in silence, entirely devoid of intention to speak. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. This dog-eat-dog performance is endlessly entertaining. In the depths of the law enforcement hall, Chu He reclined on the main seat. Bursting into laughter, he adjusted his posture, his hands continuously applauding, the sound echoing throughout the grand hall, mingling with his hearty laughter and unabashed sarcasm that resonated in the ears of all present. The expressions of the three elders, Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang, shifted slightly. However, it was but a fleeting moment before they regained their composure, adopting an expression as if they had cast aside all semblance of shame. In stark contrast, upon hearing Chu He utter the phrase "dog bites dog," Haoyue's countenance darkened immediately. Ever since arriving in this world, especially after being taken under the wing of Qianyuan's sect as the junior disciple of Mingyue, Haoyue had never endured such humiliation. He cast a cold glance at the amused Chu He, his gaze seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Has the little junior finally reached his breaking point? Do you intend to consume your elder brother with that look? Chu He kicked away the chair beside him, his hands folded, chin resting on the back of his hands, his gaze fixed on Haoyue's face. In that brief moment, within a matter of seconds, Haoyue's expression fluctuated, anger suppressed, confusion taking hold, only to ultimately revert back to his usual harmless demeanor. He gently bit his lip, quickly lowering his head. His voice tinged with grievance as he murmured, "Why does elder brother speak thus? Haoyue would never dare to show disrespect." Haoyue remembered well that since his entrance into the sect, it had always been elder brother who cherished him the most. The kindness elder brother had shown Haoyue was something he would never forget in this lifetime. Such behavior was truly repugnant to Chu He. How could a mere boy grow to embody such a fade of green tea? Chu He found it utterly perplexing. Observing that Haoyue was still continuing his performance, Chu He decided to stir the pot a bit. Otherwise, seeing Qian Xiangjing and the others acting as if they were impervious to any consequence, the day's spectacle would come to an abrupt end. Chu He could not bear to watch the drama conclude so abruptly, especially since his revenge had only just begun. Today, Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang would not escape unscathed. And as for his little junior, who so relished in pretense, today, Chu He would tear away his false mask, shattering the carefully cultivated persona he had constructed. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Chu He's eyes glimmered. This look instantly sent a shiver down Haoyue's spine. Stealing a furtive glance, when Haoyue met Chu He's gaze, his inner unease intensified. What on earth does this madman intend to do? Haoyue cursed inwardly. He suddenly regretted coming here. It seemed that without Mingyue present, the three elders were indeed reluctant to make any decisions. They wouldn't even spare face for the little junior. Very well, little junior, have you not always clung to Mingyue? You just claimed that she sent you here. Why not summon her then? That way, the three elders could pass judgment on me. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 6. Personally ripping off Haoyue's false disguise. It was midday, with the sun shining brightly. Yet, within the law enforcement hall, an air of chill pervaded. As Chu He's voice fell, the hall fell into a profound silence. The disciples on either side wore bewildered expressions, not daring to lift their gazes to meet the gaze of the formidable Chu He. They could only mumble in their hearts, what does this madman intend? Why does he seem utterly unafraid? Could it be that once a cultivator succumbs to madness, they lose all sense of fear? How strange. Does Chu He truly not fear the sect master's arrival and potential punishment? At present, he appeared utterly unbothered. Could it be that he harbors some secret assurance? Have we all misjudged him? The three elders of the law enforcement hall and Haoyue wore varied expressions. Qian Xiangjing gazed at Chu He's smiling countenance, his eyes flickering. He realized he was increasingly unable to comprehend the senior brother of Qin Yuan's sect. Meanwhile, Haoyue's expression stiffened. How could he summon Mingyue? She would surely be met with certain death. How could she possibly come on command? Furthermore, if Mingyue were to arrive, my plans would be laid bare. Haoyue's face betrayed his unease as he lowered his head. And just as he saw the gaze of the crowd was something Haoyue could never escape, his complexion began to pale, and his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Over the years, Haoyue had navigated the waters of Qin Yuan's sect with remarkable ease. Apart from his identity as a disciple of the esteemed Mingyue, what was most crucial was the delicate persona he had crafted for himself as a fragile flower. Yet today, due to this unpredictable Chu He, it seemed his carefully constructed facade was on the verge of collapsing. Junior brother, why do you remain silent? Is there some hidden truth? Chu He pressed on. While Haoyue became increasingly evasive. At that moment, even the dullest of minds could perceive that something was amiss with Haoyue. If Haoyue truly represented the will of the sect master Mingyue by being here, why was he hesitating to answer Chu He's inquiries? Shouldn't it be Chu He, facing impending judgment, who was filled with trepidation? Why was it that Chu He appeared so bold and unafraid of the trial, while Haoyue, the supposed embodiment of the sect master's will, displayed such a timid and flustered demeanor? Was there truly something hidden beneath the surface? Had they misjudged senior brother Chu He? Or was it that junior brother Haoyue was spinning a web of lies? Chapter 7. Evasion? Do you truly think I am a mere clay figure without an ounce of anger? Could it be that this is not merely a confrontation between Chu He and Haoyue against the three of us? No, perhaps these two are conspiring to deceive me. Those wretched little devils are truly despicable. Fortunately, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Otherwise, I might have fallen into their trap. As Chu He pressed Haoyue, a flicker of surprise momentarily flashed in Qian Xiangjing's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, and no matter what transpired, Qian Xiangjing had resolved to adhere to the original plan. If sect master Mingyue did not appear, then I, Qian Xiangjing of the law enforcement hall, shall remain silent. Let us see who can outlast whom. Elders Du Yushu and Zhou Zixiang followed Qian Xiangjing's lead. The three of them had completely given up. Feeling the weight of curious, scrutinizing, and bewildered gazes from all around, Haoyue involuntarily swallowed hard. What on earth has this useless Chu He taken today? Why does he persist in clinging to me? And those three old fellows from the law enforcement hall, here in front of me, does Chu He dare to rise against you? Why is everything going awry today? Haoyue kept his head bowed, his handsome face turning a deep shade of ashen. The remorse within him surged uncontrollably. Had he known that falsely accusing Chu He would lead him to such a predicament, he would never have taken this step. The situation was clearly favorable to him, and everything was progressing as he had envisioned. Why was he so impatient? The atmosphere within the law enforcement hall grew increasingly tense. At this moment, not only was Chu He gazing at Haoyue with a hint of amusement, but everyone else, aside from the three elders feigning ignorance, had shifted their focus entirely onto Haoyue. It was as if they had forgotten that the original subject of judgment was indeed Chu He. Realizing that he could not extricate himself without saying something, Haoyue quickly began to calculate in his mind. After a brief moment, he managed to conceal his sinister expression and murderous gaze, transforming himself once more into the image of an innocent and delicate flower. Yes, I lied. Master will not come. Haoyue's voice was barely a whisper, yet it resonated clearly within the silent law enforcement hall. What? The sect master will not come? Did not Junior Brother just say that he was here to heed the sect master's will? Is Junior Brother lying? Why would he lie? A cacophony of incredulous questions erupted from the disciples surrounding him. The recent events had altered their impression of Haoyue. One thing they had never doubted was that he represented the will of the current sect master, Mingyue, but now Haoyue had declared otherwise. He had lied. It was not the sect master who had sent him here. In that moment, it felt as if their very faith had crumbled. They could not comprehend it. They truly could not understand. Why would Junior Brother deceive them? What could possibly be the reason? I did not intend to. I simply wanted to quell the disaster facing our sect. I truly had no ulterior motives. I merely wished for our sect to prosper. Haoyue clasped his chest, appearing as though he could hardly breathe. It was merely a coincidence that I happened to witness Senior Brother preparing to take down the three elders. Senior Brother. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turning back is the shore. I do not wish for you to stain your hands with the blood of the elders out of impulse. If you were to kill the elders, then Senior Brother, you would truly have no way back. I believe in you. Senior Brother. If you only needed to lower your head a fraction to improve our sect, then Haoyue truly proved himself to be a master of manipulation. Even in such dire circumstances, he could effortlessly present himself as the paragon of righteousness, placing himself in the role of the victim. Even though only Chu He faced sacrifice, he spoke as if his actions were for Chu He's benefit. For the sake of the entire Qianyuan sect. He claimed no advantage for himself, yet his demeanor suggested he was the one suffering the greatest loss. In contrast, it seemed that Chu He could only quell the mounting anger by bowing his head and shouldering the blame. That was the correct course of action. At times, Chu He couldn't help but admire the thickness of his little junior brother's skin, capable of uttering such words. Indeed, when Haoyue spoke, the surrounding disciples, though hesitant to confront Chu He directly, shifted their gazes towards Haoyue once more. The scrutiny, confusion, and disbelief transformed into compassion and guilt in an instant. Why did we ever doubt Junior Brother? He is wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Oh, Junior Brother, how careless. To save Senior Brother from making an irreparable mistake, you resorted to such deceit. Honestly, I could cry, observing the change in the expressions of the disciples. Chu He could not help but shake his head. What a bunch of dim-witted individuals. Humph. Qianyuan sect is truly doomed. I can't imagine how such brainless people made it into the sect. If the sect is filled with such fools, it won't be long before Qianyuan sect meets its demise, Chu He thought to himself. Such sentiments flickered briefly before vanishing. After all, what did Qianyuan sect have to do with Chu He? Ever since his consciousness returned and he wreaked havoc in the law enforcement hall, he had no intention of remaining in Qianyuan sect. After he departed, whether Qianyuan sect thrived or perished, what concern was it of his? Yet before leaving, Chu He was determined to extract some interest. Otherwise, he could not bear to walk away without settling the score. Oh, according to my junior brother, does that mean regardless of whether I, Chu He, am at fault, I must endure the punishment of the law enforcement hall to help the sect weather this storm? Must I, Chu He, bow my head, or shall the sect face ruin? Humph. It seems I have wronged my little junior brother, for it is I, Chu He, who has compelled my naive junior brother to lie. It is I, Chu He, who am the villain, plotting against the three esteemed elders of the law enforcement hall. Little junior brother, you, out of brotherly concern, intervened just in time. Truly, you are a remarkable little junior brother. Chu He clapped his hands, his voice booming. Though Haoyue did not comprehend Chu He's thoughts, he recognized that his objective had been achieved and thus refrained from embellishing the narrative further. It was perfectly timed, most advantageous for him. Yet the questions that followed from Chu He once again cast Haoyue into the abyss, rendering any defense he might offer utterly feeble. Little junior brother, there is one thing I have never understood. Why is it that you expect me to bear all the blame while you present yourself as the one wronged? When our master faced life and death to obtain the heavenly restoration flower, why did you not remain by her side, but instead rush to the law enforcement hall, conveniently encountering my moment of action? Why do you carry forbidden talismans, as if you anticipated my treasonous actions today. Is it not all a bit too coincidental? Why, when Yumanji returned, did everyone assume she sought the heavenly restoration flower to restore my foundation? To my knowledge, little junior brother, your foundation seems to possess inherent flaws. If we consider the benefits of the heavenly restoration flower, would it not serve you better? Chapter 8. The Clouded Memory. Has Haoyue lost his mind? How could anyone who has entered the realm of cultivation be foolish? Faced with Chu He's inquiry, even the 3 elder members of the law enforcement hall, who had been feigning ignorance, could not help but turn their gazes towards Haoyue. Indeed, Haoyue had always remained at the Qianyuan Peak, where the sect leader, Mingyue, resided, seldom venturing outside, especially to places like the law enforcement hall. Why had he chosen to appear today? Moreover, his entrance was remarkably timely, coinciding precisely with Chu He's actions. Haoyue, who was doted upon by the sect leader, commanded respect and admiration from the elders, peak masters, and disciples alike within the entire Qianyuan sect. How could he possibly carry such a rare and precious talisman as the Forbidden Spirit and Forbidden Curse? After all, within the Qianyuan sect, no one would dare to harm Haoyue. It was as if Haoyue had foreseen that Chu He would take action against the law enforcement hall here. Or could it be that he had been monitoring this situation all along? Had Chu He not raised these questions, no one would have thought much of it. Yet now, it appeared that many events surrounding Haoyue could not withstand scrutiny. Damn it! Haoyue's heart trembled violently as he looked in astonishment at Chu He, seated in the main position, feeling a newfound fear towards his senior brother. I had come here merely as a precaution. Initially, upon seeing the worthless Chu He daring to act against the 3 elders, I intended to seize the moment to gain favor in front of the elders and numerous disciples. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a mess? Damn it! Had I known, I should have allowed Chu He to eliminate Xian Xiangjing and the others before making my appearance. Haoyue's heart ached with regret. Yet, alas, even a powerful being in the transformation stage could not alter the timeline and return to the past. How much less could a mere foundation-building cultivator like him? Curse be it. System, what on earth is happening? Why does Chu He, this worthless one, seem to have suddenly become enlightened? Haoyue was in a frenzy within his heart. Yet regrettably, his most relied-upon system offered no answers this time. What did Chu He mean by that? Could it be that the sect leader's perilous venture into the Forbidden Zone to acquire the heaven-mending flower was not for him, but rather for the junior brother? When had we all suddenly come to believe that the sect leader's quest for the heaven-mending flower was for the sake of the senior brother? Indeed, although the senior brother's foundation had been damaged, it was not to the extent that only the heaven-mending flower could remedy it. Conversely, the junior brother, with his congenital deficiencies, could indeed benefit from the heaven-mending flower to restore his roots. Could it be that the sect leader risked his life to retrieve the heaven-mending flower not for the senior brother, but for the junior brother? Had we all truly misunderstood the senior brother? Within the law enforcement hall, the disciples present exchanged glances, revealing their confusion and astonishment. They could not even discern when they had begun to harbor doubts about their senior brother, Chu He. Why had they developed aversion and resentment towards the senior brother, who had always cared for the disciples of the sect and quietly dedicated himself to its welfare? It was not just the various disciples. The 3 elders, Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang, also wore frowns. They were continuously reminiscing about the events of recent days, from Chu He's solitary battle against the evil spirits in the demon abyss, which had damaged his foundation and caused his cultivation to regress, to the sect leader, Mingyue, venturing alone into the Forbidden Zone without consulting anyone to retrieve the heaven-mending flower. Following that, the turmoil in the demon abyss erupted, with the 6 major sects simultaneously launching attacks, resulting in severe losses for the Qianyuan sect. What other overlooked details had transpired? Why did most, including those in the law enforcement hall, deem Chu He as the primary culprit for all the losses suffered by the Qianyuan sect? After all, it was Chu He who had contributed the most to the sect. The blossoms of memory bloomed at that moment. Petal after petal danced in the wind of recollection, revealing scenes once forgotten or deliberately ignored. It was the image of a still immature child shouldering the banner of the sect, leading everyone to fend off the evil spirits. It was the figure of a youth striving for the sect's interests, negotiating with the 6 major sects to buy precious time for the development of the Qianyuan sect. It was the scene of a young man, alone in battle against the ferocious evil spirits, who returned after days and nights of fighting, his foundation damaged and body covered in wounds. That a profound sense of regret and pangs of conscience surged within the hearts of the 3 elders. Qian, Du, and Zhou. As the saying goes, a mischievous child earns sweets. It was precisely because Chu He had been excessively sensible and had silently done so much for the sect without seeking anything in return that they had grown accustomed to his selflessness. Thus, They had overlooked his countless sacrifices. Chu He was indeed the sect's senior brother, bearing the responsibilities that came with his position, and that was not in question. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they seemed to have only remembered what he ought to do. Forgetting his contributions, how much had Chu He endured over the years? Qian Xiangjing slightly lifted his head, and upon looking at Chu He again, his mindset had undergone a transformation. He recalled the words Chu He had spoken when Elder Zhou Zixiang had judged him. Don T say that merely causing the Qianyuan sect a slight loss is a crime, even if the sect were to lose its status among the 7 supreme sects because of me. So what? This is what I deserve. Indeed, that was what Chu He deserved. Do not say the overall losses of the Qianyuan sect were within an acceptable range, even if the sect were truly severely weakened and expelled from the ranks of the 7 supreme sects. What of it? Had it not been for Chu He's relentless efforts over the years, would the Qianyuan sect even possess its current standing in the 5 Elements continent? It was Yi Haoyue's disciple. Yi Haoyue, who spoke of the sect leader's venture into the Forbidden Zone to retrieve the heaven-mending flower for Chu He, the senior brother. Yi Haoyue assert that the sect leader sought the heaven-mending flower to restore the damaged foundation of Chu He. Yushu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiangjing and Zhou Zixiang felt as if a shroud had been lifted from their memories, and they finally recalled the forgotten details. It seems I heard it from the junior brother that the sect leader embarked on this quest to mend the senior brother's foundation. Indeed, that's right. I remember now. I also heard it from the junior brother. The clamor began to resonate throughout the law enforcement hall. The gazes of the crowd converged once more upon Yi Haoyue. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. The piercing stares felt like sharp silver needles piercing Yi Haoyue's skin, inflicting pain. The emotion of fear had completely engulfed his heart. It's not me. System, what on earth is happening? Hadn't you already shielded these fellows' memories? Why could these worthless individuals still remember these things? As the past was gradually unveiled, even the memories of the crowd regarding Yi Haoyue and Chu He resurfaced, causing Yi Haoyue to panic completely. The system was his greatest tool. He had clearly altered these individuals' memories using the system. Why could they still recall? System? Observing Yi Haoyue, Chu He keenly caught the term system. What could this system be? Could it be some forbidden means of which I am unaware? Chu He was filled with doubt, yet before he could comprehend it, Yi Haoyue, enveloped by the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yi Haoyue's expression was exceedingly sinister. His once handsome face now bore an otherworldly malevolence. Had he gone mad? Chu He furrowed his brow slightly. Chu He. Yi Haoyue completely tore off his facade, his voice sharp and piercing as he shouted, You forced me into this. Why couldn't you just obediently follow my plans? Why couldn't you behave like a dog and listen to me? I never wanted it to be this way. Never wanted it to be this way. It's all your fault. Chapter 9. An external tool for memory alteration. The system activates. Chu He, accept your fate obediently. Your life is destined to serve as my wedding attire. Yi Haoyue, merely a foundation-building cultivator, exuded a terrifying power. In the face of this power, Chu He felt as insignificant as an ant. He had once sensed this unfathomable and insurmountable force from Mingyue when he was still a mere mortal. Yet the disparity he felt now was not entirely the same. The terrifying power emanating from Yi Haoyue seemed to belong to a realm beyond this world. It was even completely different from the cultivation system they practiced. What on earth is this? For the first time since his rebirth, Chu He felt a sense of panic. At that moment, it was as if his nascent soul was shrouded by some mysterious force. This was different from the forbidden spirit and forbidden curse Yi Haoyue had just employed. The forbidden spirit and forbidden curse could significantly reduce the spiritual energy within a certain area, temporarily transforming it into a void of spiritual essence. While being within the range of the forbidden spirit and forbidden curse had some effect on Chu He could still sense his nascent soul's Tao fruit. In other words, even while enveloped by the forbidden spirit and forbidden curse, Chu He still possessed the strength to fight. Yet now, he could not perceive any of his cultivation, as if he had been forcibly reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Even more terrifying was the fact that Chu He could no longer control his own body. He was left with nothing but consciousness that truly belonged to him. Is this the trump card of Yi Haoyue? Can he disregard realms and even transcend 2 major levels to directly attack me? What on earth is this? Could this power be what Yi Haoyue refers to as the system? Chu He's mind raced with thoughts, desperately searching his consciousness for a way to escape this crisis. For many years, he had indeed devoted everything to the sect, always standing at the forefront of any danger. Yet, similarly, throughout this process, he bore responsibilities and burdens that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. and the gains and opportunities he received far surpassed those of others. The reason he did not immediately betray the Qianyuan sect upon his rebirth, but instead chose to remain within the sect and cause a ruckus in the law enforcement hall, was twofold. Firstly, the absence of the Yuanying cultivators within the sect, and secondly, his confidence in his own strength. When it came to tactics, he was certain that even against peak Yuanying or even pseudo-transcendence cultivators, he could maneuver and possibly emerge victorious. However, now, under Yi Haoyue's strange methods, Chu He was astonished to find that all his strategies could not assist him in escaping this predicament. There is no power in this world that can be obtained without a price. The fact that Yi Haoyue could restrain numerous cultivators, including myself, with his foundational cultivation undoubtedly comes with some form of cost. I do have opportunities for counterattack. Years of experiences on the brink of life and death, coupled with having tasted death in my previous life, allowed Chu He to quickly regain his composure. He fixed his gaze on Yi Haoyue, meticulously observing his every movement within the law enforcement hall. The other disciples, including the three elders, were similarly sealed in body and cultivation like Chu He. However, from their eyes, it was evident they were gripped by fear. Their souls trembled. Their spirits lamented. In the face of incomprehensible terror, they lost the calmness that a cultivator should possess. Such individuals are bound to achieve little in the long run. In the center of the law enforcement hall, Yi Haoyue entirely cast aside his previous facade. His features were twisted in a savage manner, his eyes filled with a frenzied gleam akin to that of a beast. He muttered to himself at times, while greedily gazing at the restrained Chu He. System, alter the memories of everyone here according to my wishes, Yi Haoyue whispered. Would you like to spend 10,000 fortune points to change the memories of everyone in the law enforcement hall of the Qianyuan sect? Is the host sure? 10,000 fortune points. Damn system, are you out of your mind? Previously, altering the memories of the Qianyuan sect disciples on a large scale only cost me 5,000 points. Why does changing the memories of just a few individuals in the law enforcement hall now require 10,000 points? Ding. The system detects that there is one individual in the law enforcement hall with a unique fate. Altering his memory requires additional energy to evade the heavenly Taoist tracking. Hence, more fortune points are required. Does the host wish to spend 10,000 fortune points to alter the memories of everyone in the law enforcement hall? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Haoyue gritted his teeth. Instinctively, he glanced at Chu He. Unique fate. This must refer to Chu He. After all, the primary reason he came to the Qianyuan sect was due to the immense fortune Chu He possessed, and Yi Haoyue's objective was to seize the fortune from Chu He, to usurp his cultivation, and ultimately to replace his fate. Damn, forget it. As long as I follow the plan, the fortune on Chu He will eventually belong to me anyway. System, proceed with the alteration, with Yi Haoyue's command. A mysterious force emanated from him, swiftly beginning to spread in the depths of the law enforcement hall. Chu He distinctly noticed a strange power enveloping the disciples on either side of him. Their eyes subtly trembled before becoming numb, as though they were being manipulated by some mysterious force on a spiritual level. What kind of power is this? Could it alter the souls of cultivators? Or perhaps manipulate them in some insidious manner? Although on the surface, Chu He did not observe any visible cost that Yi Haoyue had incurred. He firmly believed that utilizing a power that did not align with one's own strength would invariably come with consequences. It was merely that the cost Yi Haoyue paid remained undetected by Chu He. After all, when Chu He had once defended the Qianyuan sect, he too had employed certain powers that he was then unable to bear. He understood the terror of the required sacrifices. It seemed that the price Yi Haoyue paid when utilizing this so-called system was not overtly apparent. If that were the case, then the power bestowed upon him by the system could not be too fearsome. At the very least, it had not yet reached a level capable of annihilating individuals like us instantaneously. Was the state of the other disciples an indication of a soul-based attack? Unfortunately, his Yuanying was sealed, as if it had vanished altogether. Otherwise, attempting to invade his soul would surely exact a toll as well. Chu He pondered ways to break the deadlock. However, it seemed he was running out of time. Soon, not far from him, the three elders of the law enforcement hall began to exhibit signs of influence. Du Yushu and Shou Zixiang displayed signs of struggle in their eyes, but it was not long before they fell into the same numbness as the other disciples. The Grand Elder Qian Xiangjing appeared to be somewhat stronger than the other two. After a brief moment of resistance, he seemed to relent, yet before succumbing to complete numbness, his gaze flickered towards Chu He. As if apologizing. Of course, Chu He had no time to consider his fleeting and incomprehensible emotions. Moreover, the deed was done, and even if he truly wished to apologize, could he erase what had transpired? That was impossible. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Chu He. This pain transcended the physical, originating from his very soul. He felt as if a terrifying force was attempting to tear his soul apart, forcibly stripping away something profoundly important to him. No. His body was restrained, his cultivation suppressed, yet at this moment, his soul was wailing in anguish, faced with this incomprehensible and unresistible power. Chu He still refused to surrender. Just as he was about to reach his limit, a peculiar voice resonated from deep within his soul. Ding! The system detects that the host is being invaded by a force condensed from a high-level world product. The divine selection system is now activating. System binding in progress. During the binding period, the system can shield the host from any external influences. Does the host wish to activate the shield? Chapter 10. In this life, I, Chu He, shall be your eternal nightmare. The torment from the soul far exceeded the limits of imagination. Even the utmost pain the flesh could inflict paled in comparison to what Chu He was enduring at this moment. This was the anguished scream of a soul in torment. An indescribable agony enveloped his brain. The remnants of his sanity were utterly crushed, and the signals emanating from his mind gradually dwindled to a singular plea. Agree. Warning, the host soul is undergoing a severe impact. Do you wish to activate the shield? Do you wish to activate the shield? It seemed that the soul path before Chu He was this sudden appearance of the so-called system. Under normal circumstances, given Chu He's temperament, he would never so easily acquiesce to anything, especially something he could not comprehend. Yet now, it appeared he had no choice. Yes. A silent scream erupted at that moment, akin to issuing some mysterious command. Another peculiar, extraordinary power unlike anything from their world instantaneously enveloped his entire being. In an instant, that maddening pain vanished without a trace. Following closely was a refreshing sensation emanating from his soul. The so-called system's mysterious power not only shielded Chu He from the influence of Haoyue's system but also began to mend his soul. The feeling of having survived a calamity should have been exhilarating. Yet the recent torment was indelibly etched in memory. Chu He instinctively attempted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, only to be astonished to find that his body had become completely transparent. He could no longer say he possessed a body. He had transformed into a mere consciousness. What is happening? Regaining awareness, Chu He felt as though he had gained a divine perspective, allowing him to see the dazed expressions of the crowd. He could observe the maniacal laughter of Haoyue, as if he had descended into madness. Simultaneously, he could see the figure seated in the depths of the law enforcement hall, bearing a trace of panic. What is going on? Have I detached my yuanying? No, this is not the same. I cannot sense any power, nor can I perceive the spiritual energy that exists in this world. Could it be that I have died? Contemplating this, Chu He's consciousness experienced a tumultuous upheaval, unwillingness, rage, despair, and injustice. All manner of emotions intertwined like a dense web in his heart. Even as merely a wisp of consciousness, he still felt as though he was suffocating. For some reason, even after being reborn, must I still remain stagnant at this point? In this life, am I still unable to escape the fate of being replaced by Haoyue? This is unjust. Yet, what fairness can one expect in the realm of cultivation? Perhaps it was the childish thoughts, long absent, that provoked a faint smile from Chu He, causing his negative emotions to ease somewhat. The celestial beings manifest their divine light, illuminating all, while the youthful sword immortal glides gracefully through the heavens on his sword. The path of cultivation is a dream cherished by mortals, eternal life, carefree existence, moving mountains and filling seas. Yet, who could fathom the cruelty of the cultivation world, which surpasses that of the mundane realm, not to mention the fierce competition for cultivation resources, where various sects and even solitary cultivators harbor hidden agendas, ready to stab one another in the back for mere trifles. Even if one's life unfolds smoothly, upon reaching a certain threshold in cultivation, one is still subject to the judgment of heaven and earth. One misstep can lead to utter ruin, leaving even one's bones unrecognizable. This is known as a tribulation. It has been said that the essence of cultivation boils down to a single word: contention, competing against heaven, against earth, against humanity. Where there is competition, fairness is but a mirage. Perhaps this is my fate. Yet, Chu He, despite understanding the absence of fairness in the cultivation world, could not tear his gaze away from that audacious figure, Haoyue. If a miracle were to occur, I shall not let you escape my grasp for a lifetime. The entanglement of our fates across 2 lifetimes cannot simply conclude with my hand in your demise. If I can survive this tribulation, then throughout my life, whatever Haoyue seeks to achieve or acquire, I shall meddle in, ensuring he accomplishes nothing, faces setbacks at every turn, and watches his resolve crumble, drowning in despair and suffering. Only thus can I sever the ties of our 2 lifetimes. The system has been successfully bound, The system is activating. Suddenly, a light and ethereal voice reemerged. Chu He's consciousness surged with a violent fluctuation. Could it be that the previous voice was not merely a figment of my imagination? As a realization dawned upon him, Chu He swiftly turned his gaze toward Haoyue and then scanned the other figures within the law enforcement hall. After confirming his suspicions, his mind settled into tranquility. It appeared that the voice had been audible only to him. This suggests that perhaps everything is indeed real. Perhaps I have not truly fallen, but am instead in a peculiar state. This state may be an external manifestation created by this so-called system to shield me from Haoyue's soul-targeting methods. But from whence did this system originate? What did it see in me that warranted our binding? If one could peer into the realm of consciousness, they would surely see Chu He contemplating with utmost seriousness. Having navigated the cultivation world for many years and having ascended to the Yuanying stage, establishing himself as a formidable force within the Wuyun continent, Chu He had learned one undeniable truth. There are no free lunches in this world. All things exist in balance. Gaining something inevitably means losing something. There is no power granted without cost, nor does one receive strength without sacrifice. With the arrival of the system, Chu He had no faith that it came without a price. Or rather, he did not believe himself to be the fortunate one who could alter fate without any form of payment. He suspected that he simply had yet to discern the so-called cost. What am I even thinking? What choice do I have now aside from accepting the system? To live again, regardless of the circumstances, is still a gain for me, no matter the price, as long as I can survive. I, Chu He, shall become your eternal nightmare. Haoyue, I have you firmly in my grasp. In the law enforcement hall, Haoyue erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Chu He, though I know not what madness you consumed. You, a mere native, dare to challenge me? I am a transmigrator. Do you understand the worth of a transmigrator? As he wielded the power of the system, the entire law enforcement hall lay under his dominion. The system's power was altering the memories of everyone present, with Haoyue orchestrating the changes at will. Outside, not a soul would be aware of the events transpiring within. I stumbled into this cultivation world and awakened a system. Do you know what that signifies? Haoyue leaned forward, stepping closer to Chu He, extending his hand to strike Chu He's face. Yet, as he drew near, a searing pain erupted from his palm. This was the leakage of Chu He's Yuanying cultivation. A self-protective response of this body. Damn it. Haoyue clutched his right hand, his gaze upon Chu He akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, intent on tearing him apart. But soon after, he erupted into maniacal laughter, resembling a madman. Chu He, what does it matter if your fate is unique? Since I have transmigrated to this world, the identity of the destined child of heaven belongs to me. You shall merely serve as a stepping stone for my ascension. At that time, not only you, but even the Qianyuan sect and the entire Wuyun continent shall be beneath my feet. As for you, Mingyue. Seemingly struck by a thought, a lewd glimmer flickered in Haoyue's eyes. Your most esteemed Mingyue, she too shall be mine. That wretched woman is fit only to be the object of my vending. Chapter 11. Is the transmigrator and system your trump card? What is a transmigrator? What does it mean to be a native? Is it the confidence bestowed upon him by the transmigrator and system that leads him to view me as a native? Does he believe I am merely a disciple of the Qianyuan sect? Haoyue was spiraling into madness within the law enforcement hall, entirely oblivious to the fact that Chu He was silently observing everything from above. His exaggerated expressions and abrasive words were all noted by Chu He. Given the tragic fate he endured in his previous life, Chu He was well aware of Haoyue's true nature. Yet, witnessing the current scene, he felt he had overestimated this younger brother. Haoyue was far more pathetic and despicable than Chu He had imagined. Unique fate, child of destiny, how naive. Such notions are mere fantasies of the innocent. During his travels in the cultivation world, Chu He had also heard tales of the destined child. According to popular belief, such a child would require no cultivation, their realms would rise effortlessly, and they would inevitably turn misfortune into fortune. It was said that they could embark on the path of immortality without facing tribulations, even the heavenly tribulation for breakthroughs merely a formality. Any injuries incurred would either be due to forging bonds with celestial beings or laying the groundwork for great opportunities. How could such things possibly be real? If my fate were indeed unique, how could I have met my end in the abyss of 10,000 demons in my previous life? It seems that Haoyue's acquisition of this so-called system has cost him his sanity. I wonder what my own cost will be in the future. Chu He continued to observe the unfolding events in the law enforcement hall as a mere spectator. As for Haoyue's delirious proclamations, Chu He paid them no heed. They were merely the ramblings of a madman. Yet, he could not help but wonder why Haoyue appeared to harbor such resentment toward Mingyue. In Chu He's recollection, Mingyue had always shown favoritism toward Haoyue. a favoritism that exceeded the bounds of a typical master-disciple relationship, evident to all disciples of the Qianyuan sect. Logically, with such favoritism, Haoyue should not harbor such disrespectful thoughts toward Mingyue. But what had just transpired? Perhaps it was not something for me to dwell upon. Mingyue's affairs have no bearing on me. In my previous life, I had already repaid her kindness. In this life, regardless of her fate, it is of no concern to me. Chu He mused. As time passed, the manic expression on Haoyue's face gradually stabilized. Soon, Chu He discerned that familiar yet deeply irritating demeanor etched upon Haoyue's features. He was, after all, a boy, yet he bore an appearance of such pitiable fragility, as if he were a victim of constant bullying that it must be said, fate had bestowed Haoyue with a striking visage. Were he to swap it for a less attractive or more rugged face, the sight of such a countenance would surely offend the eyes. In contrast, Haoyue's delicate features, if one were unaware of the filth lurking within his heart, would evoke not disdain but an instinctive urge to protect. What might occur if my little junior brother were to encounter a companion with a penchant for his beauty? This peculiar thought suddenly flitted through the usually serious mind of Chu He. However, before he could ponder further, a significant shift unfolded within the law enforcement hall. Chu He promptly cleared his mind of those errant thoughts and cast his gaze back into the hall. Senior brother has arrived. Senior brother, are you here to plead on behalf of the sinner Chu He? Senior brother, the sect leader has sustained grave injuries because of this sinner. Do you still intend to protect him? Senior brother, look, this sinner Chu He is utterly audacious. He shows no signs of repentance whatsoever. Upon his arrival at the law enforcement hall, he audaciously seized the elders' positions and sat down without a hint of deference. He clearly disregarded the rules of our Qianyuan sect. Within the law enforcement hall, the disciples standing on either side glared at Chu He, their eyes blazing with fury, as he sat in the main seat at the back of the hall. Do not speak ill of the senior brother. Surely he has his reasons. Haoyue feigned concern, attempting to defend Chu He. Yet his words only served to fan the flames of anger in that moment. The disciples' emotions intensified, their vitriolic remarks becoming increasingly unbearable. Moreover, the expressions of the three elders, Qian, Du, and Zhou, darkened visibly, their fury unmistakable. The veins on their foreheads throbbed, and the stone floor beneath them crackled ominously. An invisible pressure began to coalesce around the three of them. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, as they prepared to unleash their ire upon Chu He. Chu He was acutely aware of their transformation, and he gained further insight into Haoyue's system. Indeed, Haoyue's system seemed to launch an assault on the souls of the cultivators in a manner I could not yet comprehend. It appeared I would need to exercise caution in this regard once my peculiar state came to an end. The disciples' denunciations and the elders' wrath struck Chu He as utterly irrational, particularly after he had revealed his fangs to intimidate them. The current situation could only be attributed to some foul play involving their souls or memories. Chu He, you wretched sinner of the Qianyuan sect, do not think you can escape judgment by feigning ignorance here. With the head of the law enforcement hall absent, the three elders hold the authority. The disciples clamored in outrage, demanding an explanation from Chu He. Chu He, as the senior brother among the disciples of the Qianyuan sect, do you intend to openly defy the authority of the law enforcement hall? Take heed. Do not presume that your status as the sect leader's eldest disciple grants you the liberty to act recklessly within our sect, not to mention the significant losses incurred because of you. Your blatant disrespect towards the elders gives us ample reason to imprison you in the abyss of 10,000 demons for a century. Zhou Zishang's voice was frigid, despite his efforts to suppress it. The simmering rage was palpable in his tone. What is happening here? In the law enforcement hall, all eyes, save one, were fixed furiously on Chu He. Surprisingly, the sole individual who did not add fuel to the fire was none other than the instigator of it all, Haoyue. What has happened to Chu He? Why does he remain so unresponsive? Could it be that there is an issue with the system? No, that is impossible. The system would not fail as long as the system exists. Its extraordinary powers must surpass those of this world. No being within this realm, even the so-called children of destiny, can withstand the might of the system. Haoyue firmly believed in the system's supremacy. Yet as he glanced once more at the motionless Chu He, who appeared as if frozen in place, a flicker of panic coursed through him. The system was his greatest trump card, if it were ineffective. In an instant, Haoyue's confidence evaporated, his complexion paling to that of a blank slate. He scrutinized Chu He intently until he noticed a barely perceptible hint of anxiety on Chu He's face, prompting a slight alleviation of Haoyue's feared so. It was merely an act. How infuriating, he thought, feeling a surge of relief mixed with irritation. You, obstinate Chu He, continue your charade. Just wait and see what I shall do to you. Chapter 12. Challenging Sect Rules. Trampling Authority. Indeed, I have altered Chu He's memories. He must be quaking in fear. Yi Haoyue's exhilaration was palpable, his face flushing as he reveled in the chaos. This fool is undoubtedly ruminating on his audacity to defy the rules of the Qianyuan sect. How amusing it is to see him reduced to this state. The din around him only confirmed his thoughts. Junior brother, cease your attempts to excuse that sinner Chu He. He does not deserve it. Indeed, junior brother, have you forgotten how Chu He, consumed by envy of the sect leader's favor towards you, has sought to undermine you at every turn? We understand your magnanimity, but such generosity should be reserved for those worthy of it. Not for Chu He, the ungrateful wretch. The cacophony of voices echoed with rebukes aimed at Chu He, detailing the transgressions committed against them, while extolling Yi Haoyue's virtues of kindness and tolerance. Chu He, will you not come down? Do not make this any more humiliating. Do you wish for me to subdue you before all the disciples and cast you into the abyss of 10,000 demons in disgrace? I shall grant you a modicum of dignity, given your status as the sect leader's direct disciple. Do not test my limits. Zhou Zixiang, the third elder, spoke as the representative among the trio. The uproar below did not sway Chu He. He remained an aloof observer, not out of good nature, but because it was unnecessary to eye in his eyes. These people were mere ants, destined to perish by the days. Indeed, it seemed that Yi Haoyue's influence had waned. Yet my own condition remained unchanged. Could it be that the system was binding itself to me? I recalled the voice that had emerged at that moment, the divine selection system. What was this divine selection? Chu He pondered, but before he could delve deeper, an indescribable force suddenly surged within him. Without warning, he found himself colliding with the essence of his physical form. In an instant, he felt the vastness of his own magical power. The surging strength within his body resonated with the nascent soul, intertwining with the very essence of the heavens, as spiritual energy coursed into him incessantly. Chu He, since you refuse to show even a semblance of respect, do not blame this elder for his actions. Zhou Zixiang's voice rang out ominously as Chu He opened his eyes. He found Zhou Zixiang standing before him, hand raised, an immense surge of spiritual energy coalescing between his fingers. The very posture suggested an intent to strike down and shatter Chu He's foundation. Chu He looked up, and the brilliance of his nascent soul flared intensely as waves of spiritual energy surged through his limbs. While the nascent soul and golden core were merely one realm apart, the disparity between them was as vast as that between a firefly and the moon. With but a glance, Zhou Zixiang trembled, as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering him breathless. His hand froze mid-motion, suspended in the air. Elder Zhou, what is amiss? Why do you hesitate? Though Chu He was the sect leader's direct disciple, the devastating losses sustained by the Qianyuan sect would elicit no more than a few words from even the sect leader himself. Indeed, we implore you, Elder Zhou, to exercise your authority and punish Chu He. The disciples, witnessing Zhou Zixiang's sudden halt, erupted in confusion. Their cries urging action. It appeared that only by witnessing the downfall of their senior brother could their pin-up rage find release. Elder, do not show mercy. We cannot allow the senior brother's foundation to be harmed. Yi Haoyue continued his charade. He remained oblivious to the unfolding anomaly, convinced that the system would not falter. However, his words were a mix of truth and deception. The falsehood was a performance for the onlookers, designed to uphold his image. While utilizing the system to alter memories was a tactic, it required the expenditure of luck points. Preserving his persona meant that, in most instances, Yi Haoyue could manipulate affairs within the Qianyuan sect without relying on the system. He had already savored countless benefits through his connection with the pure White Lotus. Meanwhile, Qian Xiangjing and Du Yushu exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to comprehend why Zhou Zixiang had abruptly ceased his actions, upon seeing Chu He raise his head, a momentary confusion flickered in their eyes, but it dissipated just as swiftly. Had it been any other disciple at the nascent soul stage, they might have been concerned in the absence of the home master. However, with Chu He in the spotlight, their apprehensions faded away. Who exactly was Chu He in the daily life of the sect? Adherence to rules is of utmost importance, and those who dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to the sect are known for their diligence and satisfaction. How could such individuals ever commit acts of grave disobedience? This notion is deeply ingrained in their hearts. Yet, why is it that Chu He dares to defy the sect's regulations and sit there? A flicker of doubt sparked in Qian Xiangjing's eyes. His memory vividly reminded him that Chu He had disregarded the sect's rules, refusing to accept the public trial by the law enforcement hall, even going so far as to challenge and trample upon its authority. But why does he still perceive Chu He as a person who strictly adheres to the rules? This conflicting thought left Qian Xiangjing bewildered and even beginning to feel a headache. Just then, a crisp sound accompanied by a sharp wail suddenly erupted. Qian Xiangjing abruptly lifted his head, and the confusion in his gaze instantly dissipated, replaced by boundless fury. Chu He, you dare. The terrifying aura of his peak golden core cultivation erupted at once. A fearsome presence surging through the entirety of the law enforcement hall. Chu He, you are outrageous. What do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to challenge the rules of Qianyuan sect and trample upon the authority of the law enforcement hall? Du Yushu shouted simultaneously. How is this possible? Behind them, Yi Haoyue gazed into the depths of the law enforcement hall, terror spreading across his eyes, his expression turning into one of stunned disbelief. Chu He, release Elder Zhou. How dare you lay a hand on Elder Zhou? Chu He. Voices of shock erupted one after another. All eyes shifted to the young man deep within the law enforcement hall. The youth who had originally been seated had already risen, gripping Elder Zhou's wrist with one hand, his expression calm as he gazed toward the center of the hall, seemingly unfazed by the continuous wails of Zhou Zixiang. The act of breaking his wrist appeared to be as effortless as a mere afterthought. If one were to observe closely, it would be evident that Chu He's gaze was not without intent. At this moment, he was looking directly at Yi Haoyue. Within the law enforcement hall of Qianyuan sect, Chu He maintained a tranquil expression, turning his head slightly to overlook the figure in front of him. His eyes fixed on the pale face filled with disbelief, in comparison to the nauseatingly contrived demeanor. Chu He found Yi Haoyue's current terrified appearance far more agreeable. The third elder Zhou Zixiang was utterly suppressed. His power restrained, the golden core within him trembling as if it might explode under some terrifying force. He knelt before the young man, beads of cold sweat streaming incessantly from his forehead. Cries of anguish erupting from his throat. What does it matter if one becomes a golden core cultivator? Even when suppressed, one appears like a dead dog, devoid of any semblance of superiority. How could this be? I clearly. Yi Haoyue's lips trembled uncontrollably, the emotion of fear unmaskable upon his cheeks, and no more pretense, no more acting. In this moment, everything was torn apart by the overwhelming tide of terror. Thud. Yi Haoyue's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He could not comprehend why his system had no effect on Chu He. Given his junior brother's temperament, it seemed unlikely he could even survive the golden core tribulation. Such disappointment was unbearable. Chu He, observing the panicked Yi Haoyue, couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had been outmaneuvered to death by such a person. Truly a source of embarrassment. Redirecting his focus, and to prevent anyone from escaping amidst the chaos, Chu He decided to make some minor arrangements. He formed a hand seal, and the terrifying power of the nascent soul stage erupted at that moment. A series of talismans flew out from the Chinquan bag at his waist, quickly enveloping the entire law enforcement hall. What terrifying power! What does Chu He intend to do? Has he lost his mind? How dare he act in the law enforcement hall? Is this the Six-Yang prison formation he comprehended in the abyss of 10,000 demons? What is he planning? Does he truly intend to leave all of us trapped here? At that time, Chu He had employed the Six-Yang prison formation to exhaust 3 nascent soul demons. Even peak nascent soul cultivators could not break free. Are we going to die? Numerous disciples exclaimed in astonishment. The emotion of fear once again began to spread from their hearts, filling the entire hall and occupying every inch of space. Observing the expressions of the disciples, their faces etched with terror. Chu He's heart felt a complex blend of emotions in his previous life. What had he been safeguarding? These disciples, one and all, if thrown into the abyss of 10,000 demons to assist the sect in suppressing evil, would likely wet themselves from fear before even making a move. After all, the methods of those evils were 100-fold more terrifying than Chu He. Settling his thoughts, Chu He directed his calm gaze toward Zhou Zixiang, who was trembling before him from the severe pain. Having observed for so long, it was now time for him to speak. Elder Zhou, what was it you just said? I seem to have missed it. Could you please repeat yourself? Chu He, already handsome, wore a smile that made him appear like a gentle breeze in March, captivating to behold. In terms of appearance, he was no less than Yi Haoyue, though perhaps a tad more masculine. Chu He. Zhou Zixiang struggled to utter those 2 words from his throat, and even in his current predicament, his tone suggested he remained defiant. Oh, Elder Zhou, it seems you still have some spirit left. Huh. He. I recall you just said you wanted to strip me of my status as the sect's eldest senior brother and send me to suppress the abyss of 10,000 demons for a century. Correct. You even mentioned not wanting things to become too embarrassing, intending to take action against me. Chu He remarked with a playful smile, clearly articulating each word as he looked down at the twisted face of the elder. Chu He, let him go. Do you intend to make an enemy of the entire Qianyuan sect, an enemy of the law enforcement hall? Du Yushu's brow furrowed, seemingly about to step forward, but was halted by Qian Xiangjing beside him. Senior brother. In the face of Du Yushu's bewildered gaze, Qian Xiangjing merely shook his head. He turned his head, his eyes seeming to attempt to see through Chu He, just as he was about to speak. Chu He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Du Yushu, should I say you are blind, or that you fail to comprehend the situation? Chu He exerted a slight pressure with his hand, and the sound of bones cracking accompanied by piercing screams assaulted the ears of everyone present. Are you implying that you, he, and the two of you can represent the Qianyuan sect and the law enforcement hall? Chu He pointed at Du Yushu with one hand, then at Qian Xiangjing, and finally rested his gaze on the howling Zhou Zixiang. You three old fools, even if you truly represent the Qianyuan sect, what of it? Even if you represent the law enforcement hall, what of it? Now, within the Qianyuan sect, with the absence of you Mingyue, who dares to suppress me? Who can suppress me? Do you think you can do it with just your trifling golden cores? Chu He laughed heartily, the sarcasm unmistakable, showing no regard for anyone's face. Du Yushu's face contorted, while Qian Xiangjing's gaze toward Chu He appeared somewhat complicated. The Chu He before him seemed closer to the one in his memories. Yet, for some reason, Qian Xiangjing's heart felt that the Chu He knew would never engage in such actions. Chu He, while you have not yet committed a grave mistake, you still have the chance to turn back. Release junior brother Zhou and heed the judgment of the law enforcement hall. Do not struggle further. Qian Xiangjing's expression turned solemn, his voice low. His eyes remained locked onto the audacious youth before him, fixed on those remarkably calm eyes, as if seeking some revelation. Chu He, as far as I know, your foundation has been damaged. The Xixiang prison formation can indeed trap us, but how long can you maintain it in your current state? Though you still possess nascent soul cultivation, if you exert yourself fully, it will only worsen your foundational damage. Even if you could truly kill us old fellows, where would you escape afterward? Whether it be the sect master, the peak masters, or even the head of the law enforcement hall, they could all capture you. If you cease this action now, in the name of the Grand Elder of the law enforcement hall, I assure you that as long as you obey the law enforcement hall's judgment and suppress the abyss of 10,000 demons for a century, you will still be a disciple of the Qianyuan sect upon your return. Listening to Qian Xiangjing's account, Chu He couldn't help but chuckle. A disciple of the Qianyuan sect. Elder Qian, do you hold the Qianyuan sect in too high regard, or do you believe that I, Chu He, cannot survive outside of it? My foundation may be damaged, but killing you all, now that is sufficient. With that, Chu He pushed Zhou Zixiang aside. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared, the sound of the sword humming incessantly. In an instant, a celestial sword materialized in Chu He's right hand. Before anyone could react, the sword descended towards the prostrate Zhou Zixiang. Chu He, calm down, stop. Qian Xiangjing shouted loudly, just when everyone thought that Chu He was about to behead Zhou Zixiang with a single sword strike. That sword, which had emitted a brilliant flash and even grazed Zhou Zixiang's neck, stopped abruptly in midair. Qian Xiangjing believed that Chu He had come to his senses and immediately called out, Chu He, cease your actions. If Zhou Shidi is harmed, there will be no turning back for you. While there is still a chance to salvage this situation, release Zhou Shidi and go to the Wanma cave yourself. Both Qian Xiangjing and Du Yushu dared not move, for the celestial sword in Chu He's hand was perilously close to Zhou Zixiang's skin. With just a slight exertion of force, their brother, who they had known for many years, would meet his demise. Zhou Zixiang, as the one directly involved, was drenched in cold sweat. A chilling sensation surged through his mind, and in that instant, he became acutely aware of Chu He's unmasked intent to kill. Has he stopped? I thought Chu He truly had the audacity to slay an elder in the law enforcement hall. Humph, he is just pretending. The sinner. Chu He, why haven't you released the elder? Mind your own cultivation and accept your punishment obediently. The disciples, witnessing Chu He's sudden halt, felt as though he had merely been putting on an act. Instantly, their fear diminished significantly. Soon after, their expressions began to shift once more. Deep down, they recognized Chu He's strength. Yet, he was still a disciple of the Qianyuan sect. No matter how powerful he was, he should abide by the sect's rules, as long as there were sect regulations in place. It mattered not if Chu He was a nascent soul. Even if he were to become a transcendent being, what could he achieve? Oblivious to the commotion outside, Chu He was entirely focused on Zhou Zixiang. At the moment he made his move, two translucent light blue frames materialized before him. A crisp and familiar notification chimed continuously in his ears. Ding. Major choice detected for the host. Divine choice system activated. Choice 1. Released the law enforcement hall's third elder Zhou Zixiang. Confessed to Grand Elder Qian Xiangjing. Accept punishment from the law enforcement hall, and voluntarily proceed to the Wanma cave for a century of suppression. Reward. Turtle breathing technique 1. No need for suppression. Just a nap, and a century will pass, and the sect will still owe me 40 years. Choice 2. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Kill Elder Zhou Zixiang, take advantage of the shock among the disciples to leave the law enforcement hall, and seek forgiveness from the sect master Mingyue at the main peak. Continuing to serve the Qianyuan sect. Reward. Honest card 1. Self-brainwashing. The sect and I are one. No need to think too much. As long as the master recognizes me, I am the eternal cog of the Qianyuan sect. Choice 3. Execute the 3 grand elders to vent my rage. Let these old scoundrels understand that the nascent soul cannot be insulted. Reward. Restore damaged foundation and elevate cultivation limits. In this new life, no one can judge me. The 3 choices stood starkly before Chu He. Gazing at the distinctly different options and their rewards, Chu He began to grasp the essence of the divine choice system that was bound to him. It seemed he had to make a decision among the 3 options. Since I cannot comprehend the potential consequences of using the system, it would be wiser to attempt to grow stronger through it. After all, only by becoming stronger can I gain the right to probe the essence of things. The options presented by the system appeared to be 3, but for Chu He, they were essentially 1. I choose 3. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged into Chu He's body. His severely damaged foundation began to recover at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, the sense of deficiency from his damaged foundation vanished, replaced by a profound sense of stability and strength. What is this system? It can truly restore my foundation. And so quickly. The power of the system left Chu He an AWE.as a cultivator. One feared nothing more than a damaged foundation. For lower-tier cultivators, while foundation damage could be remedied, it would ultimately affect their future cultivation. For high-tier cultivators, recovery from foundation damage was exceedingly difficult, and even if they could restore it in the future, they would be unable to progress further and break through their bottleneck. It seems I have acquired something extraordinary. Chu He marveled inwardly while also realizing that the system would be his greatest secret and trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, he must not let others know, as the reward was dispensed, and Chu He's foundation was restored. His consciousness naturally returned to reality. As he raised his head, he caught sight of Qian Xiangjing's hopeful gaze. Just as Qian Xiangjing was about to speak, he noticed a faint smile curling at the corners of Chu He's mouth. Instantly, a wave of foreboding washed over him. With a swift motion, Chu He waved his sword hand lightly. A torrent of sword energy erupted, and Zhou Zixiang's head was promptly severed from his neck. A deluge of blood gushed forth from his neck, staining the ground a vivid crimson. With the magical energy leaking out, the splattered blood did not touch Chu He. The remaining sword energy shattered Zhou Zixiang's golden core, completely severing any chance of survival before gradually dissipating. He's dead. He's gone mad. Chu He actually dared to kill Elder Zhou. Help! I want to get out. Help! The disciples watched in horror as Zhou Zixiang met his end, especially as his head rolled on the ground. Witnessing the terror and disbelief etched on Zhou Zixiang's face, the trapped disciples could no longer bear the sight. They surged towards the door of the law enforcement hall like a pack of wild beasts. However, due to the 6-yang cage, as they attempted to cross the threshold, their bodies were engulfed by an immensely powerful flame, turning to ash in an instant. Watching in horror as several disciples were mercilessly burned alive by the 6-yang cage. The others froze in terror. How dare you actually kill Zhou Shidi? Yushu instinctively stepped back, the rage in his eyes fading into sheer fear as Zhou Zixiang's head fell. Qian Xiangjing, however, managed to maintain some composure. He gazed at Chu He, whose expression remained indifferent, his brows tightly knitted. This isn't right. Chu He shouldn't do such a thing, even if his memories were tampered with. His instincts became increasingly clear. Finally, Qian Xiangjing realized something. Could it be my memories? A sharp pain erupted in his mind, and fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Elder Qian. Good day. Elder Qian, my name is Chu He. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Elder Qian, today I will guard the Wanma cave. The sect will be entrusted to you. Elder Qian, the little junior brother is still young. If he commits any mistakes, I hope the law enforcement hall can be lenient. The severed memories caused Qian Xiangjing's consciousness to feel as if it might explode. The stark contrast in his memories of Chu He nearly drove him mad. Clearly, Chu He had been so understanding and righteous before, yet suddenly, in his memories, he became exceedingly harsh and malevolent. Haoyue's system could indeed help him manipulate others' memories. However, complete alteration would require a significant expenditure of points. And Haoyue would have to maintain logical control, investing considerable effort. Thus, most of the time, he merely altered portions to maximize benefits. Little did he expect that Chu He's extraordinary actions would lead Qian Xiangjing to discover the logical loophole. He even uncovered the fact that his memories had been tampered with. Who altered my memories? Qian Xiangjing suddenly screamed, clutching his head. The second elder, Du Yushu, immediately helped him up, retreating while loudly inquiring, Shi Xiao? What's wrong? Shi Xiang, you can't be in trouble now. Chu He has gone mad. Shi Xiang, we must find a way to escape from here. The chaos in the law enforcement hall did not faze Chu He in the slightest. He lightly flicked his celestial sword, and a jubilant sword chime resonated in the air. It seemed that the choice Chu He had made brought joy even to the sword in his hand. He stepped forward, disregarding the frantic Qian Xiangjing and the terrified Du Yushu. Have you discovered the tampering of your memories? What a pity, for such a realization is meaningless, as you are about to die. Chapter 15. Beg for mercy. Remember this in your next life. Before the divine choice system was triggered, Chu He had already made his decision. Today, the law enforcement hall would witness bloodshed. In truth, if he were to act rationally. Qian Xiangjing was right. Chu He's foundation was damaged. Any action would only exacerbate the situation. If he were to unleash a killing spree merely to vent his frustrations, it was likely that this life would end before it even truly began. However, in his previous life, Chu He had endured enough suffering. Having been reborn, why should he continue to endure? If he could not act freely, bound and restrained, what was the point of living again, regardless of whether the three great elders, including the disciples present, are truly malicious or have had their memories altered by Haoyue through the system? They have already been branded with death since the beginning of Chu He's rebirth. Moreover, he has now acquired a system of his own. With his foundation restored, Chu He feels increasingly unrestrained, although the system provided me with so-called rewards immediately after I made my choice. I believe it is still essential to follow through with my previous decisions. There is always a price to pay, a principle that Chu He has steadfastly upheld. Even though he is unaware of the cost of obtaining the system, he believes that the reward from this choice should correspond to the lives of the three great elders. Furthermore, Chu He has an instinctive feeling that if he does not act according to his choice, dire consequences may befall him. In this regard, such a cost aligns with my intentions. There is no reason for me to spare these individuals. Chu He mused, raising the celestial sword in his hand and striking down with a swift motion, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Du Yushu, supporting Qian Xiangjing, widened his eyes. The golden core within him surged rapidly, forming a layer of golden membrane on his surface. Not only that, but a golden core also flew out from his body, hovering above his head. In the face of life and death, Du Yushu could hardly concern himself with the potential damage to his foundation. All he knew was that this act was the greatest assurance for his survival. He utilized the golden core, embodying the entirety of his Tao fruit, as a defense, his most formidable means of protection. Generally, no one of the same realm could breach this layer of defense. After all, the golden core represented the totality of a golden core cultivator's Tao fruit. To break through it would require piercing the golden core and shattering its inner magical power. Chu He, you dare lay a hand on me. The sect will not let you go. Du Yushu bellowed in threat. What is the Qinyuan sect? What is the Five Elements continent? Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Chu He scoffed, showing no signs of halting his sword. Chu He, you insolent wretch. Even if I die, I shall not spare you. At this point, Du Yushu knew that Chu He would never let him off. The fear within him suddenly waned, and his gaze grew increasingly frenzied. I shall drag you down with me. He suddenly released Qian Xiangjing, directing his golden core to charge toward Chu He. Today, I shall use all my cultivation to purge the demons from my Qinyuan sect. Du Yushu shouted. Childish. In the face of Du Yushu's frenzied last-ditch effort, Chu He merely smiled contemptuously. You have yet to step into the nascent soul realm, gazing upon me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazes at the moon. Should you someday reach the nascent soul realm, you shall see me as a mayfly beholding the vast sky. With a single swing of his sword, the golden core, which had radiated with golden light, was instantly shattered. The immense magical power within was crushed into countless fine shards of sword and tint, dispersing into the heavens and the earth. The disparity between the nascent soul and the golden core realms is immeasurable. Chu He is particularly exceptional among the nascent soul practitioners. Otherwise, during the period when Mingyue was in seclusion and the various sect leaders could not intervene, he would not have been able to single-handedly guard the demon abyss. The sensation of pain did not manifest, as Du Yushu's golden core shattered. His body was also torn apart by the sword energy. This time, not even a drop of blood was shed. The rest is up to you. To kill Du Yushu, a Golden Core practitioner and the third elder of the law enforcement hall of the Qianyuan sect, was as effortless for Chu He as crushing an ant. He remained unperturbed. His composure unruffled. He continued to approach Qian Xiangjing, who was seated on the ground. However, as he stood before Qian Xiangjing, raising his sword high, the latter suddenly looked up. The transformation in his gaze was monumental compared to what had transpired earlier. There was no pain, no fear, and no resentment or anger towards Chu He for slaying his close companions, Du Yushu and Zhou Zixiang. What remained was sheer regret. Deep, profound regret, thick as clouds formed by gathering moisture. Chu He, I truly did not know. It was my fault. Such a fine child, how could I? Qian Xiangjing's voice trembled, his aged eyes gradually moistening as tears threatened to spill. Gazing upon his face, a flicker of memory surged within Chu He. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Once upon a time, Qian Xiangjing had indeed treated him well. But what use is that? Late affection is worth less than weeds. In my previous life, I was shackled by emotions, bound by responsibilities, dedicating my life to the sect only to meet a dismal end. In this life, I will not grant anyone the opportunity to wield emotional leverage against me, nor will I bear any responsibilities. I shall live solely for myself. Chu He's face revealed no emotion at Qian Xiangjing's words. His gaze remained icy as he calmly swung his raised hand downwards. The sword radiance illuminated the faces of every remaining disciple in the law enforcement hall. In the next moment, the long-standing elder of the law enforcement hall, Qian Xiangjing, who had instilled fear in disciples for centuries, met his end. Unpleasant. Could it be the masterpiece of some powerful being from the upper realm? After receiving the reward, Chu He distinctly felt 10 shadowy, dark purple lightning figures materialize beside his nascent soul. Even in the absence of an eruption, merely sensing the overwhelming destructive force within them sent tremors through his heart. In the presence of these 10 lightning figures, Chu He felt as insignificant as an ant. Fortunately, he sensed a connection between himself and these formidable lightning apparitions. It seemed that with just a thought, these lightning shadows could detach from his body and directly strike a target. Well, since I am here, I might as well accept it. Given the magnitude of the System S2 rewards, I currently have no means to investigate their origins. It appears that this system activates whenever I am about to make a significant decision, allowing me to gain certain opportunities based on my choices. Moreover, should I excel in my choices, I might receive additional opportunities. Much like these 10 tribulation lightning bolts, Chu He had roughly deciphered the principles governing this so-called divine choice system. As for these 10 divine lightning bolts, they could be likened to forbidden artifacts crafted by powerful tribulation stage cultivators, capable of unleashing terrifying power akin to that of the tribulation stage. This could serve as my trump card, as being at the tribulation stage and the 5 elements continent is already the pinnacle of power. As long as I remain here, these 10 tribulation lightning bolts will suffice as a backup for the time being. Chu He reined in his thoughts and turned his gaze toward Haoyue, who sat on the ground, drenched in blood and trembling uncontrollably. Compared to his usual self, Haoyue appeared utterly disheveled at this moment. His clothes were stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with sheer terror. Demon, demon. Haoyue repeated the word as if he had been struck dumb with fear. Upon hearing this, a peculiar sensation welled up within Chu He. A demon, you say? Perhaps I do indeed deserve such a title now. After all, I am a demon risen from the depths of death. In his previous life, Chu He had been stern and serious in the abyss of 10,000 demons, and when confronting the other 6 major sections, he would not yield an inch when it came to sect interests. However, within the Qianyuan sect, he was an unequivocal good-natured individual, from the sect leader Mingyue to the various peak masters, and down to the new disciples. Chu He treated everyone with utmost courtesy, completely devoid of the arrogance expected of a senior brother. It was precisely because of this that he had felt exhausted in his previous life, with no moments of respite. Everyone had grown accustomed to seeking his aid, and deep down, they believed he was obliged to help them. That if Chu He were to refuse, it would be deemed his fault. Even new disciples who had lost their way in the sect would trouble him, the senior brother, to guide them back to their quarters. Reflecting on it now, Chu He found himself almost laughing at his past actions. In his previous life, he often brainwashed himself into believing that it was his duty as the sect's senior brother to assist the sect and his junior disciples. In this life, Chu He would never be foolish enough to repeat such behavior. Little junior brother, have you ever contemplated the depths to which you would sink? Chu He advanced step by step. As if the corpse is strewn, you may call me a demon or a scourge. It matters not. In this moment, Chu He lives solely for himself. Gripping the sword in his hand, he advances step by step towards Haoyue. As the distance between them diminishes, the sword's tip gleams ominously. Piercing a small wound at the center of Haoyue's brow, the threat of death looms heavily in Haoyue's heart. Suddenly, a scent, distinct from the metallic tang of blood yet even more nauseating, begins to permeate the air. Below Haoyue's waist, warm streams of liquid begin to stain the ground. A dark blotch appears on his garments. Chu He seems taken aback by the unfolding situation. His gaze towards Haoyue is now rife with disdain. What a fool I was to be ensnared by such a waste of spirit, ultimately leading to a fate plagued by countless insects. Perhaps it is Haoyue's extraordinary beauty that renders him momentarily stunned. Rather than detracting from his allure, it only enhances the instinctual urge to protect him. Reflecting on Haoyue's usual delicate demeanor, an unorthodox thought arises within Chu He. Does Haoyue not revel in feigning fragility? Is he not fond of eliciting sympathy, always presenting himself in a dainty manner? For someone like him, it truly is a pity to be a man. With this realization, Chu He suddenly thrusts his sword downwards. A fierce gust of sword energy erupts from the tip, aiming directly at Haoyue's lower half. Bang! A faint explosive sound reverberates, accompanied by a sea. Chu's heart was resolute. Even though he had committed heinous acts within the law enforcement hall, he had also ensnared Haoyue in a layout that defied humanity itself. Yet, he remained true to his inner self. A crack had emerged in the tightly sealed bottleneck of his yuaning. His cultivation had even seen a slight elevation, just as Chu He was about to depart from this place to commence a splendid life in this incarnation. A series of terrifying fluctuations suddenly erupted from outside. Shortly thereafter, the talisman suspended in midair ignited spontaneously. In an effort to prevent anyone from fleeing, Chu's 6-yang prison was unexpectedly breached. Upon noticing the peculiarities around him, Chu's expression grew grave. The sense of relaxation he had just attained was abruptly replaced with tension. His grip on the sword tightened even more. Within the entirety of Qianyuan's sect, unless the leaders of the various peaks returned simultaneously, only one person possessed the capability to dismantle Chu's 6-yang prison. Mingyue, crack, accompanied by a blinding sword light that seemed to slice through the heavens. A stunningly beautiful woman, ethereal and otherworldly, materialized before Chu He. Clad in radiant sword and tint, she appeared as if she were not of this realm. Were it not for the pallor of her complexion, suggesting an ailment from a recent illness, she would have seemed like a celestial sword fairy descended from the 9 heavens. However, her demeanor conveyed an air of aloofness, as if she were to be admired from a distance rather than approached. Master Mingyue. Gazing upon this familiar figure, a myriad of emotions surged within Chu He. Memories of the past, filled with beautiful moments, flooded his mind. Longing, admiration, and respect intertwined within his heart. Yet, ultimately, what remained was a stark coldness in sharp contrast to those beautiful sentiments. In his previous life, Chu He had been trapped in the abyss of 10,000 demons, suffering daily from the relentless torment of venomous creatures. The vastness of the world seemed foreign, devoid of any semblance of familiarity. The physical pain and spiritual desolation he endured were so harrowing that even now, recalling those memories sent shivers down his spine. In the pitch-black abyss, despite being engulfed in agony every day, every hour, even every minute, he had clung to hope, yearning for his most revered master, who had bestowed upon him a second chance to rescue him from that infernal prison, just as Mingyue had once saved him from starvation, bringing him to Qianyuan's sect. Yet, what was the outcome? Mingyue not only failed to come to his aid, but appeared to have forgotten his very existence. Until the end of his life, she had never even cast a glance in his direction. For years, Chu He had devoted himself tirelessly to protecting Qianyuan's sect, worrying endlessly for Mingyue, even at the cost of his own foundations, sacrificing his continued cultivation. And this was the conclusion he received. Chu He was unwilling to accept this, and he would not accept it. The tangled emotions intertwined seamlessly with the image of his demise in the abyss of 10,000 demons. Chu He's expression grew increasingly frigid, and when he finally looked at that familiar silhouette, his eyes held no trace of emotion. It was as if he were gazing upon a complete stranger. Chapter 19. Fury? No, you can no longer affect me. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. The door of the law enforcement hall appeared to serve as a boundary between two disparate worlds. Outside, where Mingyue stood, the atmosphere was filled with sunlight and warmth. Inside, where Chu He resided, the hall was shrouded in darkness and desolation. They were once master and disciple, the closest of companions within the realm of cultivation. Yet, ironically, despite their former bond, both Mingyue and Chu He regarded each other with an uncanny coldness, as if viewing someone entirely unrelated to themselves. After a prolonged silence, Mingyue seemed to catch a whiff of something amiss. Her brows knitting slightly, a hint of irritation flickering in her gaze. Chu He, did you set the 6-yang prison outside? As the chief disciple of the sect and the elder brother to many, is this the example you wish to set, to deliberately undermine the rules of our sect? Mingyue's voice was frosty, devoid of any emotion. Her gaze did not linger on Chu He, but instead, she brandished her sword and stepped toward the interior of the law enforcement hall. In the face of Mingyue's inquiry, Chu He remained unfazed, his heart unmoved, as a master. Upon witnessing her disciple inexplicably appearing in a place designated for the judgment of sinners, Mingyue's thoughts did not dwell on why her disciple was there. Nor did she seek to protect him. Instead, her immediate concern was to confront him, demanding to know why he had violated the sect's regulations and set up the 6-yang prison within the law enforcement hall. Her behavior was indeed disheartening. Had Chu He not endured the trials of his previous life, he might have felt sorrow, guilt, and a willingness to admit fault when faced with Mingyue's attitude. But he was no longer the same. He remained Chu He, yet he would never again be the Chu He of before. These lives were taken by you. Mingyue's voice was flat as she brushed past him, moving deeper into the law enforcement hall. Gazing upon the blood splattered everywhere and the bodies strewn, Mingyue slowly opened her mouth, and with each word that fell, her imposing aura grew increasingly terrifying. By the end, the immense pressure of the tribulation stage was completely unleashed without restraint. Even though Chu He had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he still felt an overwhelming weight in the face of this force. The true realm of cultivation was far from the fanciful depictions found in novels. It was not a place where the weak could easily defeat the strong, nor where certain prodigies could effortlessly slay formidable foes across realms. The disparity between the tribulation stage and the nascent soul stage was even greater than that between the nascent soul and the golden core stages. Chu He had effortlessly slain the 3 grand elders of the enforcement hall and numerous disciples present. If Mingyue were to attack a nascent soul cultivator, it would pose little challenge for her to take a life. It was obvious. Here, I alone remained unscathed. That not sufficient evidence. Mingyue? Chu He retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Chu He, how dare you? In that instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. The spiritual energy concealed in the air around him suddenly thickened, as if it sought to transform into a prison intent on suppressing him. Unfilial disciple, how dare you inflict harm upon your fellow sect members within my Qianyuan sect? You show such disrespect to your elders by calling me by my name. How can I tolerate such disloyalty and lack of filial piety from someone like you? Unbeknownst to her, Mingyue had already raised her head. Her gaze toward Chu He felt almost tangible, like 2 transparent celestial swords piercing his skin with pain. In the face of Mingyue's wrath, Chu He did not shy away from her gaze. Rather, he met it head-on. Observing the beauty of Mingyue's face, now filled with rage, Chu He felt no as before, but rather a sense of mockery. Mingyue, it appears you are far more hypocritical than I had imagined. Chapter 20. Do you not resist? One sword. At the precipice of death, Chu He longed to see the master who could alter his fate. In the depths of his heart, he still held reverence for her. Yet now, the one he had once cherished had lost her former luster. Mingyue's current demeanor only filled Chu He with revulsion and ridicule. When she had not seen the severely injured Haoyue, Mingyue exhibited little emotional fluctuation, even upon witnessing the corpses of numerous disciples. But what would happen when she laid eyes on Haoyue? She would begin invoking the sect's rules once more. This hypocritical behavior was truly disgusting. Mingyue, are you angry because you saw your junior brother injured? Or are you enraged by the deaths of so many disciples of the Qianyuan sect here? You accuse me of disloyalty and lack of filial piety, but as the leader of the Qianyuan sect, do you truly uphold fairness for the entire sect? Perhaps in your heart, the entire Qianyuan sect pales in comparison to Haoyue's importance? His scornful words pierced through Mingyue's facade, revealing her most dreaded truth. The murderous intent emanating from her intensified, and the temperature around her plummeted in accordance with her turbulent emotions. Unfilial disciple, silence. Mingyue's grip on her sword tightened with increasing force. I am asking you, is this your doing? Mingyue did not address Chu He's piercing remarks directly. Instead, Her gaze remained fixed on the young man whose lips curled into a mocking smile. Her wrathful emotions seemed less about seeking an answer from Chu He and more about finding an excuse to strike. Mingyue, does it even matter what I say? Regardless of my words, you intend to kill me, do you not? The power of the nascent soul stage erupted from within Chu He. The spiritual energy prison Mingyue had woven around him could not contain his vast power and was shattered instead. Chu He's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he locked eyes with Mingyue. Their four piercing gazes clashed, igniting sparks in the air. Heh, Mingyue, you need not seek any justification. The people here were slain by my hand. The injuries on Haoyue were also inflicted by me. If you wish to strike, I, Chu He, shall gladly oblige. As his words fell, a similarly fierce sword intent began to radiate from Chu He's being, though his cultivation level was slightly inferior to Mingyue's. The sword intent he released was far more terrifying. He was a natural-born prodigy of the sword path. Ever since he first grasped a sword in the Qianyuan sect, he had been acutely aware of his exceptional prowess and brilliance in swordsmanship. This was further reinforced by the fact that his master, Mingyue, also specialized in the sword path. Indeed, in the Haoyue continent, Mingyue was revered by countless cultivators as the foremost sword immortal of her time. Yet, only Chu He understood that Mingyue's mastery of the sword path was nowhere near his own. There was simply no basis for comparison. In his previous life, Chu He had hidden his talents to spare Mingyue's feelings. This time, however, he had no qualms about demonstrating what true swordsmanship entailed. In truth, Chu He was acutely aware of the things Mingyue held dear, such as her cultivation. Her sensitivity and affinity for the sword path far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, as Chu He unleashed his sword intent, she immediately sensed its formidable power. For many years, Mingyue had taken pride in the creation of her own netherworld sword intent. Yet now, in comparison to Chu He's sword intent, she felt her own pale insignificance. Heh, unfilial disciple, it appears you have long prepared for this day. Speak, where did you acquire your sword intent? Mingyue exclaimed, how could I, the one who brought back such a disloyal and ungrateful wolf, have been so blind? Even now, Mingyue was unwilling to acknowledge that the sword intent emanating from Chu He was of his own comprehension. She believed he must have harbored plans to betray the sect all along and had acquired another's legacy, from which this sword intent was derived. Mingyue's words were like sharp blades, but alas, Chu He was already filled with disappointment toward her. Thus, no matter how hurtful her words were, they could not wound him in the slightest. She had lost her opportunity that if battle was to ensue, then let it be. Mingyue, do not make me lose respect for you. In an instant, Chu He swept aside his previous demeanor, his body brimming with fighting spirit. The sword intent swirling around him surged to life, as if welcoming its king. The power of the nascent soul stage continuously flowed from Chu He into the blade he wielded, coalescing into a radiant sword energy that resembled a blazing sun. Yet, unlike the sun in the sky, the sword in Chu He's hand radiated a chilling aura. One sword, eternal. As Chu He whispered, he leaped forward, thrusting his sword directly at Mingyue, who stood not far away. The ruins around them, already ravaged by Mingyue, crumbled into dust beneath the onslaught of the violent sword energy. Yes, she beheld Chu He advancing toward her, especially noting the determination and coldness etched upon his face. Mingyue felt an unexpected moment of distraction rather than the anticipated anger. Once upon a time, this disciple, whom she had held in utmost reverence, truly dared to draw his sword against her, without a hint of hesitation. That unwavering resolve, and the piercing coldness in his gaze evoked an emotion within Mingyue that she found hard to accept. Vague memories began to resurface in her mind, yet even as a formidable being in the tribulation stage, she could not pierce through the thin veil of fog obscuring her thoughts. That it seems I have forgotten something. Mingyue murmured softly. With a piercing sound, the blade pierced through flesh. Drops of crimson blood fell to the ground. The terrifying sword energy rampaged mercilessly at the wound on Mingyue's body, yet she appeared oblivious to the pain. Gently lowering her head, why did you not strike back? Chu He's sword had penetrated deeply into Mingyue's left chest. Had it been any ordinary nascent soul cultivator, they would have perished from such a wound. It was only due to Mingyue's formidable life force and the vast power within her that she managed to stabilize her body and suppress the chaotic sword energy within her. Chu He furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Mingyue had not retaliated. Of course, such matters were not for him to ponder. From the moment Mingyue appeared, Chu He sensed that her injuries had not healed. Her sudden arrival must have been prompted by some urgency, forcing her to break through. He had even anticipated Mingyue's arrival when he struck at Haoyue, forgiven Mingyue's fondness for Haoyue. It was impossible that she had not left behind some safeguard. All of this had been Chu He's careful calculation. Having resolved to leave the Qianyuan sect, Chu He seized the opportunity presented by Mingyue's grievous injuries to exact revenge for the sorrow and pain of his past life. Yet, he had never expected that Mingyue would refrain from defending herself against his strike, let alone make any attempt to counter it. Chapter 21. You shall not escape. You owe the Qianyuan sect a debt that can never be repaid. Chu He was perplexed as to why Mingyue had not countered his attack. He believed she must be devising some method to torment him further. In his previous life, Chu He suffered a tremendous setback at the hands of Qianyuan's sect. In this life, he vowed never to stumble in the same place again. Opposite him, the cold and pale face of Mingyue unexpectedly flushed with a hint of crimson. Her icy gaze was tinged with a flicker of confusion. She stared blankly at Chu He, then lowered her head to glance at the blade embedded in her chest. A vague, indescribable sorrow surged within her heart. Am I grieving? Why do I feel this way? Shouldn't I be angry? Mingyue seemed to be muttering to herself, the perplexity and complexity in her eyes deepening. Chu He had slain numerous disciples of the law enforcement hall. He had mercilessly tormented her most cherished disciple, Haoyue, leaving him in a pitiful state. Even Chu He had struck her himself. Mingyue struggled to comprehend. She should feel furious at her rebellious disciple, shouldn't she? Why was there not a trace of anger within her now? Instead, witnessing Chu He's unwavering resolve to strike her brought her sorrow. Mingyue was already gravely injured, and now, with this new wound, her recently stabilized condition felt as though it had been swept away like a dam bursting. She weakened visibly, collapsing backward to the ground. The blade, drawn from her body, left a trail of crimson staining her white robe, droplets of scarlet falling like tears. Weakness and pain enveloped her. Yet, in her eyes, an odd bewilderment emerged. What has happened to me? Gazing at Mingyue, who once appeared ethereal and untouchable, now reduced to such a pitiful state, Chu He should have felt the exhilaration of vengeance. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no joy at all. Damn it, Chu He growled. He suddenly realized that Mingyue's current state bore a striking resemblance to Qian Xiangjing, who had perished beneath his blade. Perhaps there was a possibility that Mingyue's actions were influenced by Haoyue's system? But even if she was affected, so what? Those events had already transpired. I have endured that suffering. What does it matter if you regret it now? Can you substitute for me in experiencing those inhuman torments and agony? A ripple of turmoil surged within Chu. He fixed his gaze on the fallen Mingyue, who was speaking to herself, and a mad thought took root in his mind. Yes, I have suddenly conceived a way to inflict even more pain upon Mingyue. Chu He burst into laughter. Why Haoyue's methods are far from perfect. Mingyue, continue to live on, live eternally in anguish and guilt. You both must experience the torment I once endured. Having vented his inner emotions, Chu He no longer lingered, striding straight out. The events of today marked Chu He's farewell to his former self. It was his demand for interest from Haoyue, and Mingyue for the grievances he had suffered. From this day forth, both Haoyue and Mingyue had been irrevocably planted with the seeds of suffering by Chu He. Only by making them live in torment daily could they repay the anguish and despair he had once endured. Now, Chu He's task was to await the harvest and embrace his new life. Chu He, where are you going? Just as he was about to step out of the law enforcement hall. As the sunlight illuminated half of his body, a familiar yet weak voice rang out behind him. Leaving. Chu He replied firmly, without a pause or a trace of reluctance. Leaving? Where will you go? Mingyue lifted her head. Her pale face directed toward the distant silhouette at the hall's entrance. An expression, alien to one of her stature, began to intertwine within her beautiful eyes. If Chu He were to turn back, he would undoubtedly perceive a fear that could never belong to Mingyue. Fear. Mingyue was afraid. Was she afraid that Chu He would leave? What does it matter where I go? Mingyue. What does it matter? Chu He. I am your master, and you are a disciple of Qianyuan's sect. Mingyue's words were abruptly interrupted as Chu He spoke. Master. Mingyue, from this day forth, you are no longer my master. Furthermore, as of today, I, Chu He, am no longer a disciple of Qianyuan's sect. Heaven bears witness. As Chu He's voice fell, the once clear sky suddenly resonated with a thunderous boom. the sound seemed to penetrate the heart. Imbued with an overwhelming celestial authority, no. No. Upon hearing that thunderous sound from deep within, Mingyue's complexion grew even paler. The bright scarlet flowed from the corner of her mouth. That it was the blood of her heart. This is the testimony of heaven. Chu He, how can you leave Qianyuan's sect? Mingyue looked pitiable. Chu He could even detect a hint of pleading in her voice. Seeing Chu He remained silent. Mingyue seemed to recall something and immediately shouted, Chu He, the sword in your hand was bestowed upon you by me. If you disregard our master-disciple bond, if you disregard the sect's ties, then destroy that sword. Otherwise, no matter if heaven bears witness, what of it? You owe Qianyuan's sect a debt you can never repay. You will always be a disciple of Qianyuan's sect, as a sword cultivator. Mingyue understood the significance of the sword in her hand. For a sword cultivator, the sword was more vital than their very life. In Mingyue's eyes, since Chu He had comprehended such a terrifying sword intent. He must, like her, be a sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator would never destroy the sword in their possession. Especially as Mingyue recalled certain memories, she remembered the time when she bestowed the very sword Chu He wielded upon him as a child. How happy and cherished he had been then. Over the years, as Chu He's realm advanced, that sword had long ceased to suit him. Yet, he still kept it by his side, even expending greater efforts to enhance its quality. For so many years, he had done so, which highlighted just how much Chu He valued the sword she had once gifted him. Mingyue believed that regardless of whether viewed from the perspective of a sword cultivator or Chu He's character, he would never destroy the sword she had given him. Moreover, Chu He had always been grateful to keep Chu He. Mingyue even provoked him, invoking the debt he owed to Qianyuan's sect. Mingyue believed that with Chu He's character, he would never leave until he had repaid his gratitude to Qianyuan's sect. Yet what Mingyue did not realize was that, in regard to her kindness and the sect's, Chu He had already repaid it all. And the price he paid to settle the debt was indeed, as Mingyue had stated, a lifetime. Chapter 22. Acquiring the Celestial Tao. Inside and outside the law enforcement hall, it felt as though two entirely opposite worlds existed. Chu He stood at the dividing line between the two, quietly halting. It was as if he stood at the most significant crossroads of his life. Advancing further would lead him toward the sunlit path, toward all the warmth and beauty this world had to offer. Yet, retreating would plunge him back into darkness and chill, continuing to shoulder the burdens, both his and not his, until he could hardly breathe. Mingyue's face bore a look of yearning, pale yet fists clenched tightly, as if she felt a blend of anticipation and entanglement die in her gaze. That figure, now half turned away, slowly pivoted. Just like that. Just like that. How could he possibly be willing to leave Qianyuan's sect? How could he possibly leave? For some reason, despite her frail state, Mingyue felt an almost perverse sense of satisfaction upon seeing Chu He turn back. Chu He, if you return now, I can pretend as though nothing has happened. I am gravely injured and need to enter seclusion. The sect will rely on you. Furthermore, regarding the matters of the disciples here, I can overlook them, but your junior brother is gravely injured and needs rare resources for recovery. All of this requires your responsibility. Chu He, what are you planning to do? Mingyue believed she had him under her thumb, thus beginning to speak magnanimously, only to see Chu He raise the sword in his hand. It appeared as if he intended to strike, paying no mind to the theatrics of Mingyue, who resembled a clown performing a solo act. Chu He had merely turned back because, at that moment, a new choice had surfaced before him. Ding! The system detected that the host was facing a significant choice. Triggering the divine level choice system, please make a selection from the following options. Option 1. Choose to forgive. Accept Mingyue's apology. Turn back to atone for all that you have done. Thereafter serving Qianyuan's sect like a beast of burden, enduring the disdain of the sect's disciples solely to fulfill Master Mingyue's wishes. Reward. BUF. Rage for the fair lady one when encountering women. Your wisdom decreases by 50%, endurance increases by 70%, strength increases by 50%. Us mortals perish beneath the peony blossoms, living on as charming spirits. Enjoy a passionate life. Experience beauty. This time, I shall charge ahead. Option 2. Completely reject Mingyue, follow my heart, and ensure that I will never repeat the mistakes of my past life, leading to the same fate. Henceforth, I will withdraw from the Qianyuan sect. embracing the vastness of the sea for the fish to leap and the height of the sky for the birds to soar, crafting a brand new legend of my own. Reward, Celestial Tao's Zhangtong. The is an invincible path, with multiple bones leading to multiple roads, Celestial Tao's. The is a manifestation of a sage. It possesses unfathomable powers. Before these eyes, no one can conceal their secrets. The system sets forth again, and Chu He finds himself at a crossroads. Faced with two choices, Chu He feels somewhat speechless. After understanding the distinct options of both choices, he no longer hesitates. He swiftly turns around, gazing back at Mingyue. Their eyes intertwine, yet the complexity in the gaze of this madwoman leaves Chu He perplexed. Naturally, he does not waste any thought trying to decipher it. You wish for me to destroy this sword? You want to know how I owe the sect? Very well, this is what you wish to know, but not for you. Chu He. Although Mingyue's aura is exceedingly weak, her eyes flicker restlessly. It seems she has sensed something, instinctively wanting to intervene. However, just as she attempts to rise, her frailty causes her to black out momentarily due to insufficient blood flow to her brain, and she collapses back down to the entrance of the law enforcement hall. Chu He stares intently at the long sword in his right hand, unable to divert his gaze for a long time. This is not merely because the sword was given to him by Mingyue, but because they have endured far too much together. This sword has accompanied him through years of storms, weathering numerous crises. To be honest, Chu He has come to regard it as a friend, a companion. Yet, since he has chosen to part ways with the Qianyuan sect, he will leave no grounds for others to speak of. Old mate, I apologize. It should never have come to this, but ultimately, you are a gift from Mingyue. Thus, it is ironic that now the entire Qianyuan sect, including Master Mingyue, holds less significance in Chu He's heart than this sword. Buzz, perhaps the sword truly understands Chu He's sentiments, for it trembles slightly, emitting a few resonant hums. It seems to bid a final farewell. I choose option 2. Chu He sighs deeply. In the world of adults, perfection is a rarity. Sometimes, one must make choices. As Chu He makes his decision, the system rewards him with a peculiar energy that flows into his body. That power circulates within him, eventually converging entirely into his eyes. Pain. In that instant, Chu He feels a sharp agony in his eyes. Yet, for one who has faced death, this is hardly anything significant. It merely causes him to furrow his brow, which is the extent of his discomfort. Soon, within Chu He's vision, everything in the world appears to transform. Through his eyes, he can perceive the flow of spiritual energy, the operation of rules, and even the essence of things. Truly terrifying. Why do I feel that this is merely the superficial manifestation of the... As if these eyes conceal even greater secrets. Chu He muses that he had never heard of celestial Taos before. He only knew of it from scattered references in ancient texts, in the ancient era. There existed a period of unparalleled brilliance. During that time, the most exceptional prodigies of the celestial Tao were referred to as the first generation, embodying notions of primacy and origin. These first-generation beings were perhaps born for cultivation. Unlike ordinary people, as they possessed some form of celestial essence from the moment they entered the world. Perhaps this is of the same nature, and have I now become one of the legendary first generation? Contemplating this, even Chu He cannot help but breathe more rapidly. In their era, the first generation has become a legend. To possess the in this time is akin to resurrecting ancient myths. Chu He gazes at Mingyue, her gaze ultimately resting upon his eyes. Those orbs, as dark as ink, possess an eerie quality, as they contain not merely one pupil. Mingyue unconsciously observes Chu He's eyes, yet those eyes seem to be two black holes capable of devouring all. As if her very soul might be consumed. Note, the Celestial Taos has a chance to trigger the Supreme Bone storyline. The probability of encountering the Supreme Bone for those with the increases by 30%. The system's prompt interrupts Chu He's thoughts. When he regains his composure, Chu He actively controls his fearsome gaze, and the self-protective power of the dissipates, allowing Mingyue to gradually regain her awareness. Chu He's unintentional action leaves Mingyue utterly astonished. Those eyes are terrifying. All these years has Chu He been concealing himself. Chapter 23. Pushed to the point where Mingyue's inner demons arise, obtaining the exquisite Tao artifact. Qianyuan's sword. Chu He feels the immense power granted by the celestial Taos. Everything in the world before his eyes seems to have lost its secrets. The ordinary grass and trees now intertwine with principles and truths before and the familiar world begins to reveal another hidden facet in his vision. What is the narrative of triggering the Supreme Bone? The chance of encountering the Supreme Bone is elevated. Could it be that this world harbors other first-generation beings? Unconsciously, Chu He's four pupils slightly contract simultaneously. Yet soon, he resumes his previous state. How vast is this world? The Wuyun continent, where Chu He resides, is merely the tip of the iceberg in this enormous realm. This world comprises 9 heavens and 10 domains, with the Wuyun continent being just one domain among the Ten in the Wuyun continent. The strongest are merely cultivators like Mingyue, who are in the tribulation transcendent stage. However, within the entirety of the realm, even the tribulation transcendence cultivators are not considered weak, yet in terms of prominence, they fall far short, especially in the 9 heavens among the 10 domains, where talents abound. Immortal sects stand tall, and powerful figures are numerous, with prodigies as plentiful as the stars. The Wuyun continent has not seen a first generation for nearly a millennium, yet in the 9 heavens. That is not necessarily the case. Shedding the chains upon himself, contemplating a future where he might contend with various prodigies and engage in discourse with immortal sects in the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Chu He increasingly feels that his decision is remarkably correct. Departing from this wretched sect, I shall embrace a resplendent life. On the other side, Mingyue gazes at Chu He with a somewhat dazed expression. Her eyes reflect emotions that are both complex and profound. Chu He cannot even believe that his master, who usually appears ethereal and devoid of worldly concerns, is now engaging in self-reflection and self-adoration. Chu He is not only a prodigy of the sword path, he also possesses such terrifying eyes. Is this his true brilliance? Why did Chu He conceal his brilliance while in the sect? Why did he never showcase his formidable side? Has he hidden himself for so long merely to spare my pride as a master, fearing that I might feel inferior upon witnessing his talent? Today he has fully revealed his brilliance. Could it be that he is utterly disillusioned with me and the Qianyuan sect? The more Mingyue contemplates, the greater her inner turmoil becomes. She feels as if a colossal stone has suddenly pressed down upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She suddenly believes she is unworthy to be a master, that she is not a qualified mentor. Her disciple possesses such astounding talent, yet as a master, she has been utterly oblivious. Regret, remorse, and various emotions intertwine, like an invisible hammer relentlessly striking at Mingyue's heart with the unveiling of each of Chu He's hidden cards. Of course, Chu He pays no heed to Mingyue's mental state. He has no desire to concern himself with it. The world is vast, filled with countless wonders that my previous life was shackled by this insignificant Qianyuan sect. From this moment forward, I, Chu He, shall ignite my own spark in this world. In this lifetime, I shall live out my own brilliance. I, Chu He, shall not be inferior to anyone. A flame named confidence ignites within Chu He's heart. For a man, what could be more exhilarating than repeatedly defeating formidable foes? Yet before that, he must first resolve the matter at hand. Chu He suppresses his inner excitement and turns his gaze towards Mingyue. He outright ignores the complexity in her eyes. Instead, the pressure of the envelopes Mingyue's heart imperceptibly. Mingyue, do you wish for me to destroy this sword? Very well, regardless of your intentions today, I, Chu He, shall utterly extinguish your thoughts. What you have given, I shall return. The debts of the Qianyuan sect have been repaid with my life. I owe you nothing. With that, Chu He raises the sword in his hand. Accompanied by a surge of thought, unparalleled magical power erupts from him, flooding entirely into the long sword. Buzz, the sword emits a resonant hum. As if it knows it is about to meet its final crescendo, the sword light shines like a brilliant sun, and the sword energy spans 8,000 miles. It writes the final chapter of its sword life. Bang, 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 bang. A crisp sound echoed through the void. This was undoubtedly a sound that reached the ears, yet it felt as if it emanated from the depths of the heart. The sword shattered. Its brilliance extinguished, the sword's aura dissipated, leaving only a few fragments of hardened essence scattered upon the ground. Mingyue, from this moment forth, Qianyuan sect shall exist without me, Chu He. Accompanied by the severing of the sword that had been Chu He's companion for many years. The last thread binding him to Qianyuan sect was completely severed. He turned back, without any burden, taking a single step forward. The sunlight cascaded upon his face, the warmth enveloping Chu He in a sensation akin to rebirth. Freedom, ease, exhilaration. In this moment, Chu He finally bid farewell to the self of his previous life. As he shed the weight of burdens and pressures, it felt as though the entire world embraced him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the selection criteria, exiting Qianyuan's sect, and personally destroying the sword gifted by Yu Mingyue in her presence has caused her spirit to breed inner demons, triggering additional rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Supreme Tao artifact, Qianyuan's sword. Qianyuan's sword, the sword of the human emperor, a symbol of the ancient human emperor's authority. Representing the utmost nobility between heaven and earth, it harbors the power to command the heavens. It is a Supreme Tao artifact, unparalleled by any celestial weapon. Note, it possesses growth potential, with a chance to be upgraded to a celestial weapon upon acquiring sufficient human emperor fortune. I am the human emperor, destined to forge a path for humanity, suppressing all enemies beneath heaven. Human Emperor's sword, state seal, slaying all immortal kings to descend from the heavens. A long sword, shimmering with golden radiance and imbued with boundless grandeur, materialized before Chu He. Upon introspection, Chu He did not perceive this as merely a sword. It felt like a scepter that commanded the heavens. In this moment, Chu He seemed to glimpse the ancient human emperor of yore. Wielding the human emperor's sword, carving out a path for humanity amidst the chaos of creation, contending with heaven and earth for a glimmer of hope. A Supreme Tao artifact, the human emperor's sword? Chu He murmured softly, unable to contain the shock swelling within him. According to records, spiritual treasures are categorized into 5 major tiers, ranked from weak to strong as follows: mundane, spiritual, treasure, Tao, and celestial. Mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and treasure artifacts are further divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Tao artifacts, however, possess an additional classification known as supreme. Celestial artifacts are uniquely subdivided into inferior, middle, superior, supreme, king, saint, and transformative, in the remote corners of the 5 essence continent. Even the emergence of a mere inferior grade treasure artifact would incite a storm of bloodshed. The sword Chu He had just destroyed, after enduring years of battle in the demon abyss, was merely a superior grade spiritual artifact. Moreover, to Chu He's knowledge, the 7 supreme sects of the 5 essence continent had never possessed a Tao artifact. Their sect's treasured artifacts were merely superior grade treasures, just like Yu Mingyue's fated celestial sword. Falling Moon. Thus, one can fathom the immense value encapsulated within the 4 characters, Supreme Tao artifact. The surprises bestowed upon me by this system continue to multiply. Yet, I firmly believe that one day, I shall uncover all the hidden secrets it harbors. Taking a deep breath, Chu He leaped into the air and he glanced at the place where he had grown up, devoid of any lingering attachment. On the contrary, he recalled the grotesque glances cast upon him by the sect over the years. Throughout these years, I have contributed tremendous value to Qianyuan's sect. Now that I am to depart, it would indeed seem ungrateful if I were to leave without leaving a trace behind. With that thought, Chu He brought his right hand, fingers of the index and middle, together as his mind stirred. A bolt of lightning, existing between the realms of illusion and reality, appeared before him. Go forth, tribulation thunder. Let this serve as my final gift to Qianyuan's sect. Chapter 24. Tribulation thunder strikes Qianyuan's sect. What a delightful plunder. No. Chu He. Within the law enforcement hall, Chu He's figure stepped out of the hall, vanishing from Yu Mingyue's sight. A wave of agonizing pain surged within her. She extended her hand, grasping at the void ahead. Yet her fingers ultimately met only emptiness. Puffed. A stream of vividly crimson blood spewed forth from her lips. Yu Mingyue's gaze turned hollow, as if her very soul had been drawn away alongside Chu He. Regret burgeoned within her, uncontrollable like wild grass. Finally, the dual blows to her body and spirit became unbearable. Her vision suddenly darkened, and the scant strength remaining in her body dissipated. Soon, she collapsed, much like Haoyue beside her. Sometimes, fainting is not a punishment, but rather a blessing. Just like Yu Mingyue, as she succumbed to unconsciousness, her consciousness entirely void, she fortuitously evaded the judgment of the descending divine thunder. Boom, boom, boom. No one understood what transpired. The once celestial realm of Qianyuan's sect suddenly invoked the wrath of heaven. In an instant, nearly 1/3 of the sect's domain was reduced to dust. Of the 10 peaks, 4 were directly annihilated. Countless disciples remaining within the sect were struck down without a trace. Following this calamity, Qianyuan's sect's strength was severely crippled, With significant losses among the lower ranks, it had utterly become the weakest among the 7 supreme sections. Across the 5 Essence continent, the tale of Qianyuan's sect became a subject of incessant discussion among cultivators. Half a month's time flashed by. 5 Essence continent, Kanglan City, Bixian Square. A fairy clad in diaphanous gauze reveled in song and dance within the square. Her translucent attire revealing glimpses of beauty. Countless cultivators gathered at tables, engaging in lively discourse or drinking incessantly. Among them some raucous young scions, their eyes wide, as if they were fixated on the enchanting beauty gracing the stage. Have you heard? It seems Qianyuan's sect has done something heinous, provoking heavenly retribution just days ago. What heinous act? I heard it was a great demon that emerged from Qianyuan's sect, prompting the heavenly consciousness to deliver punishment. Ah, you don't understand, do you? You're unaware that I was actually visiting at the foot of Qianyuan's sect that day, and I'm fortunate I didn't go inside. What? Brother, did you truly witness it firsthand? What happened? Elaborate. TSK. You have no idea. That day was clear and sunny, when suddenly the sky above Qianyuan's sect darkened. Then I saw a bolt of lightning, as massive as a mountain, strike down. I witnessed several main peaks of Qianyuan's sect shatter. What? A mountain-sized thunderbolt. Is that true? It must be true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Truly terrifying. Qianyuan's sect must have suffered immensely from this. They might not even be able to maintain their position among the 7 supremes. Qianyuan's sect reaching the level of the 7 supremes. Heh. Those in the know understand. If it weren't for Chu He's years of hard work, how could this fledgling sect have ascended to such heights so swiftly? I've heard that Chu He has defected from Qianyuan's sect. If you ask me, even without this heavenly punishment, without Chu He, Qianyuan's sect wouldn't be able to hold onto its position among the 7 supremes. Now they've been struck, it's well-deserved. What? Brother, Chu He has defected from Qianyuan's sect. Is that true? ISNT Chu He, the chief disciple of the sect master, Yu Jianzun, the eldest senior brother of the entire Qianyuan sect. How could he betray them? It must be false. The commotion caused by the tribulation thunder was so great that it thrust Qianyuan's sect into the spotlight across the entire 5 Essence continent. Cultivators everywhere were abuzz with discussions about the sect's exploits. Along with this, the tale of Chu He's defection from Qianyuan's sect also became a topic of great interest. Listening to the surrounding chatter, a handsome young man clad in a black long robe, seated alone in a distinguished private chamber, raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he downed a cup of wine. It seems my reputation elsewhere is quite favorable. However, it is surprising that Qianyuan's sect did not put out a bounty for me. In the depths of his heart, Chu He silently contemplated. He placed his wine cup on the table, and a graceful woman, clad in a diaphanous garment of unknown fabric, quietly approached with a wine jug, refilling his cup before stepping aside. Another lady began to gently massage Chu He's shoulders, her delicate fingers gliding over his skin with a touch as smooth as jade. Applying just the right amount of pressure, satisfied, Chu He closed his eyes. As the saying goes, those skilled in their craft often possess audacity. After unleashing a divine thunderbolt upon Qianyuan's sect, he did not flee immediately from its dominion. Instead, he meandered leisurely from Qianyuan's sect, exploring the neighboring cities as if on a leisurely outing. In his previous life, Chu He had spent most of his time tending to the suppression of the 10,000 demons abyss and attending to trivial matters for the sect, leaving him no opportunity to savor the beauty of life or to immerse himself in the bustling world. Thus, upon his departure, he resolved to engage in worldly experiences over the course of 10 days, seeking to rectify the deficiencies in his Tao heart. Time and again, he challenged the vulnerabilities of manhood in various establishments. It must be said, this immersion in the mundane was quite delightful. Take, for instance, the Bixian Pavilion, aptly named for the celestial essence it embodies. Within, the women are exquisite beauties of the mortal realm. With wealth at hand, one can find here knowledgeable and affluent women, companions for discussions on the path of cultivation, or simply enchanting partners to fulfill one's desires. Just moments ago, he overheard that the last divine thunder had shattered 4 main peaks of Qianyuan's sect, resulting in thousands of casualties. If the 10,000 demons abyss were to stir at this juncture, it would indeed be intriguing. Perhaps I should stoke the flames further. As the thought amused him, a spark ignited in Chu He's eyes. The maidens attending him shuddered slightly upon witnessing this. The unseen evils that lurked were indeed tantalizing. Chu He, already handsome, now possessed eyes transformed by celestial insight, exuding a peculiar magic. The mere glance seemed to threaten the very essence of one's soul. Intoxicating and entrancing. This allure led to Chu He enjoying his time at Bishan Pavilion without spending any more than a few spirit stones upon arrival. More importantly, the women here exhibited no reluctance in serving him. Rather, they were exceptionally proactive. This left the proprietor of the establishment in a state of exasperation, as it was not within their power to impose restrictions when all were willing participants. As for Chu He, he initially harbored disdain for such free indulgence, believing that all things held a price, and that enjoying services warranted appropriate compensation. However, after a few refusals, his mindset underwent a subtle transformation, from disdain to understanding, and ultimately to enjoyment. How delightful it is to partake without cost. Chapter 25. Who used the sky-replenishing flower on me? What are you pondering, young master? Would you care for a melody from Haoyue? In the luxurious VIP room 1 of Bishan Pavilion, the young girl gently massaging the back of Chu He's neck inquired softly that it must be said, at times, women do exhibit a boldness that surpasses that of men. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her face mere inches from Chu He's, the fragrance of orchids wafting directly towards him. Very well, he replied, nodding gently, his dual pupils reflecting profound depths. Haoyue blushed slightly upon seeing this, her youthful charm fully on display. Should those innocent souls behold her from afar, they would surely be captivated. A long, emerald-green zither was produced by Haoyue, who knelt gracefully before Chu He, resting the instrument upon her delicate thighs. The enchanting music soon filled the entire VIP room. Observing this, another lady set down her wine jug and gracefully moved to the side. Since Haoyue is to perform, allow me, Wanner, to dance for you. Esteemed master, that I hope you will not find it unpleasing. As the girl named Wanner began to dance in harmony with the prolonged melody, she exuded an air of elegance, her every movement embodying grace. The two women complemented each other perfectly. Chu He reclined in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, fingers gently tapping the table, relishing this exquisite moment. Haoyue and Wanner were the foremost courtesans of Bishan Pavilion, renowned for their unparalleled skills in both dance and music across thousands of miles. Typically, even the most affluent young masters would find it exceedingly difficult to meet them. But who could have imagined that these two would willingly serve a single individual without any expectation of compensation? Meanwhile, at Qianyuan's sect, on the Yinming Peak, sect master, you have finally awakened. Are you unhurt? What transpired that day? Why did divine thunder suddenly strike our Qianyuan sect? Sect master, is it true that Chu He has betrayed us? Did he truly slay our law enforcement hall's elder? The inquiries flooded in as Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, still not entirely coherent, only to be bombarded by the incessant questions of those surrounding her. Automatically, she furrowed her brow, ready to reprimand them. But upon hearing the name Chu He, her expression faltered as if struck by a realization. A flicker of confusion and concern crossed her gaze. Chu He, after assessing her own condition, she turned her attention back to the elders surrounding her. Have all my injuries healed? Mingyue's voice was icy as she regarded the elder closest to her. Despite her lack of visible emotion, the elder felt an overwhelming pressure and promptly recounted the recent events. Sect master, not long ago, the sect underwent a tremendous upheaval. 1/3 of our territory was devastated by divine thunder, resulting in countless disciples perishing. The 4 main peaks, Dan, Jian, Zhen, and Bing, were obliterated. Our disciples discovered you and Master Yi in the ruins of the law enforcement hall. You were in dire condition, and after discussions among the peak masters and elders, it was decided to administer the sky-replenishing flower you had retrieved recently. As the elder continued his lengthy explanation, Mingyue began to grasp the gravity of the recent occurrences. Could it be that all of this is true? Chu He. Mingyue's countenance remained frosty, yet her pupils betrayed a hint of inner turmoil and anguish. Divine thunder, is this the heaven's retribution against my Qianyuan sect? Having grown up within the sect, Chu He possessed a naive heart. Would he be subjected to scorn and humiliation by the outside world, now that he had left the sect in a fit of pique? What if he was faring poorly? Should I seek him out? Mingyue murmured softly, while the elder nearby kept his head bowed, not daring to interrupt. Perhaps Mingyue could never have imagined that the very person she worried about was currently reveling in life at Bishan Pavilion. After departing from her and Qianyuan's sect, Chu He not only remained unscathed but thrived 1,000-fold better than before. After about a quarter of an hour, Mingyue finally collected her thoughts, sensing her robust vitality and solid foundation. A chilling realization struck her. You say the sky-replenishing flower was used on me. Who made this unilateral decision? An invisible pressure emanated from Mingyue, rapidly enveloping the entire room. The sect master of Qianyuan's sect. She had grown accustomed to delegating responsibilities, especially since Chu He had previously managed the sect's affairs. She had always lacked the awareness and vision befitting a leader of a grand sect. In her understanding, the sky-replenishing flower was a treasure she had risked her life to acquire. Thus its usage should be solely at her discretion. Moreover, she despised others making decisions on her behalf, especially regarding something that was hers. Furthermore, the sky-replenishing flower was intended to remedy the inherent deficiencies of her little disciple, Haoyue. Now that it had been used on herself, her entire plan was thrown into disarray. The success of acquiring the sky-replenishing flower had relied more on luck than strength. Attaining it was challenging enough. Parting with it was another matter entirely. Sect Master, please calm your anger. This was a joint decision by the 10 Peak Masters. It has nothing to do with me, the elder stammered in response, his voice laced with panic. Sect Master, the 10 Peak Masters and the head of the Law Enforcement Hall are waiting for you in the side hall. If you wish to discuss anything, you may proceed there. With a trembling voice, the elder relayed this information to Mingyue. Humph. Mingyue clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with his response. After leaving a cold snort, she stood up and strode towards the hall. However, just as she reached the doorway, another question arose in her mind. The side hall. Why are they in the side hall? Zongzong Master, the last time the heavens unleashed divine thunder, the main hall was reduced to rubble. Hence, the Peak Masters. This time, Mingyue chose not to speak further. After a brief moment of silence, she stepped forward decisively, heading straight towards the side hall. Watching her retreating figure, the elder, rooted in place, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The books were indeed correct. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Clearly, the Peak Masters had decided to use the to assist the master for her sake. Yet she still appeared angry. Oh well, such matters are beyond the concern of a mere elder like myself. Alas, our sect has suffered substantial losses. The other major sects have long coveted the title of the Seven Supremes. I wonder what kind of bloodshed Qianyuan's sect will endure next. And what of Master Yi? Why did he claim that Master Chu killed the disciples and elders of the Law Enforcement Hall? The disordered thoughts left this elder with a throbbing headache. Given the temperament of the old hall master, if Master Chu truly fled out of guilt, it is unlikely the old master would let him off easily. Sigh, the sect is becoming increasingly chaotic. After all, if the sky falls, there are tall individuals to uphold it. As long as my monthly stipend remains unaffected, I shall endure. Grumbling to himself, the elder began to leave the grand hall. Making his way towards the side hall. It is easy to imagine that a grand inquiry will soon unfold there. Chapter 26. The distorted mind of Haoyue, playing the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue? At the summit of Yuming Peak, within a courtyard rich in spiritual energy and lavishly adorned. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chu He, I will kill you. You are the one who robbed me of my manhood. It is you. A youth with disheveled hair and a pale complexion, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly smashed the objects around him. System, restore my body. Restore my body, I implore you. How much luck value must I sacrifice for you to comply? This was Haoyue, whose essence had been fundamentally shattered by Chu He. He and Mingyue were discovered by the disciples of the sect and personally treated by the master of Dan Peak, allowing him to recover from his injuries in just a few days. However, due to the absence of rare heavenly materials within Qianyuan's sect, the wound in Haoyue's hip remained inadequately healed. In merely a few days, his character underwent a significant transformation. The physical deficiency drove him to madness, while the sect's aid accelerated his metabolism. The deficiency of male hormones began to cause subtle changes in his physique. His voice became shrill, his throat constricted, fat accumulated around his hips, and even his chest exhibited swelling. His already strikingly handsome face appeared even more pale and delicate due to the lack of male hormones. Even girls of the same age would feel inferior upon witnessing Haoyue's current state. Furthermore, the most intolerable aspect for Haoyue was that despite consuming numerous elixirs in an attempt to restore his deficiencies, every time he neared recovery, a piercing pain would surge through him. Subsequently, his wounds would reopen, fresh blood trickling from the hems of his trousers. Repair, destruction, bleeding. In a relentless cycle, Both his body and spirit endured immense suffering and pressure. He felt as though he was being castrated at every moment, even dreaming of being stabbed and obliterated by Chu He in the law enforcement hall. System, 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 speak to me. Yi Haoyue screamed in madness, placing all his hopes upon the system. Yet, each response from the system only intensified his frustration and anger. The system could not directly restore the host's body. The host could acquire more luck value to exchange for cultivation, thus elevating his realm for self-repair. In the past, Yi Haoyue could suppress his emotions and methodically ascend to the pinnacle of this world with the system's assistance. Yet, confronted with his flawed body, the essence of manhood, and the recurring pain and bloodstains, he was constantly provoked. It was as if everything was proclaiming to him that he was a failure, a wretch. This dual torment of spirit and flesh twisted his psyche, driving him to madness. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chu He! I have become a cripple. I am a flying man. Chu He, you have robbed me of love. If Chu He were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be immensely satisfied. The suffering Yi Haoyue now endured was precisely what Chu He wished to see. For a man, the greatest agony lies in losing the very essence of manhood. Such torment far surpasses the mere act of being killed. However, concurrently, Yi Haoyue's hatred for Chu He reached its zenith. Haoyue. Just as Yi Haoyue was frantically venting his fury, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing it, Yi Haoyue's body trembled suddenly. He turned to see Mingyue standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Whether it was the inferiority stemming from his physical shortcomings or simply his nature, Yi Haoyue sensed a mixture of disdain and pity in her gaze that pierced his heart deeply. Harlot, 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 I will eventually pin you to the ground and make you submit. I will eventually. Yi Haoyue cursed inwardly, yet his expression transformed into one of utter grievance in an instant. Master, Yi Haoyue, as usual, rushed towards Mingyue, yearning to embrace her, hoping to charm her into assisting him in finding rare heavenly materials to restore his body. However, just as he extended his arms and drew near Mingyue, an unbearable scene unfolded. Mingyue stepped back, evading his embrace. Yi Haoyue's heart sank as if struck by lightning, his body abruptly freezing. In that moment, his expression flickered, his eyes brimming with a dark, flowing intensity. How dare she? How dare she evade me? How could that harlot Mingyue dare to do this? Is she repulsed by me? Harlot, harlot, harlot. Yi Haoyue's soul roared, his sensitivity surging like a flood, eroding his reason. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Mingyue hesitated for a moment before reaching out, gently resting her hand on Yi Haoyue's head. In her treatment of Yi Haoyue, Mingyue remained filled with affection. Her attitude had not altered due to his deficiencies. It was merely the matter of that left her uncertain on how to face her closed-door disciple. Hence her earlier withdrawal. Haoyue, accompany your master to the side hall. Assist me with a task. Do not inform the peak masters in the side hall of what Chu He did in the law enforcement hall. After all, Chu He is ultimately my disciple, your senior brother. His departure from Qianyuan's sect was a momentary impulse. He will surely return in the future. Mingyue's voice was gentle, and before Yi Haoyue could respond, she took him flying towards the sect side hall. In her view, only she and Yi Haoyue had witnessed the events that day involving Chu He's massacre of the law enforcement hall disciples. As long as the two of them did not acknowledge it, they could conceal the incident. Thus, when Chu He returned to the sect, he would encounter no obstacles. Indeed, until now, Mingyue still believed that Chu He would come back, even though he had sworn an oath and was recognized by the heavenly path. After all, deep down, Mingyue viewed Chu He as the obedient servant who would heed her every command, regardless of the circumstances. As for the events in the law enforcement hall, they might simply stem from his rebellious sentiments. Once he vented those emotions, he would return to her side, obedient as a dog, just as before. No matter what transpired, Mingyue steadfastly believed that Chu He could not escape her. Throughout their journey, Yi Haoyue was remarkably quiet. Mingyue's entire focus was directed towards the imminent confrontation with the peak masters and the old hall master of the law enforcement hall, leaving no attention for the Yi Haoyue behind her. Had there been others present, they would have noticed that Yi Haoyue's gaze was as frigid as a frozen pond, radiating coldness and a sudden intent to kill. Harlot, I am also your disciple. Chu He is also your disciple. Why do you still defend Chu He at this moment? And what about me? How shall my wounds be accounted for? What of my roots? Harlot, even after I altered your memories, you still favor Chu He. Fine, fine. You wish for me to deceive those peak masters. I refuse. I will unveil everything. I will ensure that all remember their hatred for Chu He. At times, Haoyue could not comprehend why. Despite having altered the most crucial aspects of Mingyue's memories and emotions through the system, she continued to show unconditional favoritism towards him over others, especially Chu He, without a care. Yet, why, after Chu He betrayed Qianyuan's sect, did she begin to exhibit such concern for him, even going so far as to deceive the Peak Masters and the Old Hall Master? The reason for this change was something Haoyue did not wish to ponder in his heart. He found Mingyue's behavior utterly repugnant, clearly playing the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. Who is this late display of concern for? The scoundrel. I once granted you an opportunity, yet it was you who failed to seize it, since you are unwilling to assist me in restoring my body. I shall have no choice but to consume you in order to regain my strength. Haoyue gazed at the figure before her with a dim light in her eyes, quietly scheming within her heart. Chapter 27. Zhongjio at the Qianyuan sect. Within the side hall of the main temple, the atmosphere was solemn. The core disciples of each peak stood in silence along both sides of the hall. At the deepest part of the hall, 10 individuals were seated on grand chairs, 5 on each side. In the central position facing them sat a venerable elder with white hair. Beside him was an empty chair. And everyone appeared to be waiting for something, yet the eerie atmosphere pressed down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Soon, 2 figures emerged from outside the hall. Mingyue's expression was cold and indifferent, returning to her usual ethereal demeanor untouched by the mundane world. Behind her, Haoyue wore a pitiful expression, looking delicate and charming. The previous gloom in her gaze had completely dissipated, leaving behind an innocence reminiscent of a child who had just been wronged. As they stepped into the side hall, Mingyue scanned the surrounding disciples and the long-awaiting Peak Masters, and her expression momentarily faltered when her gaze landed on the elder head of the law enforcement hall. Even though Mingyue had steeled herself to fabricate a lie for Chu He, upon seeing this elderly figure, she could not help but feel a pang of guilt. This elder had devoted his future and life to the sect. This elder was Zhongjio, the head of the law enforcement hall, possessing peak yuan in cultivation. Within the Qianyuan sect, his standing was immense. Even the current sect leader, Mingyue, had grown under his guidance in his youth. He was striking and gifted, rapidly advancing to the Yuaning realm in just a century. However, due to certain circumstances, the Qianyuan sect faced a decline, compounded by external malevolent forces and demonic sects launching assaults. In the face of impending disaster, Zhongjio swam against the tide, exerting tremendous effort to preserve the sect, sacrificing his own foundation to ensure the survival of the Qianyuan sect until aid arrived from other righteous sections. Though he ultimately saved his life, the severe damage to his foundation meant he could never break through the Yuan-ing bottleneck to reach the tribulation stage. Later, he not only refused the coveted position of sect leader, which many sought, but also took on the most despised burden of the law enforcement hall, striving to reshape the sect's reputation. Through his efforts, the Qianyuan sect gradually regained its vitality until it reached its current stature. It was precisely because of such experiences that Zhongjio became the most revered figure within the Qianyuan sect. Haoyue halted among the disciples, while Mingyue proceeded deeper into the side hall, lowering her voice to call out to Zhongjio. Zhongjio merely responded with a cold scoff. Were it anyone else daring to address Mingyue in such a manner, they would have surely faced dire consequences. Yet, in the presence of Zhongjio, Mingyue dared not act recklessly, remaining steadfast in her place. The atmosphere in the side hall grew increasingly oppressive. Zhongjio remained silent, and no one within the hall, be it Mingyue or the 10 Peak Masters, dared to speak. After what felt like half an hour, Zhongjio finally opened his eyes. Despite his age and the nearing end of his lifespan granted by the Yuaning realm, his eyes remained sharp and piercing, as if capable of seeing through the hearts of all present. Mingyue, I am deeply disappointed to entrust the Qianyuan sect to you. Zhongjio's voice resonated within the hall. His gaze bore down on Mingyue, bringing immense pressure upon her. Even though she had reached the tribulation stage, she could not confront Zhongjio in the same manner as she would with others. The expression on Mingyue's cold visage rippled for a moment, her eyes dimming slightly. Hidden within her sleeves, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. She recalled the expectations and care Zhongjio had bestowed upon her during her childhood. Their relationship could be described as both teacher and father. In her memories, while Zhongjio was indeed stern, he had never expressed disappointment in her. Particularly in the realm of cultivation, he had poured all his effort into her development. Mingyue had not let him down. rising to become a pinnacle figure in the land of Wuyanda As for the Qianyuan sect. Regardless of the reasons, it had ultimately reached the apex of the 7 supreme levels. Everything seemed to be progressing well. And Zhongjie had always taken pride in Mingyue. Yet, what had transpired to cause even him to feel disappointment in her? Zhongjie, I am willing to bear the responsibility for the immense losses the Qianyuan sect has suffered due to my actions. Mingyue clenched her fists, finally lowering her proud head. The 10 peak masters on either side, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, their previously calm expressions now filled with astonishment. For them, Mingyue had always been a proud figure, never bowing her head even when defeated by her peers. This display was a first for them. Humph. Despite Mingyue's demeanor, Zhongjie remained unsatisfied. Mingyue, even at this moment, you still do not comprehend the gravity of your error? Zhongjie gazed at her with disappointment. This disciple, whom he had once held in high regard, whom he viewed as a daughter and in whom he had invested all his hopes, why could she not awaken to her faults? Mingyue's voice faltered, a hint of grievance lacing her words. Mingyue, previously, when our Qianyuan sect faced divine punishment, it was a decree of heaven, and no one is to blame. It can only be said that our sect was ill-fated. Met with the jealousy of heaven. It was a tribulation destined for the Qianyuan sect. Zhongjie's voice was powerful, directed both at Mingyue and resonating with everyone present in the hall. Our greatest treasure in the Qianyuan sect is our resolve to start anew. No matter the circumstances, the challenges I faced back then were 100-fold more daunting than what we encounter now. Yet did the Qianyuan sect not steadily rise to the 7 supreme positions? His voice bore a unique power. The individuals within the side hall comprised the core members of the Qianyuan sect. Listening to Zhongjie's deep and resonant words, the shadows of despair caused by the sect's severe losses began to dissipate significantly. Zhongjie walked steadily toward Mingyue, casting a glance at the faces of those present before finally feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Today, his aim was not only to awaken Mingyue, but also to consolidate the wavering hearts of the sect members, which had been unsettled since her injury and the divine punishment that had befallen them. He sought to reignite the hope and courage of the Qianyuan sect's people. Only then could the sect endure its trials and stand tall, recreating the brilliance he had spoken of. Now, having accomplished the most important task, Zhongjie intended to properly educate this disciple he had once held in such high esteem. Mingyue, I realize my mistakes. It is true that my state of mind has been unstable recently. I will adjust my mindset and lead the Qianyuan sect out of this predicament. Mingyue believed that Zhongjie's words were meant to strengthen her resolve, urging her not to be defeated by adversity. Yet, it seemed she had misinterpreted his intent. Before she could finish her statement, Zhongjie's stern voice interrupted her. Mingyue, it appears you still fail to recognize your errors. You are the leader of the Qianyuan sect, the very core of our sect. Previously, you ventured alone to seek risking yourself in a place fraught with peril. Where have you placed the Qianyuan sect? If you were to fall, have you considered the consequences for our sect? Chapter 28. The Qianyuan Pursuit Order. Mingyue, are you still unaware of your mistakes? Mingyue, as the leader of the Qianyuan sect. Mingyue stood frozen, her mind replaying Zhongjie's words repeatedly. The moment she met Zhongjie's disappointed gaze, a familiar sense of panic began to grow within her heart. Mingyue, as the sect leader, you are the backbone of the entire Qianyuan sect. Even if you truly require you could have commanded the strong within the sect to accompany you. Do you not realize the magnitude of the impact your fall would have on our sect? Among the members of the Qianyuan sect, Zhongjie could undoubtedly be counted as one of the few who understood Mingyue the best. Although Mingyue's face remained cold, Zhongjie knew she had absorbed his words. This girl, while impeccable in her cultivation, is too self-willed and lacks a sense of responsibility towards the sect. Entrusting the Qianyuan sect to her, when my own life draws to a close, fills me with unease. Zhongjie pondered deeply. Very well. Mingyue, I hope that such incidents will never occur again in the future. That I also hope that you can shoulder the responsibilities of being the sect leader. Zhongjie let out a soft sigh, his tone gentler, as he patted Mingyue on the shoulder before returning to his seat. That I understand. Zhu Lao? Mingyue nodded, just as she was about to sit in the sect leader's position reserved for her in the side hall. When Zhongjie spoke again, now that everyone is present, let us get to the point. That I have heard that Chu He has betrayed the sect, mercilessly slaughtering all the disciples of my law enforcement hall. He even killed 3 of our esteemed elders within the hall. Such a treacherous and disloyal individual deserves a decree for his pursuit. Do you all agree? As he mentioned these matters, Chongjio's tone grew heavy once more. Imbued with an unmistakable air of authority, Mingyue hesitated momentarily, but before she could voice her thoughts, the 10 peak masters began to express their opinions in unison. Chu He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Our Qianyuan sect has devoted countless efforts to him over the years. How could he dare to betray us? I agree to the decree for his pursuit. As the eldest disciple of our Qianyuan sect, Chu He openly violated our sect's rules, taking advantage of our absence to slaughter numerous disciples and even elders. His crimes are beyond count. I support Jiu Lao's proposal. That ungrateful wretch, Chu He, dares to commit such heinous acts. He must be eliminated. Regardless of their personal thoughts, all the peak masters outwardly aligned with Chongjio's stance. For them, it seemed that what Chu He had done was less significant than the necessity of demonstrating their support for Chongjio. Certainly, it could also be due to Chu He's blatant violation of sect rules and his heinous acts against the disciples, which had left the Qianyuan sect humiliated, igniting a genuine desire to see him punished. In any case, their opinions were unanimous. They all agreed to issue a decree for Chu He's pursuit throughout the entire Wu Yun continent. Gradually, all eyes turned to Mingyue, the sect leader. Ultimately, the issuance of the decree required her final approval. And only she held the power to make the definitive decision. Bright Moon, it is time for your stance. Chongjio raised his head slowly, his sharp gaze once again fixed upon Mingyue. The hall fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down upon her. Heh, you wretched one. I shall see if you will oppose Chu He and the entire sect at this juncture, the leader of the disciples. Haoyue felt a shadow of darkness in his eyes that he silently cursed within, having subtly manipulated the memories of those present, particularly regarding Chu He, ensuring their recollections were skewed. Thus, the peak masters and Chongjio, influenced by the rumors he had spread, were not surprised by Chu He's actions. Rather, they were wholly convinced of his guilt. Unbeknownst to them, Chongjio's intent to issue a decree against Chu He was a stroke of fortune for Haoyue. This works in my favor. Once the decree is issued, as long as Chu He remains within the Wu Yun continent, he shall experience the terror of having nowhere to flee, Haoyue thought to himself. Unable to suppress his rising rage at the mere mention of Chu He, the agony within him served as a constant reminder of the suffering that Chu He had inflicted upon him and of his own fractured state. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Mingyue was compelled to respond. Jiu Lao, isn't it a bit excessive to issue a decree for Chu He at this stage? The pursuit decree is a special authority held only by the 7 supreme sects of the Wu Yun continent. Once enacted, all righteous individuals must cooperate. In other words, if the Qianyuan sect issues a decree against Chu He, he will indeed face the peril of becoming an enemy of the world. Since the power to issue pursuit decrees was established, only a handful had been enacted over the course of a millennium, each creating a significant uproar. The most terrifying instance resulted in the annihilation of an entire demonic sect. This illustrates the weight of such a decree. Humph! Mingyue's indecision only deepened Chongjio's disappointment in his once favored disciple. Bright Moon, do you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? If you consider the betrayal of our sect a trivial matter, and should we neglect to punish those who betray us, would we not be signaling to our disciples that such treachery is inconsequential? Would we not become a laughingstock in the eyes of all cultivators across the Wu Yun continent? I am aware that Chu He is your disciple. However, you must recognize that anyone who dares to violate our sect's rules shall not be spared. This includes you. Chongjio's voice grew icy, his peak nascent soul aura erupting. His words echoed not just within the hall, but resonated throughout the entire Qianyuan sect, reaching the ears of all disciples. In that moment, both the peak masters and the many disciples felt a pang of alarm. The previous casual disregard for the sect quickly dissipated. Realizing the gravity of Chongjio's outburst, Mingyue understood his serious concern. Jiu Lao has always placed great importance on rules, and no matter what I say, I cannot absolve Chu He. The only way to clear him of guilt is to investigate the matter thoroughly. Mingyue took a deep breath, adjusting her mindset until her face and eyes reflected no trace of emotion. Jiu Lao, the rules of our Qianyuan sect are indeed paramount, and our dignity is beyond reproach. If someone dares to betray the sect and kill fellow disciples, then issuing a pursuit decree is certainly justified. However, we cannot allow for any unjust accusations against our disciples. I believe that before issuing a decree, we must first ascertain whether Chu He has indeed harmed his fellow disciples. As she spoke, Mingyue maintained her gaze locked with Chongzhou's. After a lengthy silence, Chongzhou finally replied, "Are you suggesting that someone is framing Chu He?" "No, that is not my intent. However, all that has been said about Chu He are mere rumors on the day of the heavenly punishment. Both Haoyue and I were present in the law enforcement hall. Now that Haoyue is here, we can allow him to recount the events before reaching a conclusion." Chongzhou stared at the woman he had nurtured, who had ultimately surpassed him and become the sect leader. Feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, he could not comprehend why Mingyue was so intent on defending Chu He. From what he knew, she had never held Chu He in high regard. Yet, since she, as sect leader, had raised this point, he could not outright dismiss her. "Very well, since the sect leader has spoken, I have no further objections that I shall defer to your judgment." Chongzhou's tone remained cold. And upon hearing the title of sect leader, Mingyue felt a pang of pain in her heart. Yet, for Chu He, she suppressed her hurt and felt a slight sense of relief. Everything was now settled in fact. Before coming here, Mingyue had already warned Haoyue to conceal the truth. Moreover, she believed that as brothers, Chu He and Haoyue would support one another. Therefore, by securing this opportunity for Haoyue, she was certain that the matter concerning Chu He could be quelled. However, she never anticipated that today, she would be so brutally betrayed by her once favored disciple, leaving her unable to hold her head high within the sect. Chapter 29. Depose the sect leader, a psychologically twisted and deformed cripple. "You little wretch. I knew you would push me out. Just wait and see how I ruin you this time, at this moment." Everyone in the side hall turned their attention to Haoyue, who stood at the forefront of the disciples. After silently cursing a few times, Haoyue reluctantly stepped forward. Initially, the 10 peak masters and Chongzhou regarded him with scrutiny and intimidation. However, upon seeing his reddened eyes and pitiful expression, their hearts softened. Especially when they recalled his injuries, which had robbed him of his manhood, their sympathy for him deepened. "Masters, esteemed elders." Haoyue's body trembled slightly, filled with trepidation. "Haoyue, you need not fear. No one here will harm you. Just speak of what you know." Mingyue's tone inadvertently softened as she addressed him. In the past, with her as his backing, Haoyue would have never hesitated to speak up. Yet today, perplexingly, her encouragement only heightened his anxiety. Seeing his state, Mingyue felt an inexplicable sense of unease, just as she was about to speak. Chongzhou interrupted her. "Haoyue, speak freely. Today, with me here, you need not fear anyone. The venerable leader of the enforcement hall, Chongzhou, has managed the rules of the Qianyuan sect for many years. How could he possibly overlook the peculiar behavior exhibited by Haoyue? His words have always been impeccable, beyond reproach. Yet in this tense atmosphere, Mingyue increasingly felt an unsettling anxiety within her. A troubling thought gradually crept into her mind. Could it be that Haoyue is about to reveal the truth? Just as this notion surfaced, Mingyue swiftly suppressed it. Haoyue had always been the most considerate of disciples, treating his fellow brothers with utmost gentleness and respect. Since I have already briefed him in advance, he should not utter anything beyond that. What am I even thinking? As a master, how could I begin to doubt my own disciple? Mingyue contemplated silently. Just as she was lost in self-reproach, Haoyue finally spoke. His words, seemingly aimed to shock, struck Mingyue like a thunderclap. "Master, you have always taught me that one must follow their heart in all matters. I am aware of your favoritism towards the eldest senior brother, who, despite having personally slain numerous disciples of the enforcement hall, as well as the 3 esteemed elders, Qian, Du, and Zhou, still receives your protection. Even prior to our arrival here, you were urging me to defend him, to lie on his behalf, but Haoyue cannot suppress the turmoil within, even if I were to face punishment from you. Master, I must speak the truth and seek justice for those fellow disciples who perished at the hands of the eldest senior brother." As Haoyue's declaration echoed through the grand hall, the temperature noticeably plummeted. Chongzhou's countenance darkened palpably, while Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Esteemed peak masters, Elder Jiu, Haoyue has witnessed with his own eyes the eldest senior brother slaying numerous fellow disciples of the enforcement hall and the 3 elders. Even the injuries sustained by both me and master were inflicted by him. Upon finishing, Haoyue knelt upon the ground. In pursuit of righteousness, I have disappointed my master today. I shall accept any punishment. Even if this leads to my expulsion from the sect, I shall not harbor regrets. If I lie today, I fear I shall find it impossible to sleep at night henceforth. If I lie today, I cannot overcome this mental barrier. I implore you, master, to punish me." Haoyue's fervent emotions surged as he pressed his head firmly against the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this, the others in the side hall, aside from Mingyue, could only harbor a trace of pity for Haoyue. Yet their gazes were imbued with a newfound respect. Meanwhile, their looks towards Mingyue grew increasingly complex. Typically, it was said that Mingyue favored Haoyue among her disciples, while showing indifference to Chu He. However, it now seemed that the rumors were misleading. Look how terrified Haoyue is. After his outburst, he continues to tremble. One might wonder what kind of torment this child endures at the hands of Haoyue. In an instant, although none dared to confront Mingyue, the whispers in their hearts grew louder. This was not the Mingyue they knew. She rarely interacted with others and could not hold a candle to Haoyue in terms of rhetoric. She could feel the scrutinizing gazes surrounding her, yet her lips felt sealed, unable to utter a single word. She wished to express her grievances, yet in the face of the truth proclaimed by Haoyue, she found herself at a loss for rebuttal. Humph. Very well. Truly remarkable. No wonder you are the sect leader. Your disciple is indeed a disciple, but am I not a disciple of the old man? Behind her, Chongjio's cold grunt pierced through Mingyue's heart. Elder Jio, she stammered, yet was immediately rebuffed by Chongjio. Master, please do not address me in such a manner. I cannot bear it. Today, you, master, deceived me for the sake of your disciple, allowing my many disciples to perish unjustly. Tomorrow, you could easily have me, an old man, meet my demise for your disciple. Is that not so? Hearing this, Mingyue's complexion paled as she desperately sought to explain. But only feeble murmurs escaped her lips. That I in the hall. Haoyue remained with his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, his body still trembling. Everyone assumed he was frightened. None realized that his tremors were born of excitement and exhilaration. Indeed, this was his chance to damage Mingyue's spirit and turn her against her own. Only in this way could he gradually siphon her fortune and transfer all her cultivation to himself. As Chu He had previously stated, no power is without its limits. Haoyue's attempts to pilfer the fruits of others' labor through the system were subject to certain constraints known only to him. Meanwhile, Chongjio chose to ignore the frozen Mingyue and stepped closer to Haoyue, gently helping him to his feet. When Haoyue lifted his head, his face was streaked with tears, and the malice and excitement had vanished from his gaze, replaced instead by fear and grievance. Child, do not be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you. You have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with others. The final words dripped with an unusual warmth from Chongjio. Even Mingyue, despite her emotional limitations, could discern that those words were directed at her. When one is truly in despair, words often fail to express the depth of their anguish. Being chastised so harshly by someone she cherished left Mingyue feeling as though all her formidable power had evaporated. It was akin to a mortal sinking to the depths of a lake, struggling to breathe. Yet, this was not the end. Chongjio took Haoyue's hand and returned to his position. He positioned Haoyue behind him, and then, with the gravitas of a sentencing, proclaimed, Mingyue has lost her impartiality and is no longer fit to serve as the leader of the Qinyuan sect. In the name of Chongjio, I hereby decree that from this day forth, Mingyue shall no longer hold the position of sect leader and shall be punished to cultivate her heart in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain for 100 years. I shall temporarily assume the role of sect leader. Simultaneously, I, in the capacity of sect leader, issue a warrant for the apprehension of the traitor Chu He across the Wuyun continent. Yes, the 10 peak masters rose abruptly, swiftly departing the side hall with their disciples. At the same time, the warrant for Chu He began to spread from the Qinyuan sect, notifying all righteous sects and cultivators across the Wuyun continent. Were it any other sect, it would be inconceivable for a leader to be deposed in the presence of the higher-ups, taking over the role for oneself. However, in the Qinyuan sect, when Chongjio issues such a command, it is deemed entirely justified, and nobody would dare to resist, for he is Chongjio. Bright Moon, you have deeply disappointed me. I hope that 100 years of reflection will enlighten you on what it takes to be a competent sect leader. Chongjio departed, leaving behind a remark laced with disappointment. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyue felt as though all strength had been stripped from her, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Her eyes appeared utterly vacant. Why had everything turned out this way? She could not comprehend. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. How had it transformed into this? In the hall, Haoyue initially intended to follow Chongjio out. However, upon witnessing Mingyue's desolation, A smile finally broke forth on his face. Haoyue? Mingyue gazed at Haoyue's familiar visage, now feeling an inexplicable strangeness, the surge of unutterable fear and loathing intertwined in her heart. You little wretch, this is merely the beginning of your despair. I shall not only ruin your reputation, I shall seize everything from you, including your body. Haoyue's eyes were filled with madness as Mingyue, in disbelief, beheld the chilling transformation of her most cherished disciple. Why? She could not find an answer. An incomprehensible force suddenly enveloped her entire being. The sensation of her soul being torn apart flitted by in an instant. In the next moment, Mingyue collapsed, utterly defenseless, into unconsciousness. With the existence of the system, Haoyue could alter Mingyue's memories at will, rendering him unconcerned about exposure. This was also the reason he dared to betray Mingyue publicly. Gazing at the flawless body lying on the ground, a visage that would entice any man, Haoyue instinctively reached out his hand. Yet, just as his hand hovered in the air, it abruptly halted. His gaze was now replaced by a chilling darkness and fury. Why? Why do I feel nothing? Why? Chu He, Chu He, Chu He. I shall kill you one day. Kill you. Haoyue found himself engulfed in despair. The more he fixated on the body that had once consumed his every thought, the hotter his inner rage and anguish burned that he felt nothing. He lacked the impulses and desires of a man. He was a cripple. Chapter 30. The Realm of Tenderness, the Hero's Lair, a duality of dance and music, truly deserving of its name, in the prestigious private chamber atop the exquisite Bixianfang in Kanglan City. Chu He rubbed his still sleepy eyes. Having just awakened at it is said that those who possess the mystical dual pupils of the celestial path can see through the illusions of this world. Yet, I believe that there is always a possibility of the unexpected. Take, for instance, this vast sea of earthly desires. Even with my celestial dual pupils, I too can be entranced, gazing briefly at the delicate figure upon the couch. He donned his robe and strolled to the window. Flinging open the once sealed panes, a refreshing breeze and warm sunlight enveloped him, invigorating his senses. Chu He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. This, he mused, is the life one ought to relish in the mortal realm. For several days, Chu He had resided within Bixianfang, at the celebrated courtesans known for their unparalleled talents in music and dance. Wan'er and Yue had been devotedly attending to him. After several days of acquaintance, Chu He could not help but acknowledge their well-deserved reputations to Yue, with her extraordinary musical prowess, demonstrated mastery over various instruments. Particularly the shao, captivating Chu He entirely. The power contained within the melodies ensnared him, rendering him helplessly entranced. In contrast, Wan'er, whose artistry was equally remarkable, danced with an elegance that resembled a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon. She embodied the brilliance of autumn chrysanthemums and the vitality of spring pines. Her movements were akin to light clouds veiling the moon, or the gentle breeze stirring snowflakes, perhaps due to her early training in dance. Wan'er moved with a fluidity that defied imagination, her every gesture a visual delight, igniting a yearning within Chu He. The two women, each a paragon of beauty in their own right, together formed an enchanting duo. Truly deserving of the title duel of dance and music. The saying goes that beauty is a double-edged sword, and the tenderness of a woman is the most potent poison, capable of corroding a man's will. This was a sentiment he now felt acutely. Were it not for pressing matters, he would have been loath to conclude this indulgence in the earthly realm that moments past. Chu He quietly focused, channeling the dormant energy within him. His vibrant life force gradually replenished what had been nearly depleted. Once more, he felt his dantian blaze like a furnace, igniting with fervent flames, turning back to behold the enchanting scene within the room. The lingering warmth intertwined with fragrant breezes filled his senses. His heart, previously tranquil, surged with renewed vigor, accompanied by an itch of temptation. Quickly, Chu He averted his gaze from the couch, invoking the cleansing heart mantra from the depths of his soul. Gradually, clarity returned to his mind, suppressing the insidious thoughts that had crept in. Yet, his body struggled to regain its composure swiftly. These two enchantresses were truly formidable, he reflected inwardly, realizing that even the cleansing heart mantra faltered in their presence. It was clear he needed to depart hastily. Lingering here would likely lead him to succumb once more to earthly temptations. With a surge of magical energy, Chu He's figure shimmered and became ethereal. Vanishing in an instant. As he departed, a gentle breeze wafted in, softly closing the window he had opened, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering beauties within. Once he left, the room fell into silence once more. After a brief interval, the two ladies, previously immersed in slumber, opened their eyes in unison. Their beautiful gazes held no trace of drowsiness. It was evident they had been awake for some time. The rumors are indeed true. The heartless are often cultivators. Has the gentleman taken all from us and slipped away in secret? Haoyue pouted, her voice tinged with a raspy quality, reminiscent of a mortal suffering from a fever. Haoyue, why do you complain now? Why did you not awaken to stop him as he left? Wana shot her a glance, filled with a myriad of unspoken sentiments. If such an exchange were to occur on the first floor of Bixianfang, countless gentlemen would surely vie for attention, throwing money to shower them with praise. She slowly raised her arms, as if to stretch, but the moment she did, a subtle tremor appeared at the corners of Wana's mouth. A melodious laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells, erupted from Haoyue, her eyes shining like crescent moons. Wana, you still mock me. Why should I not call the gentleman by name? Surely you understand why I jested earlier. Humph. Haoyue, we are equal in our fates. If the gentleman returns, can you withstand it? Wana retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. But truly, the gentleman was rather rude. Haoyue sighed, and both ladies fell into a thoughtful silence. Recalling less than pleasant memories, after a considerable pause, Haoyue turned to Wana once more. Do you think the gentleman will return to seek us again? Surely he will, Wana replied confidently. But what if he does not? If he does not, we shall seek him ourselves. After all, there is nowhere in the five elements continent that we cannot go. He has taken a piece of our life essence. It would not be so easy for him to abandon us entirely. As she spoke, Wana unconsciously bared her fangs, her demeanor not fierce, but rather playfully youthful upon her exquisite face. Indeed, Wana, it appears the gentleman has some enemies. Do you think he might encounter danger? Haoyue murmured, concern etched on her features. Not at all. Wana declared resolutely. He will certainly be safe. The gentleman is the one chosen by both of us. How could a mere confinement pose any threat? Moreover, should anyone dare to reach out against him, we shall deal with them ourselves. A sudden chill emanated from Wana, the intensity so unexpected it was hard to believe it came from such a stunning beauty. Wana, do restrain that cold aura. Our careful schemes over the years should not unravel now. Besides, I believe the gentleman is not a heartless individual. Though he left without a word, he did take the time to close the window for us before departing. He cares for our well-being. You little minx, if you had such intentions from the start, why did you ask me? Haoyue teased. Are you hoping to monopolize the gentleman? You are simply asking for trouble. Wana, I did not. Please, no tickling. Laughter echoed through the room, a scene of beauty rivaling any earthly paradise. Meanwhile, after dashing 100 miles, Chu He finally came to a halt, in stark contrast to the elegance of Bixianfang and the enchanting Haoyue and Wana. He now appeared somewhat disheveled. Far from the tender embrace of gentle women, he sought to immerse himself in the natural world. The breeze brushed against him, the earthy scent of the land filled his nostrils. And the bustling street, alive with the sounds of vendors, gradually eased the peculiar feelings within him. In his past life, he would have dismissed descriptions in the texts of Qianyuan's sect, where women were likened to natural disasters, as mere exaggeration, believing such sentiments stemmed from the weakness of certain individuals. Yet today, he realized how naive he had been. As Chu He walked toward the outskirts of the city, the throngs of people felt as insignificant as dust to him. And nothing could obstruct his path. A smirk crept onto his lips as he pondered. What a pity. My junior brother shall likely never experience this heart-wrenching longing that makes heroes falter. Yet perhaps it is for the best. Devoid of such temptations, he can devote himself entirely to his cultivation. Furthermore, having shattered his foundation, the difficulty of his training has increased significantly. Should he reach the tribulation stage, or even the fusion realm, he would find few rivals among his peers. With a vast world before him, where could he not go? Sigh. As a senior brother, I truly am diligent in my duties, Chu He mused, momentarily moved by his own sentiments. Chapter 31. Mortal beings as ants, celestial beings as their executioners. Leaving Kanglan City, Chu He journeyed westward. Initially, he ambled along, savoring the sights of earthly life. Not the indulgences of Bixianfang, but the genuine experiences of ordinary mortals in the lower echelons of the five elements continent. For cultivators like him, It was essential to sever ties with the mundane world in their early stages. Only when their hearts were clear could they embark on the path of cultivation. However, as one's realm ascended, like Chu He's perfected nascent soul, just a step away from the tribulation stage, the need to embrace earthly experiences became paramount at this juncture. The tumult of the mortal realm not only failed to cloud their hearts, but instead propelled cultivators toward a deeper understanding of the universe, enhancing their strength. Like Chu He, who had only departed from the Qianyuan sect for a little over half a month, his previously unshakable bottleneck had already shown signs of loosening several times. Both his magical power and combat prowess had seen considerable enhancement. In a humble bun shop, Chu He savored the freshly steamed buns while introspecting, observing the various ethereal forms floating around his once void nascent soul. Spending a fortnight in the Bishan workshop, Chu He, by choosing to remain detached from worldly affairs, unexpectedly acquired numerous treasures. 19 bolts of tribulation thunder, a strand of awe-inspiring sword aura, a single instance of earth protection, and 5 instances of the shrinking earth technique. Most astonishing was a flickering flame hovering above these, burning continuously at the same level as Chu He's nascent soul. It was called the fire of mundanity. Additionally, within Chu He's spatial ring lay 20 healing pills, 5 turtle breathing pills, 5 spirit ascension pills, along with various other elixirs whose names eluded him. During his time at Bishan workshop, he had neglected to account for these rewards. And now, upon careful reflection, he felt an absurd blend of amusement and exasperation. Just how fearful was this system of his demise? Could it be that the system, detecting his indulgence in the mundane, bestowed upon him such a plethora of life-preserving items out of concern for his potential entrapment? Chu He chuckled softly, deftly picking up a steaming bun with his chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. As the savory juices and warmth burst forth, an indescribable sense of bliss washed over him. Regardless of whether mortal or cultivator, despite the vast chasm that separated the two, at their core, they remained human. And humans possess an intrinsic yearning for culinary delights. While the fare in the realm of cultivation is crafted with great care to imbue spiritual energy, offering certain benefits to cultivators over time, it pales in comparison to the flavors found in the mortal realm. Though merely a simple meat bun, its taste lingered delightfully in the memory. Just as Chu He prepared to lift a second steaming bun to his lips, 5 streaks of light suddenly descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, 5 impeccably poised men of ethereal grace appeared outside the small shop. Celestial beings. Heaven above, they are celestial beings. Inside the shop, the other patrons and even the shopkeeper were taken aback at the sight of the 5 that they hastily abandoned their meals, rushing outside to prostrate themselves before the visitors, their foreheads striking the ground as they mumbled prayers for blessings. For those who had lived for generations at the lowest rungs of the mortal world, even the slightest cultivator appeared as a lofty celestial in their eyes. In the presence of such beings, they instinctively knelt in reverence, a gesture of utmost respect. Was this behavior foolish? Perhaps, or perhaps not. None could say for certain. Their act of relinquishing dignity was perhaps an expression of awe, yet the 5 who they regarded as celestial beings seemed indifferent to their gestures. In fact, one could discern a flicker of annoyance, even disdain, in their eyes. Is Chu He here? One of them inquired coldly. My lord, I spotted him in Kanglan City earlier and followed him all the way here. He is indeed inside the shop, responded another, a somewhat diminutive youth among the group, his features rather ordinary, yet laced with a hint of servility. Humph, if the information proves accurate, you shall reap the rewards afterward. But should it be false? A murderous intent emanated from the man at the center. The ordinary-looking youth was instantly drenched in cold sweat at the sight. My lord, I would never dare deceive you. Chu He, he is indeed within. I trust you do not harbor any delusions. However, just to be safe, you shall wait here. Once the task is complete, I will allow you to leave. The man averted his gaze from the youth's face and turned toward the shop. Brother, I have heard that Chu He has already attained the nascent soul realm. Is it not a bit reckless for us to approach him directly? Wang Shidi, if you fear, you can return at once. According to reports, Chu He suffered damage to his foundation while at the Qianyuan sect. After so many days, it is uncertain whether he can still maintain his nascent soul cultivation. Besides, we have the sect's hidden hands at our disposal. Even should we encounter a nascent soul cultivator, we can still contend with him. Wang Shidi, what are you afraid of? Of course, if you truly fear, you may leave. However, should we capture Chu He, Do not expect to share in the credit. Humph, who says I am afraid? I merely remind my brother. We are all destined for bright futures. There is no need to take such risks. I am not like some, who, when faced with a problem, lose their wits and only bring trouble upon their masters. You, Wang. Before they had even entered the small shop, the group had already begun to squabble, the man at the center exuding the most composure. Let out a cold snort. Humph. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the space. The mortals kneeling before them felt as if they were fish out of water, the brief suffocation rendering them lightheaded and on the verge of losing consciousness. Fortunately, the pressure was but fleeting. Otherwise, these mortals might have perished outright. The two youths embroiled in their quarrel turned pale under the weight of the pressure, and they wisely fell silent, ceasing their argument. We have come to fulfill our mission. We cannot return to the sect in disgrace. If your squabbling leads to failure, you both know my methods. In this small group, the man clearly commanded significant authority. With a decisive tone, the remaining three dared not voice any dissent. As for the ordinary youth who had led them here, he did his utmost to diminish his presence, shrinking into the background while keeping a vigilant watch of the surroundings. Humph, you mortals are truly bothersome. What are you doing here, sullying the air with your presence? You all reek. The youth who had previously argued with Wang, already in a foul mood, directed his ire towards the group of kneeling mortals after receiving a reprimand. An invisible pressure emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the mortals. Compared to the man at the center, his pressure was less formidable. Yet, to these mortals, it felt as if a massive hammer had struck their chests. You repugnant insects, you would all be better off dead. Today, I shall cleanse this realm of its refuse. Hearing the youth's icy words, despair flooded the eyes of the prostrate mortals. They could not comprehend why. Despite their profound respect for these celestial beings, even forsaking their dignity as humans, they were met with ire rather than blessings. That a voiceless despair and confusion filled their hearts. Yet before the lofty celestial beings, none dared to resist, not even to flee, nor to raise their heads to meet the gaze of their supposed saviors. Perhaps, since time immemorial, a deep-seated sense of servility had taken root in the hearts of such lowly mortals. Blossoming into acceptance of the celestial beings' whims of life and death. Chapter 32. Killing you while continuing to dine off. These mortals are truly pitiable. That on a different note, who among us was not a mortal before embarking on the path of cultivation? I wonder what thoughts occupy the minds of these disciples of great sects, claiming these mortals are filthy because they have not undergone the cleansing of sinews and bones. Were not those who had yet to tread the path of cultivation once akin to these mortals? Bah, what am I thinking? Is this even worth my consideration? I have heard that certain great sects possess profound techniques that can intercept the thoughts of others. If these fellows were to overhear me, would I not have my head twisted off and used as a chamber pot? I merely seek to acquire some cultivation resources and have no desire to lose my life. Bah, why am I still pondering? Cease, cease. The ordinary-looking youth muttered to himself that he glanced at the approaching youth who was drawing near the group of kneeling mortals, seemingly unwilling to witness the impending events, and swiftly closed his eyes. As the ancients say, what the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. If he could not see it, perhaps his heart would feel a tad lighter. Brother, one of the remaining three, the youth named Wang, furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at the composed man at the center, opening his mouth only to promptly close it again. Dada, forget it. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those who chose to appear here today. At worst, I shall recite a passage from the Rebirth Sutra for you, so you may be reborn into a better life in your next incarnation. The young man of the Wang surname murmured within himself. Just as he was about to speak, the core member of their team, the man standing in the center, completely disregarded him. It was evident that he had tacitly accepted the notion of slaying these mortals. Indeed, for cultivators, the lives of mortals are akin to that of ants. What difference does it make if they are killed? There would be not the slightest pang of guilt, perhaps in their eyes. Extinguishing the lives of a few mere mortals was merely a trivial act. In truth, the moment these mortals witnessed the onset of discord within their group, they had already been marked for certain death. Even if this man refrained from taking action, these mortals would inexplicably meet their demise afterward. After all, how could the scandals among cultivators be exposed to mortals? Just as the young man raised his hand, immense magical power coalescing within it to strike at the nearby mortals, a flash of sword light suddenly erupted from the small shop. The flash was so swift that none of the onlookers could react in time. Even the four were still awaiting the anguished cries of the mortals kneeling on the ground when another piercing sound shattered the sky. Da-da! The young man, who had just been ready to strike, found his raised arms severed in an instant. Scalding blood gushed forth from his shoulder like a dam bursting. Meanwhile, the one who had appeared godlike just a moment ago, who wielded life and death over these mortals, now let out a scream devoid of dignity that he stared incredulously at the severed arm that had fallen to the ground and the blood that flowed incessantly. His voice resonated like that of a pig being slaughtered. This scene seemed to catch everyone off guard. Even the other three disciples of the same sect stood frozen in disbelief. In the next moment, a figure clad in white, standing tall, emerged slowly from the shop. Upon recognizing his face, the three men's expressions darkened, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Chu He? Indeed, it was Chu He who had made his move. He despised nothing more than being disturbed by some buffoon while enjoying his culinary delights and experiencing the mortal realm. Formation. The man at the center of the team reacted the fastest. The instant Chu He appeared, he sensed an overwhelming danger. The rumors were mistaken. Chu He's cultivation must be at the nascent soul stage, perhaps even above the mid-nascent soul. The man shouted, as he and the two flanking him simultaneously produced a token-like object. It contained a profound magical energy, and the three tokens were linked in some way. Clearly a formidable weapon. Just as the three were about to activate the tokens, their bodies suddenly halted. They began to tremble uncontrollably. Within their consciousness, a pair of terrifying dual pupils had appeared from nowhere. Those pupils seemed to belong to a celestial being, devoid of any emotion. Faced with those dual pupils, these cultivators felt as if they had transformed into ants that could be crushed at will. Just as mortals would tremble before them, they no longer dared to make any movement. Truly worthy of the legendary first generation, possessing the Taoist dual pupils, even though I have yet to unlock their latent power. The sheer pressure emanating from the dual pupils could command the life and death of these cultivators. Chu He was exceedingly pleased with the dual pupils granted to him by the system. He strolled leisurely past the kneeling mortals, ultimately arriving beside the young man whose arm he had severed. The young man, now pale from excessive blood loss, could not dare to utter a sound due to the suppression of the dual pupils. He merely knelt on the ground, his face contorted, beads of sweat the size of beans streaming down his forehead, mingling with blood to stain the earth. He helplessly watched Chu He approach. The terror within him reached a crescendo. Please, do not kill me. The man unconsciously endured the pain, pressing his head firmly against the ground. Pleas for mercy spilled from his lips incessantly. His demeanor resembled that of the mortals he had just threatened. How foul that a flat voice resonated in his ears, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. You are truly bothersome. Are you here on your knees to dirty my eyes? It reeks. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Never mind. It would be better for a loathsome insect like you to perish. I shall cleanse this realm of its filth today. Each of Chu He's words was delivered in a calm tone. Yet to the young man who had lost his arm, they pierced his heart like sharp blades. These words mirrored those he had just directed at the mortals he regarded as mere insects. Yet now, the roles had reversed entirely. He had become the very mortal he once scorned. And as a stronger being, Chu He possessed the right to utter such statements. Fear, humiliation, and resentment intertwined within the young man's heart. His forehead remained pressed firmly to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, whether from humiliation, pain, or fear. The moment Chu He appeared, the young man comprehended the chasm between them. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance now seemed utterly laughable. It turned out that a nascent soul powerhouse could be this terrifying. What backup plan, what secret technique, all were rendered useless in the face of such overwhelming might. Please, do not kill me. The man with the severed arm continued to plead in a low voice, a hint of sobbing creeping into his tone. How tiresome. Chu He regarded the kneeling youth with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Initially, he had thought this individual might entertain him a little. However, it now seemed he was merely a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. If all the cultivators of the Wuyan continent were like this, then it was no wonder that the entire continent had succumbed to the encroachment of malevolent forces. Before his rebirth, Chu He spent most of his time within the sect or trapped in the devil's abyss. Never having ventured outside, he had assumed that cultivators of the Wuyan continent would be like him, steadfast in their convictions. After all, with the threat of demonic invasion. Only those like him could remain unscathed. Yet now it seemed, the cultivators outside were no different. Perhaps they had been too well protected. Having long forgotten the terror of the malevolent, they lacked even the courage to strike against those stronger than themselves. If faced with true evil, they would likely surrender without a fight. Forget it. Let us end this and return to my meal. With a thought, golden light coalesced in Chu He's hand. A sword, seemingly forged of gold, with 9 divine dragons soaring along its blade, manifested in his grasp. Radiating an imposing celestial might, the supreme Tao artifact, Xianyuan's sword. As the divine sword emerged, its light ravaged the surroundings, an overwhelming pressure filling the air. It was as if an emperor had descended. The immense weight of the moment made the young man with the severed arm weep profusely, sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps, at this instant, he truly regretted his decisions, regretted coming here, regretted taking on the task of slaying Chu He. Yet deep in his heart, he felt no remorse or sympathy for those mortals he had nearly slain. He was merely afraid. He might empathize with them, but he would never accompany that feeling with pity. Even if, by some twist of fate, Chu He chose not to kill him, he would still eliminate those mortals he deemed insects who witnessed all this. With a flicker of golden light, the young man with the severed arm was instantly reduced to dust, his blood and soul entirely desiccated by the terrifying power that a faint, elusive essence surged into the Xianyuan sword after the young man's demise. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but after absorbing the essence, the divine dragons adorning the sword seemed to become even clearer than before. Chapter 33. Madness? A single palm to end all. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. It was supposed to be a scorching summer, yet not a trace of warmth could be felt. The mortals, witnessing the celestial being they had revered being effortlessly obliterated by a single sword, were left in a daze. The 4 surviving cultivators were equally astonished by the spectacle. What was that? That sword. The leader of the small team felt his pupils tremble, overwhelmed by shock and fear. Struggling to breathe, that sword exerted even greater pressure than the treasured artifact bestowed by his sect. Could it be a legendary treasure? The man's heart raced with disbelief as he regretted his decision to come here. Why had he ventured to this place? A nascent soul cultivator, those peculiar eyes that made it hard to breathe, and now the appearance of what seemed to be a treasured weapon. How could such a monster be something they could contend with? Despair flooded his mind. Regarding Chu He, as the senior brother of the Qianyuan sect among the 7 supreme sects, they had some knowledge of him. Long ago, they had heard rumors of Chu He single-handedly holding off the devil's abyss that their sect was responsible for suppressing. At that time, they had dismissed it as an exaggerated tale. After all, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator possibly fend off such a place? The information disseminated to the outside world was undoubtedly a deliberate ploy by the Qianyuan sect to bolster their senior brother's reputation. Yet now, it appeared those rumors were true. Damn it! Was the Qianyuan sect foolish? Why would they confront such an extraordinary genius? They even issued a continent-wide bounty for his capture. Wasn't he that tantamount to endangering themselves? In the presence of a monster like Chu He, it is futile to expect even a single transmission from the sect, let alone a response from the elders, unless the leaders of the various sects unite to attack. Anyone who dares to approach will meet their demise. The man seethed with indignation internally, even beginning to suspect that the Qianyuan sect's hunting order against Chu He was merely a part of a grand scheme laid out across the entire Wuyan continent. The intention was not to eliminate Chu He, but to allow him to slaughter them all. While the man continued to curse within, Chu He, wielding the Qianyuan sword, steadily approached the 4 of them. As they drew closer, the oppressive force emanating from his dual pupils became increasingly terrifying, and only then did the man realize the gravity of the situation. Under the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down, the once fluent mana within him began to stagnate. Even at the peak of the Golden Core realm, he found himself unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Ultimately, he was rendered incapable of even speaking like an ordinary person. To speak or not to speak, Chu He stood before the man, his gaze fixed on the 4, his expression devoid of emotion. The man's eyes revealed a glimmer of confusion, yet he did not dare to raise his head to meet those fearsome dual pupils. To speak or not to speak, the calm voice echoed once more. The man was bewildered. What on earth was this lord asking him to say? He had no idea. You merely inquire if he will speak. But what exactly are you expecting him to say? Furthermore, Could you possibly retract those piercing eyes of yours? The mere intensity of your gaze renders even parting his lips a Herculean task. The man felt a deep anguish within, yet he dared not voice it to speak or not to speak. The question arose again, this time accompanied by a palpable intent to kill. The man was utterly dumbfounded. Alarm bells rang in his mind as his body reacted instinctively. He had an inkling that if he remained silent, this harbinger of death would soon unsheath his sword. But what, for heaven's sake, was he supposed to say? Why must you gaze at him with such intensity? In the face of death, he momentarily triumphed over his inner terror and lifted his head. Yet, under the pressure of the dual pupils, he still found himself unable to utter a word. He merely wished to convey his stance to Chu He. I will speak. Whatever you want to know, I shall tell you, he shouted inwardly. However, the instant he raised his head, his vision was dominated by a golden sword, radiant with an aura of nobility. In the blink of an eye, the strongest among the group, a peaked golden core cultivator, was pierced through by countless sword energies. Akin to a candle flickering in the wind, shattered, he vanished without a trace, just as the one-armed youth had before him, leaving no remnants in this world. Unreasonable. A demon. What is this madness? The remaining three were left in stunned silence. What was this harbinger of death doing? What on earth did he want them to say? Speak up already. With such an overwhelming presence, how could they possibly maintain their defiance, with the meager resources available for cultivation at their sect? What were they risking their lives for? Though they were still unable to move, their bodies trembled incessantly, their lips muttering incoherently. Soon enough, as they watched in terror, Chu He approached another young man to speak or not to speak. He repeated in the same tone, the same three words. Gazing at the emotionless visage of the demon before him, the young man's eyes began to overflow with tears uncontrollably, clouding his vision in an instant. To speak or not to speak? The second inquiry brought to mind the gruesome fate of those who had met their end by a single strike. The young man felt a tightening in his abdomen, warmth escaping uncontrollably, dampening his lower garment. Wailing, he sobbed frantically, as if to signal to Chu He that he was willing to speak, that I will speak. Please, just relieve me of this pressure. Chu He, of course, noticed the young man's condition. It seemed he was reluctant to speak, yet wished to disgust him. You shall perish, Chu He declared as he unsheathed the Xianyuan sword, a beam of light descending, and the young man's body melted away like snow in the flames. Now, aside from the stunned onlookers, only the Wang surnamed youth and the ordinary-looking, timid young man remained alive. Both were engulfed in utter despair. They had come to realize that Chu He's inquiries were merely a means to torment them. This harbinger of death had no intention of sparing them. My life is forfeit. I knew such a mission was beyond the grasp of ordinary disciples like us. What folly led me to accompany those madmen here, when I was perfectly fine cultivating at the sect, who granted them the audacity to think we disciples could challenge someone of the nascent soul realm? The Wang surnamed youth slowly closed his eyes. Having already discerned his fate from the earlier trio, that I merely sought to gather a few cultivation resources. What madness is this? Heaven, I am not ready to die. I have two beautiful widows waiting for me at home. He lamented, if I survive, I shall wash my hands of this life of crime. The ordinary-looking youth cried out in despair within. He was merely an ordinary rogue cultivator, engaging in guiding others for the sake of future cultivation resources. Such tasks had posed no danger in the past. Who could have foreseen that today he would encounter a killing machine like Chu He? This experience had decisively dissuaded him from such endeavors. If he could survive, he would rather starve or be killed than ever guide others again. Just as the two were steeped in despair, unexpectedly, the anticipated whisper of the demon did not reach their ears. Instead, the terrifying dual pupils began to fade, the oppressive weight lifting from their shoulders. The mana that had stagnated within them resumed its natural flow. Before the two could react, a light, airy voice resonated in their minds. What is wrong with these cultivators? 1 peak golden core, 2 mid golden core, 1 early golden core, and 1 foundation establishment beginner. What audacity led you to believe you could slay a nascent soul cultivator? Has the world changed so dramatically in my absence that the cultivators have forgotten the vast chasm between realms? Chapter 34. Causes and consequences. Having been reborn, many things puzzled Chu He. During his time at the Qianyuan sect, the 3 golden core elders, Qian Xiangjing, Du Yushu, and Zhou Zixiang, had shown him no reverence, even daring to threaten him openly. If it were merely the Qianyuan sect, that would be one thing. Now, outside, even the lowly Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators were encroaching upon him. Had the times truly changed? Had the cultivators, consumed by their pursuits, become bereft of reason? It seemed that regardless of the opponent's realm, they charged in with abandon, neglecting the boundaries of cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, Chu He still stood in place, though the terrifying sword had vanished. Furthermore, if they refrained from directly confronting those dreadful eyes, the overwhelming pressure that had once engulfed them had dissipated. He spoke. He spoke at last. The Wang surnamed youth and the ordinary-looking youth felt an overwhelming surge of relief wash over them, though the pressure had lifted. They harbored no thoughts of escape. They knelt quietly, awaiting Chu He's inquiry. His previous actions had terrified them that a Golden Core cultivator could kill without hesitation. A mere flick of the sword was akin to slicing through vegetables. Faced with such a terrifying figure, how could they harbor any rebellious thoughts? They should comply with the powerful individual. Perhaps, if he was in a good mood, he might spare their lives. Observing their demeanor, Chu He felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Am I truly that fearsome? I am quite amiable, you know. Why do you gaze at me as if I were the king of hell? If his thoughts were known to the two, they would surely retort. You are arrogant. You just slaughtered 3 Golden Core cultivators without a flicker of an eye. Who could remain calm in your presence? Of course, even if they wished to express their grievances, they dared not voice them in front of Chu He. The scene shifted. Everything that had transpired seemed to dissolve into a mirage, as patrons in the bun shop resumed their previous positions. The shopkeeper and staff appeared busy, yet their gazes lingered upon a table by the window. There, 3 exceptionally gifted young men sat together. Among them, the most handsome youth lifted his chopsticks, grasping a steaming meat bun. Savoring the explosion of flavors within, a hint of bliss crept across his face. Pray tell, where do you hail from? What is your purpose in seeking me? And why do you wish to kill me? Speak. Is this even human language? Kill you? Who would dare to kill you? What would happen if I were to say that? Would I end up like that unfortunate soul before, leaving not even a scrap behind? Gazing at the once formidable Chu He, who wielded a sword and effortlessly dispatched 3 Golden Core cultivators without so much as a flicker of emotion, now transformed into this handsome young man, blissfully savoring a meat bun. Both the Wang clan youth and the Foundation establishment cultivator felt an irresistible urge to scoff. I do not wish to repeat my question, seeing that the two remained unfazed. A chilling intent radiated from Chu He. The two accompanying him at the table trembled in fear, a wave of heat coursing through them, recalling the fate of those who had met their end for similar transgressions. They suppressed their unbearable discomfort. I am Wang Ying, from the Tianyi Sword sect. Lord Chu He, my master, and those reckless rogues seek you because your esteemed Qianyuan sect has issued a bounty for your capture across the entire Wuyun continent. Wang Ying swallowed hard, cautiously observing Chu He's shifting expressions as he spoke. Initially, Chu He displayed no change in demeanor, but upon mentioning the bounty, the atmosphere around the three seemed to be drained of all air. A dense aura of murderous intent filled the space, causing Wang Ying's heart to constrict, and he instinctively knelt before Chu He. My lord, I was wrong. I beseech your forgiveness for any offense, Wang Ying cried out, his voice laced with terror. On the other side, Ren Buelang reacted even faster than Wang Ying, promptly kneeling as well, hastily distancing himself from Wang Ying. My lord, I am not from the Tianyi Sword sect. I am merely an ordinary rogue cultivator. I was coerced by those rascals to seek your esteemed self. I implore you, treat me as a mere trifling matter and spare me. In truth, it was not just the two of them. The common folk in the bun shop, already gripped by fear, witnessed the two celestial beings kneeling and promptly followed suit, dropping their belongings and joining in the supplication. In a moment, the small establishment was left with only Chu He seated at the table, eyes closed, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. A bounty, how splendid. Qianyuan sect. It seems my lessons were insufficient. Chu He murmured inwardly. I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you dare to act against me first. How delightful. I never imagined Chu He, would one day be the subject of a bounty. The temperature around Chu He plummeted, causing the once steaming buns on the table to freeze within moments. This was merely Chu He exercising restraint. Otherwise, with his terrifying nascent soul cultivation, the murderous intent he exuded could have affected a radius of 100 miles. The bun shop fell into a hushed silence. With Wang Ying and Ren Bulang, both cultivators, acutely aware of Chu He's displeasure, they wisely chose to remain silent. As the foremost disciple of the Qianyuan sect, Chu He was instrumental in elevating it to one of the 7 supreme sects of the Wuyun continent. He understood all too well what the so-called bounty represented. I was not in haste to confront the abyss of 10,000 demons. Since you wish to play this game, I shall indulge you. I, Chu He, will see which side cannot endure first, Chu He whispered. Initially, he had intended to journey westward to lay plans against the abyss of 10,000 demons suppressed by the Qianyuan sect, taking his time to savor the world's complexities. However, now, with the Qianyuan sect daring to strike first, if he did not respond, it would imply he was easily bullied. This time, I shall ensure the Qianyuan sect pays dearly. I wish to see how long they can remain obstinate. Chapter 35. Hard-eating goo pill, my lord. The situation is as follows. I have always opposed those rascals seeking you. It was an unavoidable circumstance that forced my hand. Wang Ying and Ren Bulang elaborated, their faces drawn with concern. This time, the Qianyuan sect, wielding the authority of the 7 supreme sects, issued a bounty for Chu He's capture across the Wuyun continent. Though Chu He was a formidable nascent soul cultivator, wielding the exceptional Qianyuan sword, he could no longer afford to dismiss such threats lightly, while he could easily contend with the Qianyuan sect alone. Considering his current combat prowess and reserves, capable of facing even the most extraordinary of transcendent beings, the introduction of a bounty changed everything. The bounty drew on the traditions of the Wuyun continent. And although many may not cooperate as they once did, one could not anticipate all outcomes. Should the 7 supreme sects conspire with the strongest from first and second-tier sects to hunt him down, Chu He had no assurance of subduing them. Failure would be catastrophic. He needed to hasten to the abyss of 10,000 demons. Moreover, he needed to elevate his cultivation, but if he were to reach the transcendent stage and wield the Qianyuan sword, even if the 7 supreme sects issued a bounty against him, he would not be the least bit passive. Chu He contemplated this. Initially, he planned to eliminate Wang Ying and Ren Bulang after extracting the truth from them. But he had since changed his mind. Wang Ying, among the disciples of the sect, displayed a certain cleverness, while Ren Bulang, as a rogue cultivator, had his share of cunning. Their audacity intrigued Chu He. One feigned fear of his nascent soul prowess, and the other claimed coercion for the sake of resources. With a little manipulation, they could serve as pawns in his broader strategy. However, that was not the sole reason for sparing them. When that arrogant golden core cultivator had threatened the common folk, Chu He had noted that Wang Ying and Ren Bulang did not share the same disregard for mortals as the others. This indicated they were still human and had a chance for redemption. The Tianyi Sword sect was a top-tier second-rate power in the Wuyun continent. How dared such a petty sect act against him? I could leverage Wang Ying as a pawn to calculate my next move. As for Ren Bulang, with his myriad schemes, the two together could help realize my plans. That I shall see if, after this matter concludes, the notion of a bounty can still prevail in the Wuyun continent. Resolute, Chu He opened his eyes to regard Wang Ying and Ren Bulang. Do you two wish to live? Chu He asked, his expression unreadable as he gazed at the fidgeting duo, although he did not activate his dual pupils. Merely his gaze sent tremors through their hearts. Yes, my lord, I wish to live. If you grant me the opportunity, I shall not refuse any task, no matter how perilous. I would willingly face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Ren Bulang, ever the rogue, possessed an innate instinct for self-preservation that he keenly discerned the opportunity to survive from Chu He's inquiry and immediately began to express his willingness. His face remained unflushed, and without a hint of hesitation, he knelt before Chu He. This old sly fox. While Wang Ying was clever compared to his peers, he paled in comparison to the sharp-witted Ren Bulang. Faced with the specter of death, Wang Ying cast aside any semblance of pride and knelt alongside Ren Bulang. Wang Ying echoed, following suit and adopting Ren Bulang's rhetoric. What? Is it not said that disciples of grand sects are paragons of virtue? How did this fellow steal my lines? Ren Bulang silently grumbled, but he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Wang Ying's lack of dignity before Chu He was one thing. He could not afford to offend someone like Ren Bulang. Although their displays were exaggerated, Chu He found them satisfactory. With a subtle wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped the three, creating an aura of obscurity around their table. From the outside, it appeared as though a veil had descended, obscuring both sight and sound. Gulp. Wang Ying and Rin Bulang felt their hearts leap into their throats, kneeling obediently. They had no idea whether Chu He intended to eliminate them or engage in some other bizarre endeavor. I can offer you both a chance to survive. However, you both need to persuade all the disciples of the various sects complying with the assassination order to join the Qianyuan sect. Are you two willing to undertake this task? Chu He appeared to present them with a choice, yet it was, in truth, a matter of compulsion. To agree meant serving Chu He and thus preserving their lives. To refuse would result in immediate execution at his hands, persuading the disciples under the assassination order to join the Qianyuan sect. Wang Ying and Rin Bulang were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to fathom how simple the task assigned by Chu He was. I am willing, exclaimed Rin Bulang fervently. I would not only persuade them, but even capture those who pose a threat to Lord Chu. No one shall harm Lord Chu. His face was resolute, as if he were a death warrior nurtured in the shadows by Chu He. How could this fellow be so shameless? He, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could hardly bind anyone. Would he risk his life to drag those disciples of the great sects to the Qianyuan sect? With his status, he might not even be permitted entry into the sect. Wang Ying was equally taken aback by Rin Bulang's audacity. Yet, deep within, he felt a flicker of envy for Rin Bulang's shamelessness. To hone the ability to speak without restraint to such an extent was indeed an advantage. Before Wang Ying could utter his agreement, Chu He's words forced him to swallow his response. Who said I fear those who seek to trouble me? I merely believe it would be far easier to gather all those intent on opposing me at the Qianyuan sect and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Chu He spoke with an air of calm, his tone as soothing as that of a refined gentleman. Yet, to Wang Ying and Rin Bulang's ears, it sent chills down their spines. What was he plotting? To deceive all those who would comply with the assassination order into the Qianyuan sect and then unleash a massacre. This was a plan to ensnare them all, having witnessed Chu He's formidable prowess. Neither of them doubted his capability to execute such a scheme. As they stood in stunned silence, Chu He produced 2 dark pills from seemingly nowhere. These were heart-eating goo, which, once ingested, would unleash the goo insects within. Merging with the heart, there was no antidote for this goo. After a period, another heart-eating goo would need to be consumed to satiate the hunger of the old goo, else it would devour the heart entirely and cause internal detonation. Furthermore, upon reaching the tribulation transcendent stage, summoning heavenly lightning could eradicate the goo. The heart-eating goo pill was among the various elixirs provided by the system, and unless a cultivator above the tribulation transcendent stage summoned heavenly punishment, there was no means to rid oneself of the goo. Even a heart transplant would not suffice. Once the heart-eating goo entered the body, it would not only fuse with the heart, but also contaminate the internal organs over time. Unless heavenly punishment descended to vanquish all evils, as long as the host lived, the goo would persist. Initially, Chu He thought he would never need this item. To his astonishment, he found himself presenting it so soon. If you are willing to agree, take this. He paused, then added, once the task is accomplished, I shall ensure to eliminate any lingering dangers for you. Chu He's words interrupted their thoughts as they gazed at the 2 dark pills in his palm. Fear filled their eyes. The notion of merging with their hearts, with no method of exterminating the goo apart from reaching the tribulation transcendent stage, was terrifying. For Wang Ying and Rin Bulang, ingesting the goo would mean complete control by Chu He. This was not mere bravado, of course. This was not the crux of the matter. Should they consent to Chu He's task, and if he truly intended to unleash a massacre at the Qianyuan sect, Wang Ying and Rin Bulang would undoubtedly become targets of scorn. At that point, they would find themselves with no escape on the Wuyun continent, regardless of the truth. Once this deed was done, they would be branded as Chu He's lackeys in the eyes of others. This was no jest. Their lives were at stake. They lacked Chu He's terrifying combat prowess. What? You are unwilling. If that is the case, then you might as well perish here. Chu He's cold voice rang out once more, accompanied by the dazzling Qianyuan sword appearing before them. My lord, I am willing, Rin Bulang declared. If I survive, I ask only to remain in your presence. Following your lead, gritting his teeth, he reached for one of the pills from Chu He's hand and, without hesitation, swallowed it before him. The goo entered his body, breaking free and quickly burrowing into his heart. The excruciating pain materialized, causing every blood vessel in Rin Bulang's body to tighten. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. In a display of utter exhaustion, Ren Buelang still managed to bow towards Chu He. Thank you for the gift, my lord. This was truly absurd. Wang Ying looked at Ren Buelang with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. Moments later, he too gritted his teeth. Though he was not as resolute as Ren Buelang, he still chose to take a heart-eating goo pill from Chu He's hand and swallowed it. Following the wave of pain, he too found his forehead making intimate contact with the ground. I am the same. Chapter 36. A fellow villager meets another, backstabbed outside. Wang Ying gazed in exasperation at Ren Buelang, who was gagging and digging at his throat with his fingers. Filled with disdain. Is this what humans do? This fellow just finished his business and is now digging at his throat. How crude. What are you doing? Wang Ying retreated a couple of steps, his brow furrowing slightly. His eyes betraying his unfiltered disdain. His earlier admiration for Ren Buelang's shamelessness evaporated in an instant. What am I doing? Can't you tell? Esteemed disciple of the great sect. I'm trying to dig the goo out. Ren Buelang replied, looking at Wang Ying with a face full of resignation as he gagged. Dig it out? Does that really work? Wang Ying's expression shifted, a glimmer of hope igniting within his previously despairing heart. How would you know unless you try? Ren Buelang continued his efforts, ignoring Wang Ying's skepticism. Seeing Ren Buelang's determined struggle, Wang Ying was torn that he lowered his hands from his face, glancing at his slender, delicate fingers, then at Ren Buelang, who was relentlessly digging at his throat without a hint of decorum. His thoughts began to race that it should work, right? If it didn't, he wouldn't be so fervently trying. Nothing in this world is absolute. Perhaps this was one of the methods to rid oneself of the heart-eating goo that even Chu He was unaware of. Wang Ying felt a surge of excitement and, disregarding his dignity, plunged 2 fingers into his throat. The intense sourness and the bitter bile rising from his stomach were unbearable for someone who had been groomed as a direct disciple since childhood, causing him to retch violently. Ugh, ugh. I've expelled it. Vomiting, though usually a distressing experience, brought Wang Ying an unexpected thrill, and I thought the disciples of the great sect were so reserved. They are nothing extraordinary. Ren Buelang watched with amusement, occasionally interjecting remarks as Wang Ying retched profusely, nearly emptying his stomach. Once Wang Ying had expelled most of the contents, leaving a pool of yellow bile on the ground. Ren Buelang finally called out, Brother Wang, quickly check if I've expelled that damned heart-eating goo. I feel like my stomach is completely empty. If I vomit any more, I might bleed. Ren Buelang stepped forward, examining Wang Ying's vomit with a look of regret. Brother Wang, unfortunately, you have not expelled the heart-eating goo. Wang Ying's face turned pale, his eyes flashing with anger. Why? Why is that? I've emptied my stomach. How can the goo still be inside? Ren Buelang, is your method even feasible? Ren Buelang placed his hand on his chin, feigning deep contemplation. Is it feasible? Judging by your appearance, it seems unlikely. After all, the goo resides in the heart, while digging your throat stimulates the stomach. It's only natural it wouldn't work. Perhaps next time, try a different method. Listening to Ren Buelang's voice, Wang Ying's breathing grew heavier. He realized that Ren Buelang was merely toying with him. Ren Buelang, how dare you deceive me? I shall end your life. The golden core within Wang Ying spun rapidly, an overwhelming force emanating from his fingertips, hurtling towards Ren Buelang. Wang brother, Wang father, Wang lord, stay calm. Remain composed. I never claimed that this method would certainly work. Witnessing Wang Ying's fury, as if he intended to reduce Ren Buelang to ashes, the latter immediately lost his bravado and fled in haste. Yet, how could mere legs outrun the speed of magical power? Just as the immense hand of magic was about to seize him, Ren Buelang shouted, Wang Ying, the Lord has tasked us with completing those assignments. You wouldn't want to face them alone in the future, would you? I can still take the blame for you. Killing me now would be unwise. As his cries echoed, the gigantic hand composed of magical energy halted, dissipating into pure spiritual essence in midair. Damn, I nearly died of fright. Wang Ying is truly a bore. Was it necessary to react so intensely over a mere jest, as if he had survived a calamity? Ren Buelang, without a shred of hesitation, plopped down onto the ground, unable to contain his grievances. The heavens are truly unjust. I was merely a guide. How did I get dragged into such a colossal affair? What a pity for the 2 plump widows back home. Sob. How will I dare seek those 2 lovely ladies when I've become the center of the entire Wuyan continent? Accepting my fate is one thing. But this task was assigned by the Lord, and Wang Ying is such a dull fellow. There was hardly any amusement on this journey. If I don't find some joy, I might succumb to depression before completing the Lord's tasks. It's so difficult for me. We are the true victims, yet my so-called teammate not only refuses to band together, but also seeks to take my life. Sob sob, I might as well die. With that, Ren Bulang began to cry, snot and tears flowing freely. In the distance, the previously infuriated Wang Ying, witnessing this scene, felt that his earlier actions were indeed excessive. Simultaneously, he began to empathize with Ren Bulang. Indeed, it was unfortunate for such insignificant figures to be ensnared in such a vast whirlpool that if they did not band together, they would truly be left alone in this world. Brother Ren, I was being reckless just now. Please do not be angry. Where shall we head next? Wang Ying approached Ren Bulang with a measured demeanor, neither as haughty as before nor completely dismissive. However, this was already a significant improvement for Ren Bulang. Since you, little Ying, have lowered yourself to inquire, I shall not hold back as your elder brother. We must complete the tasks assigned by the Lord. Otherwise, once the heart-eating goo begins to act, our lives will surely be forfeit. Therefore, I believe our first destination should be the Tianyi Sword sect, where you are located. Wang Ying, softening his stance, saw Ren Bulang leap up from the ground, skillfully wrapping an arm around his neck. Exuding the aura of a leader, Wang Ying felt quite uncomfortable being held in such a manner, yet before he could express his displeasure, Ren Bulang's face contorted as more tears streamed down. Resembling a pitiful creature, forcing Wang Ying to suppress his anger. Damn, this brat, I cannot dominate him. If news of me besting a disciple of a prestigious sect were to spread, I would become a legend. Internally, Ren Bulang reveled in his success, knowing that due to Chu He, they would be working together for a considerable period. As a rogue cultivator, Ren Bulang had been scheming since leaving the Baozi shop, planning to gradually gain the upper hand over Wang Ying, the once lofty disciple of a great sect. It seemed that his scheme was off to a promising start. He had even given it a rather fitting name, the Wang Ying Conquest Plan. Brother Run, why must we go to the Tianyi Sword sect first? That is my sect, filled with my beloved friends and brothers. Wang Ying's eyes flickered, as if battling with his conscience, according to Chu He's instructions. While they would eventually have to visit the Tianyi Sword sect, placing it first on the agenda felt morally wrong. Little Ying, can your elder brother truly deceive you? Ren Bulang continued to persuade Wang Ying. I understand that you hail from the Tianyi Sword sect, where your brothers and sisters are your dearest companions. However, consider this. It is precisely because of that connection that our tasks will be easier to carry out. Is it not? If we were to visit other sects first, who would believe us with our meager words, when the heart-eating goo that the Lord has bestowed upon us begins to take effect? We would certainly face a dire fate. If the Tianyi Sword sect, with you behind it, were to take the initiative, the other sects would surely follow suit. Though Wang Ying recognized the logic in Ren Bulang's reasoning, he still felt reluctant to deceive his own sect first. Observing his hesitation, Ren Bulang's eyes twirled a couple of times before he continued to persuade. Oh, Ying, think of the Lord's orders. Regardless, we will eventually need to convince the Tianyi Sword sect to join Qianyuan's sect. The first and last are essentially the same, are they not? Moreover, you need not bear any psychological burden. My brother lives by a simple creed. When a fellow villager encounters another, one must strike from behind. Since the outcome is already determined, why not choose a path that is easier for us? Ying, do not be troubled. By acting in self-interest, you ensure your own survival. If the other sects are obliterated, what remains for you? The Tianyi Sword sect will still have you. Dear Ying, when the Lord eliminates the core experts of each sect, the Tianyi Sword sect will still have a prodigy like you. It is easy to envision that within 50 years, with your exceptional talent, you might lead the Tianyi Sword sect to prominence, even to the highest tier. You will not be a sinner of the Tianyi Sword sect. You will become its hero. Ren Bulang's persuasive words, especially towards the end, ignited a spark of excitement and brilliance in Wang Ying's eyes. Indeed, I cannot perish. Since the conclusion is already set, why not minimize the cost? I shall not be the sinner of the Tianyi Sword sect. I will be its hero. Let us go. Brother Run, I shall lead you to the Tianyi Sword sect to find our masters and head to Qianyuan's sect. Rest assured, Brother Ren, I, Wang Ying, will ensure everything proceeds splendidly. Wang Ying eagerly mobilized his golden core power, propelling himself and Ren Bulang into the air. Witnessing the fervor of this impassioned youth, Ren Bulang's excitement was palpable. This lad truly is devoted, a mere golden core, easily managed. Chapter 37. The gifts I provide are blessings. What I withhold is sinful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for captivating Wang Ying. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heart-Eating Goo King 1. Heart-Eating Goo Pills 1000. Heart-Eating Goo King. The king among the heart-eating goo, capable of freely controlling ordinary heart-eating goo insects. Carefully cultivated, it can produce regular heart-eating goo, with the heart-eating goo king in hand. I possess the world. Once ingested, everyone becomes a self-destructing truck. Heart-eating goo king. With this heart-eating goo king, I can continuously create heart-eating goo, and I can control the effect cycle of the heart-eating goo through the king. Thus, even if a tribulation stage expert ingests it, I can activate the heart-eating goo before they evoke heavenly punishment. Although it becomes ineffective against fusion stage powerhouses within the confines of the Wuyan continent, the heart-eating goo could serve as my formidable weapon. Unbeknownst to him, Chu He had obtained a plump white insect. The heart-eating goo king was not as terrifying as imagined. Upon closer inspection, it appeared rather endearing, given that it was bestowed by the system. The heart-eating goo king possessed the highest loyalty towards Chu He. Nevertheless, he did not treat the goo king as he would other weapons of mass destruction. Instead, he transferred it to the spatial blade of the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword, an exquisite artifact, possessed a space of its own, merely showcasing the tip of its capabilities. Compared to other spatial equipment, the Xianyuan sword space was far more stable and solid, aside from a few ordinary items. Chu He transferred the majority of the system's rewards, such as pills and tools, into the Xianyuan sword's space. Returning to his thoughts, Chu He began formulating his plans. Should Wang Ying and Rin Bulang successfully complete their tasks, the entire Wuyan continent would likely experience a seismic upheaval. I eagerly anticipate the moment when the sects of the Wuyan continent and Xianyuan sect turn against one another. It seems I should also prepare to journey to the 10,000 Demon Cave. Finishing the last meat bun on his plate, Chu He summoned the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, it's time to settle the bill. Before long, an elderly man clad in coarse linen approached Chu He with trembling steps. It seemed as if he were engulfed by an overwhelming fear of Chu He, as he kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Let us settle the bill. How much do I owe? Chu He inquired in a calm tone. No, esteemed immortal, you have dined at my humble establishment. It is my honor to treat you. The old man stammered nervously. What nonsense is this? This man is capable of slaying even immortals with a single stroke. Does a commoner like him wish to tempt fate by demanding payment from such a formidable being? Chu He frowned and remarked, business operates on a principle of exchange, having partaken of the buns you prepared. It is only right that I compensate you. Despite his gentle demeanor, the old man was utterly terrified by Chu He's presence. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head and muttering pleas for mercy. Seeing this, Chu He felt a profound sadness welling within him. These people had been thoroughly ensnared by the conventions of the mundane world. Their subservience had taken root deep within their hearts. When confronted by someone stronger than themselves, their thoughts were not on how to safeguard their rights, but rather on how to ingratiate themselves. Chu He had no desire to alter the mindset of these mortals. Just as he was about to depart, a small boy with his hair styled in a topknot, dressed in a faded brown shirt, ran over from a distance. Immortal, you have eaten 5 meat buns. Each cost 1 won, totaling 5 won. Upon hearing the boy's exclamation, the kneeling shopkeeper trembled violently. Hurry, quiet down. Kneel before the immortal. Do not be disrespectful. He attempted to pull the boy close, but his innate fear of the immortal, coupled with the boy's loud proclamation, left him paralyzed, devoid of strength. Grandfather, why should I kneel? The boy asked innocently. You foolish child. How dare you? Kneel when I tell you to. The shopkeeper was frantic, banging his fist on the floor in a desperate attempt to force the boy down. When the boy remained unmoved, the shopkeeper resumed bowing his head to Chu He. Please, esteemed immortal, do not take offense. Children speak without understanding. If you are displeased, direct your wrath towards me and spare my poor grandson. The old man banged his forehead against the ground, soon drawing blood that dripped onto the floor. The other patrons, who had been too frightened to move, also knelt and began to bow their heads in fear. Only Chu He and the top-knot boy remained standing. Are you not afraid of me? Chu He asked with a smile, intrigued by the child who was barely half his height. Why should I fear you? Immortal? You are the one who vanquished the wicked who sought to harm us. You are a good person, our benefactor, thus I am not afraid. The child replied with innocent sincerity, "If you consider me your benefactor, why then do you not follow your grandfather's example and grant me a free meal? Shouldn't gratitude be paramount?" Chu He continued with his inquiries. The child pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I have heard my grandfather say that one should not fear poverty, but rather the burden of owing favors. We ordinary folk fear the weight of indebtedness, and surely someone as esteemed as you would loathe it even more. If nothing unforeseen occurs, you may never return to this place, which is why I approached you." The child, though still naive, spoke from the heart, free from the influence of any cultivators. Chu He, observing this, could not help but smile warmly at the cleverness of the child. "I have no currency that you mortals use, so how about I offer you a spirit stone instead?" As he spoke, Chu He retrieved a shimmering stone from his spatial ring, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The stone was as exquisite as crystal, appearing almost otherworldly. Had any cultivator been present to witness Chu He attempting to settle the bill with such a spirit stone, their jaw would have dropped in astonishment. Spirit stones are categorized into 7 types, with single color being the most common and 7 color being the rarest. Each type is further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The 5-colored spirit stone that Chu He presented was not only of the 5-color variety, but was also of the highest quality. This single stone could easily purchase not just 5 buns, but an entire city and all its inhabitants and structures besides. How beautiful! The boy, being a child, had never before seen a spirit stone, let alone one as magnificent as this 5-colored gem. His eyes were glued to the radiant stone in Chu He's hand. However, despite his desire, the child suppressed his greed and glanced away. "Esteemed immortal, that spirit stone seems quite valuable. I cannot accept it," he stammered. Chu He chuckled at the child's conflicted expression that it is of no consequence. "Take it as you said. Mortals dislike being indebted, and I am even less fond of it. Let this 5-colored spirit stone serve to resolve the bond between us." Upon realizing Chu He truly did not mind, the child finally accepted the spirit stone. The shopkeeper, witnessing this scene, was left utterly speechless. "Child, how dare you accept a gift from the immortal? Hurry, hurry." But before he could finish, Chu He interrupted, "Your grandson is quite admirable. What I give is given freely, and I shall not reclaim it. Rest assured, old man." Hearing Chu He's words, the shopkeeper looked up in astonishment, glancing between Chu He and his grandson, who was now joyfully playing with the spirit stone that he felt as though the world had spun off its axis. Such immense fortune had befallen their humble household. The other patrons, still kneeling, felt their own greed flare up at this sight. They gazed at the spirit stone in the child's hands, their minds racing with covetous thoughts. How is it that a mere bun seller receives such a gift from an immortal? If he can have it, why am I lesser? Once the immortal departs, I shall snatch that spirit stone away. It is a treasure of the celestial realm. The insatiable nature of humanity was laid bare before Chu He's eyes. With a narrowing of his gaze, a terrifying pressure emanated from him. In an instant, everyone in the bun shop, save for the old man and the child, exploded into a mist of blood. "What I offer is yours. If I do not give, even the mere thought of it shall be a sin." Both the shopkeeper and the hire remember to keep this beautiful stone well hidden, and do not let anyone see it. Except for grandfather, understood? Grandfather, why can't others see it? Hire, grandfather would never bring you harm. Trust me. If anyone were to catch sight of that stone in your hand, not only would grandfather perish, but you would meet your end as well. Hire understands. I will certainly ensure that no one else sees the stone. There exists an insurmountable chasm between mortals and cultivators. Perhaps a mere gesture from a high-ranking immortal could alter the fate of an individual or an entire lineage. The gift from Chu He set into motion the gears of destiny for the Hu family. Of course, whether the Hu family can ultimately change their fate as mere mortals depends on generations of toil and perseverance. The Qingyuan sect. 9th grandfather, are you unable to help me heal my wounds? On that fateful day, I do not know what means the senior brother employed, but the wounds beneath me crack open periodically, causing excruciating pain that prevents Haoyue from even sleeping. I beseech you. 9th grandfather, to assist Haoyue. The original law enforcement hall was destroyed, and under the arrangements of Zhongjiu, a new law enforcement hall for Qingyuan sect was established atop the main peak. Although the sect suffered significant damage from the recent calamity, its foundation remains intact, drawing upon years of accumulation. Qingyuan sect expended considerable wealth and swiftly rebuilt the destroyed structures. Furthermore, They recruited numerous exceptionally talented disciples from the governing territories to serve as fresh blood for the sect. Thus, despite the sect's diminished foundation, given time, it is believed that it will soon regain its former glory, or even advance further. After all, it was precisely this disaster that bound the upper echelons and core of Qianyuan's sect together, fostering an unprecedented unity. During this time, Yi Haoyue remained closely by Zhongjio's side. When Zhongjio was busy, Yi Haoyue assisted him, and when Zhongjio took a rest, Yi Haoyue kept him company. His actions were particularly fitting for the solitary elder. Their relationship warmed rapidly, allowing Yi Haoyue to dare address the once formidable Zhongjio as ninth grandfather at this moment, within the new law enforcement hall. Only Yi Haoyue and Zhongjio were present, while Yi Haoyue still bore a delicate demeanor, resembling a pitiful child wronged by others. In contrast, Zhongjio had undergone significant changes. Perhaps it was due to expending too much energy on Qianyuan's sect recently. For the signs of aging on Zhongjio had become even more pronounced. The white strands of hair had already surpassed half, and the wrinkles on his face had multiplied. Gazing at the frail youth before him, Zhongjio's aged eyes brimmed with tenderness. He gently reached out to stroke Yi Haoyue's head, as if wishing to say something, yet ultimately, he only sighed. Haoyue, you are simply too kind. Chu He has betrayed our sect. He is no longer your senior brother. He is unworthy of that title. With your disposition, you are likely to be easily bullied outside, but with ninth grandfather around, Haoyue need not fear mistreatment. Ninth grandfather will protect you, Yi Haoyue declared with clear eyes. But ninth grandfather cannot protect you for a lifetime. Zhongjio paused, then continued. Haoyue, as a boy, his emotions were initially stable, but he suddenly faltered upon uttering the word boy. He was uncertain whether Yi Haoyue's current condition could still be considered that of a boy. Haoyue, regardless, you must ultimately rely on yourself. Remember, in this world, no one can protect you indefinitely. After a brief pause, Zhongjio added, because of the continuous shattering of eggs, Yi Haoyue has become extremely sensitive regarding topics of gender. Even though Zhongjio attempted to care for Yi Haoyue's feelings by interrupting, Yi Haoyue still felt as though Zhongjio was insulting him. A web of sinister and inferiority emotions intertwined, igniting a murderous intent within him. You old fool! How dare you insult me? You have chosen your own demise. Once I drain all the fortune from your being and swallow your cultivation, I will imprison your soul, subjecting you to the agonizing flames of torment day and night. He hastily lowered his head, fearful that Zhongjio might perceive the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. Recently, Yi Haoyue had been overly obedient in front of Zhongjio. He was entirely unaware that this seemingly soft-spoken child harbored murderous thoughts against him. He could never have imagined that this unruly child was cursing him in his heart. Haoyue, I have already examined your injuries. Chu He's methods are indeed profound. I am too old to break them. Nevertheless, rest assured, the bounty for his capture has spread across the continent, and it won't be long before Chu He is brought back to the sect. At that time, I will have my ways to ensure he personally dispels the techniques he inflicted upon you. As for the matter of physical regeneration, I will confer with the other 6 major sects to see if they possess any rare treasures. If they do, I will acquire them for you at any cost. Zhongjio consoled Yi Haoyue, his tone imbued with kindness. Perhaps Zhongjio truly regarded Yi Haoyue as his own grandson, seeing that Zhongjio could do nothing to alleviate his injuries, yet he had to endure the agonizing rending of flesh day and night. Yi Haoyue could not help but curse from the depths of his heart. What a useless waste! All at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and yet they are unable to resolve Chu He's methods. All these years have been lived like a dog. Yi Haoyue still possessed some capabilities. Otherwise, he could not have deceived the entirety of Qianyuan's sect for so long, though he mentally berated them. He quickly donned a compliant and understanding facade. It's all right, ninth grandfather. Haoyue knows you must have tried your hardest. I can only blame my senior brother's methods for being too formidable. It is my fault for being useless. I have caused ninth grandfather trouble. Look, what a considerate child this is. Faced with Yi Haoyue, Zhongjio felt his heart melt. Ninth grandfather, my senior brother is a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm, possessing extraordinary capabilities. Can the bounty truly bring him back? Ninth grandfather, my senior brother is a genius in the cultivation world. If he returns, shall we give him another chance? My senior brother is smarter than me. Having him around would be beneficial to our sect. I am simply too foolish and only drag the sect down. Unlike my senior brother, who is so powerful, as he spoke, moisture began to gather in Yi Haoyue's eyes. And soon, crystalline tears streamed down his cheeks. Every word he uttered seemed to be in concern for Chu He, yet Zhongjio's ears only brewed further anger towards Chu He. Haoyue, one must not judge a person solely by their cultivation talent. Even if Chu He possesses exceptional skills, his character is flawed, and he is unworthy. Though you may struggle due to inherent limitations in your cultivation, you possess a gentle and kind heart. Do not belittle yourself. Once I find a divine treasure to compensate for your innate shortcomings, your talents may well surpass that traitorous Chu He. Do not defend him further, to dare kill a disciple of our sect and betray us. He shall face the wrath of Qianyuan's sect. Does he truly believe that being in the nascent soul stage renders him invincible? I shall show that traitor in the Wuyun continent, whether he is merely in the nascent soul stage or has entered the tribulation stage. His only fate is to be crushed by our sect. Chapter 39. Manipulating memories. Having successfully stoked the flames of anger, Yi Haoyue departed from the law enforcement hall. Upon exiting the grand hall and returning to his cave dwelling, his once pure and untainted gaze was now filled with malevolence. Chu He, the pain in his lower abdomen surged once more, as flesh quivered and blood dripped steadily downwards. The agony and humiliation twisted Yi Haoyue's features. Chu He, even if you possess a system, what of it? You have provoked me, and I shall ensure you cannot survive in the entire Wuyun continent. Sooner or later, I will force you to kneel before me. I will double your suffering and humiliation upon you. Yi Haoyue seethed inwardly. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, waves of powerful spiritual energy surged forth from his body. Had Chu He been present, he would have seen through the use of his unique vision that within Yi Haoyue's dantian lay a golden core. No, it should not be called a golden core. It should be referred to as a blood core. It seemed he had stepped into the golden core stage of cultivation, yet his Tao fruit appeared more terrifying than that of any demonic cultivator. Chu He had clearly rendered his foundation utterly worthless before departing. How had Yi Haoyue accomplished this blood core in such a short time? Even a prodigy with exceptional talent and rare treasures could not possibly traverse from Qi training to golden core so swiftly after having their foundation destroyed. Moreover, what of Yi Haoyue, a wretch seemingly born with inherent deficiencies? Upon closer inspection, one would notice that not only does he possess that peculiar blood dan, but from his back extend numerous invisible threads, chaotically branching out in all directions. Among them, one thread stands out, notably thicker, 3 times the width of the others. This robust thread emerges from his back, persistently stretching forth, traversing the minor peaks, entering the main peak, and ultimately connecting to Zhongjio. A continuous stream of fortune siphons from Zhongjio, flowing along this thread into Yi Haoyue's being. It is truly absurd. As a fully realized Yuaning cultivator, Zhongjio can undoubtedly perceive the bizarre decline of his magical power and physical form in recent times. Yet, he would rather attribute the changes occurring within himself to the impending end of his own life than cast any suspicion upon the innocent Yi Haoyue. In fact, he wholeheartedly dedicates all his tenderness to this child who would gladly drain him of his very essence. Relying on anyone else pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Once I have drained the fortune from that old coot Zhongjio and those newly ascended wastrels, I shall devour all 10 peak masters, and then I will deal with that wretched Yao Mingyue. Such fortune will be sufficient for me to ascend to the tribulation stage. Chu He, you have forced my hand. If you had obediently submitted to my will, the fortune contained within you alone would have sufficed for my ascension. You have brought this upon yourself. I am a transmigrator, the chosen one. This world is meant to be trampled beneath my feet. What right does a native like you have to obstruct me? Yi Haoyue howled maniacally, shedding his delicate facade only within the confines of his cave, allowing his true nature and madness to erupt. Through the system, Yi Haoyue ruthlessly plunders the fortunes of others, achieving such rapid progress through this deceit. Tear, the trap left by Chu He strikes again, a strand of sword energy tearing through flesh from within. The excruciating pain emanates outward, warm blood spilling forth. This sensation should have caused Yi Haoyue immense suffering. Yet at this moment, his expression reveals a twisted enjoyment reminiscent of a lovesick soul, in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain. A stunningly beautiful woman clad in a white garment leans against a tree, and a faint hint of sorrow lingers between her brows, lending her frosty demeanor a touch of warmth. What am I mourning? The woman muses, her expression tinged with confusion, yet the sorrow etched upon her brow shows no sign of waning. I s at the fact that my seclusion allowed that rebellious disciple to slaughter many in the law enforcement hall, leaving Elder Joe heartbroken, which causes my own sadness? Yes, it must be so that I should never have brought that rebellious disciple up from the foot of the mountain. The woman furrows her brow, yet an uncontrollable image surfaces in her mind, a handsome visage. Yet those cold eyes pierce through her. So frigid that they send shivers through her heart. Recalling the scene of that young man raising his sword against her, warm tears unexpectedly trail down her cheeks. What is this? The woman feels a stinging in her eyes. She raises her hand to wipe them, only to find her palm dampened. Am I crying? But why would I cry? It seems I have forgotten something. The woman slowly lifts her head, her face now heavy with even greater sorrow and confusion. She is Yao Mingyue, once the esteemed leader of the Qianyuan sect. Now, she is the sinner of Qianyuan sect, confined by the very person she once revered. Here, she is perpetually engulfed in grief. Yet, this is not the true cause of her sorrow. The real reason lies in the fact that she herself cannot fathom why she feels this way. Why does her heart occasionally convulse? Why do her eyes often sting? Why do tears sometimes escape, tracing down her exquisite face? Once again, Haoyue alters Yao Mingyue's memories that I in the side hall, through the system. Haoyue expends 90% of his fortune to flawlessly transform Yao Mingyue's recollections of Chu He, erasing all traces of his own debauchery. Via the system, Haoyue toys with Yao Mingyue's psyche, wantonly manipulating her memories. Even as he openly insults her, in the next moment, he remains the person she cherishes most. The effort Haoyue invests in Yao Mingyue is not born out of her extraordinary beauty or the shallow desires of possession. His true target has always been Chu He. That he perceives a connection between Yao Mingyue and Chu He, a thread invisible to others. However, through Haoyue's interference, that thread has become faint and transparent, on the brink of disappearance. Meanwhile, within a mountainous region, a cacophony of terrified and desperate screams shatters the stillness. Don't kill me, devil. You are a devil. Is this the legendary Tao artifact? Qianyuan sect has deceived me. 5 or 6 blood-soaked figures gaze in horror at a figure ahead, who stands calmly wielding a golden divine sword. Bang, bang, bang. An elegant golden sword light flashes, and blood mist erupts like fireworks. The 9th wave. Chu He sheathes the Qianyuan sword in his hand. Around him, countless colossal trees lie severed, the ground saturated with blood, exuding a layer of dark crimson. Ever since he was ambushed outside the bun shop, it has felt like the beginning of an unending onslaught. Cultivators have flocked to him in droves, and as time passes, their realms and combat prowess continue to escalate. In the most recent wave he dispatched, even mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivators emerged. Though this poses no real threat to Chu He, it is nonetheless a troubling sign. With Yuan Ing cultivators now appearing, it won't be long before the various sects of the tribulation stage will also be stirred into action. Clearly, I underestimated the status of the bounty in the Wuyun continent. Chu He chuckles self-deprecatingly. They truly hold me in high regard. Do they not believe I am suffering from a damaged foundation? They have sent so many formidable opponents. Yet, within manageable limits, I can still afford to delay. The Qianyuan sword seems to possess remarkable capabilities. Chapter 40. The Legend of Wuyun, a scheme of 10,000 demons. The Wuyun continent, though seemingly unremarkable among the 9 heavens and 10 domains, holds a unique place within them. This is due to the presence of 7 great demon caves and various widely circulated legends. The 7 great demon caves have existed since ancient times, with generations of high-level cultivators in the Wuyun continent taking it upon themselves to guard these caves. It is said that the Wuyun continent is a birthplace of demons. In ancient times, a demonic lord emerged here, challenging the 9 heavens, and only after the combined efforts of the 9 heavens' formidable warriors, depleting their resources, was the demon lord vanquished. Today, the 7 great demon caves stand under the banner of that legendary demon lord. The cultivators of the Wuyun continent are the most burdened among the 9 heavens and 10 domains. From birth, they bear the responsibility of protecting the 9 heavens and suppressing evil. This has become the most widely accepted narrative among the practitioners of the Wuyun continent. Additionally, Chu He has encountered several alternative, lesser-known accounts in obscure texts. Some assert that this world was originally 10 heavens and 10 domains, with the Wuyun continent being the foremost among them, known as the Wuyun Heavenly Domain. Subsequently, a mighty sovereign arose, possessing the ambition to unify the 10 heavens, prompting the remaining powerful figures of the 9 heavens to unite against him. And in the ensuing battle, they not only shattered the Wuyun heavenly domain, but also obliterated an entire domain. Upon successful suppression, the powerful figures of the 9 heavens sought to punish the cultivators of the Wuyun heavenly domain, collectively using boundless magical power to demote it to a mere domain, condemning its practitioners to perpetually guard this place. By altering the fundamental rules of the Wuyun heavenly domain, they rendered it so that its cultivators could only advance to the tribulation stage at most, unable to progress further. Thus, the present nomenclature of the 9 heavens and 10 domains came to be. Another narrative suggests that the current practitioners of the Wuyun continent, including mortals, are actually descendants of great sinners from other heavens and domains. Their ancestors were exiled to this vast domain by supreme powers, destined to have their descendants eternally guard this land. It is believed that the true natives of the 7 great demon caves are the demons, while those who consider themselves righteous, suppressing evil in the name of the 9 heavens, are the invaders. These 2 interpretations are scarcely circulated within the Wuyun continent, even if someone stumbles upon them. They are often met with derision. After all, according to the widely accepted view, the inhabitants of the Wuyun continent are the true heroes of the entire 9 heavens and 10 domains, according to the latter 2 scenarios. One's identity can fluctuate like a roller coaster, transforming from a hero into a sinner, followed by a malevolent fate. The choice is, of course, evident, even for Chu He. Had he not been tasked with guarding the myriad demons cave for an extended period due to his responsibilities at Xinyuan sect, he would not have devoted his efforts to scouring ancient texts for the origins of the 5 elements continent. He would not have come to know of these 2 exceedingly obscure legends. Even now, deep within his heart, Chu He believes that the widely circulated tale of the demon lord is indeed the truth, while the latter 2 are mere fabrications. Approaching the myriad demons cave, Chu He advanced westward, slaying foes along the way. As he gazed at the massive mountain range, shrouded in dark clouds and resembling the mouth of a demon, he halted. This mountain range stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. Outside the mountains, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense, with an invisible grand formation enveloping the entire range. This was the masterpiece of generations of the highest sects of the 5 elements continent, reinforced and repaired through the ages. When the system rewarded him with the Xinyuan sword, it mentioned that although it was an exquisite Tao artifact, it possessed growth attributes. Once he acquired sufficient imperial fortune, he could transcend the confines of a Tao artifact and reach the realm of immortal artifacts. With a thought, a golden aura emanated from him, and in the blink of an eye, a magnificent golden divine sword filled with an air of nobility appeared in his hand. Chu He gazed quietly at the sword, his eyes reflecting an appreciation akin to admiring an unparalleled beauty in the world. What imperial fortune is, I cannot say, but after wielding the Xinyuan sword to slay those cultivators, the dragon patterns etched upon it seemed to solidify further. Could it be that the so-called imperial fortune is derived from killing? If I slay until no one dares to claim supremacy in this world, will I then attain this so-called imperial fortune? If that is the case, the myriad demons cave is indeed an excellent place to wield my sword. He looked toward the entrance of the gorge. Reminiscent of a demon's maw, murderous intent surged within Chu He, akin to the unstoppable flow of weak water descending from the heavens. Yet, in an instant, that murderous intent was forcibly suppressed. Never mind, now is not the time. However, reflecting upon it, I seem to have not seen my old friends here for quite a while. Now that I have returned to this familiar place, I find myself feeling somewhat nostalgic for other cultivators. The myriad demons cave is a place of unfathomable evil, teeming with demons. It is said that when cultivators arrive here, they are so terrified that they might soil themselves before even entering. Yet, in stark contrast, Chu He faced the myriad demons cave without a trace of reverence or fear. That he transformed into a stream of light, and, in an instant, stepped into the cave's entrance, entering this realm filled with malevolence. As for the grand formation outside, it posed no obstacle to Chu He whatsoever. He had visited this place countless times. How could a formation designed to intercept the malevolence within the myriad demons cave hinder him? In this era, there is no one more familiar with the myriad demons cave than Chu He. Compared to others, the malevolence and demons here could almost be considered long-lost friends to him, especially those formidable demons he had battled for years. Standing at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, even on the verge of transcending, throughout his journey, Chu He did not conceal a sliver of his aura. He moved like a comet, his sword energy swirling around him. Some unfortunate low-tier malevolence was crushed into dust by the sword energy radiating from him without any understanding of what had occurred. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon my myriad demons' cave? Vile invaders, those who dare to trespass into my myriad demons' cave shall die. A mere nascent soul dares to wreak havoc in my myriad demons' cave. It would be one thing if our kind did not retaliate. But you outsiders actually dare to come here and act recklessly? Do you truly believe our clan is weak? In no time, malevolent beings began to surge in from all directions. Their appearances were somewhat similar to that of the human race. Though they exhibited signs of beastly traits in certain areas, the golden light streaked across the sky, racing deeper into the myriad demons' cave. Below, a group of youthful malevolent beings seethed with rage, just as they were about to take to the air in pursuit. An elderly man with white hair, appearing somewhat aged, emerged from behind and blocked their path. "Grandfather, what are you doing? Grandfather, why are you stopping us? You should be stopping that reckless human instead. Grandfather, the myriad demons' cave must not be insulted." The anger of the youth is often the easiest to ignite, their blood boiling with fervor as they sought to crush the invader. "You little brats, calm down for a moment. This matter is beyond your immature grasp. Return to where you belong," the elder exclaimed, clutching his waist. "Grandfather, it's just one person. Why should we fear him? Grandfather, have you become senile? His aura is merely that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, although we may not have reached the nascent soul realm. Relying on our clan's bloodline techniques, we could easily overwhelm this nascent soul. Yes, grandfather, just such a waste. Why should we trouble the elders inside? We are more than capable of stopping him ourselves." The young men were clearly dissatisfied, voicing their protests in a cacophony. Are you little brats planning to rebel?" The elder's temples bulged ominously, clearly reaching his limit. A tremendous force of vitality erupted from the elder, instantly enveloping the youthful group before him. The oppressive force rendered their bodies as if they were sinking into a quagmire in a mere instant. Their once furious expressions transformed into shock. The rage within them dissipated significantly. Seeing this, the elder finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. To deal with unruly children, one must resort to force. Other means are futile. Just as he was about to retract the vitality he had unleashed, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the crowd. "Grandfather, you are old. Step acid, you dare to utter that the world belongs to your rabble of scoundrels. You claim that my sharp edges have been dulled. Is it because you have been scared into submission? Surely, you are not exempt from such fear. You boast of your prowess. I never uttered those words. Did I? Did I not say so? Oh, how you torment me. Such bullying, how insufferable. You speak of oppression." The sound of slapping resounded, drowning out the thunder that rumbled above the clouds. The elder's flailing arms unleashed a series of sonic booms that in an instant. The once lively expanse was reduced to mere echoes of hands slicing through the air and the thuds of palms meeting buttocks. The young clansmen, watching in stunned silence, felt a chill run down their spines, as if their very behinds had shattered from the sight. The elder's blade remained sharp. It must be Mingyue. Had it been anyone else, that rear end would have been shattered by now. Mingyue possesses quite an admirable posterior. This harrowing spectacle continued unabated for a full quarter of an hour, once released by the elder. The young man named Wang Xian lay on the ground like a defeated dog, utterly motionless, his backside swollen like two small mountains. Were those who practiced gluteal strength and lifted weights to witness this, they would undoubtedly be starry-eyed and drooling. The elder, appearing fatigued, drew in a couple of hefty breaths. "Damn, it seems I have truly aged. After such a brief bout, I find myself exhausted in a couple more years. Should this little rascal grow any stronger, I fear he might actually ride upon my back." The elder scolded while catching his breath. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze toward the wide-eyed young clansman, who seemed utterly spellbound. "What? Do you still believe that I have grown old? Do you still wish to bully me?" The elder's fierce glare terrified the young ones. They shook their heads vigorously, as if their very necks might snap from the effort. Observing this comical scene, a significant portion of the elder's anger dissipated. He procured a coarse garment from somewhere and draped it over himself, intending to leave, but upon recalling the united front the young ones had previously displayed, he turned back. The young clansmen, witnessing this, were instantly petrified. Clearly, the act of spanking had become an inescapable nightmare for this group. "Very well, I shall impart a few more words. I would rather you not stir up trouble. That fellow from earlier, do not provoke him. You are correct. If it were those ordinary yuaning waste from the outside, we could tear them apart with ease should they dare step into our Wan Mo cave. But that was different. It is not that we old men have grown timid. Rather, that individual is a madman. As the elder spoke, an unshakable fear flickered in his eyes. Grandfather, that fellow is merely a yuaning cultivator. Must we truly fear him so? A faint voice of inquiry emerged from the ground. Looking down, he realized Wang Xian had regained consciousness, though he still lay prone, lacking even the energy to pull up his trousers. The reason? His backside was swollen and painful. Noticing the lad still had some fight left in him, the elder's right hand itched, instinctively raising for another strike. No, please, grandfather. If you hit me again, I might explode. Wang Xian, seeing the situation turn dire, quickly begged for mercy, prompting the elder to retract his hand. This little rascal, let me tell you, not all yuaning cultivators are created equal on any given day. Even peak yuaning cultivators would struggle to make waves within our Wan Mo cave. But remember, if you encounter one specific individual, you must flee at once. Do not entertain any thoughts of confrontation. That individual is called Chu He, a madman among madmen. Chapter 42, 12 Thrones. Chu He. Grandfather, was that rainbow light just now from Chu He? Good heavens, it was that devil. Oh, how fortunate that you stopped us. Or we might have met a gruesome fate at the hands of that monster. What fate? I heard from my father that if captured by that devil Chu He, one would be consumed as mere flesh. Moreover, that demon has a predilection for women who have not yet lost their yuanin. Ah, how terrifying. The name Chu He carries enough weight in Wan Mo cave to silence a crying infant. Indeed, this name has begun to take on a demonic aura within these walls. The young clansmen, once gathered here, now looked at the elder with eyes filled with dread, yet upon learning that the villain they sought was Chu He, they began to feel a sense of relief and gratitude. Chu He. That individual is indeed Chu He. How infuriating. I should not have attempted to show off here. I should have soared into the sky to capture Chu He directly. My path to fame has been squandered. Damn that old man. On the ground, Wang Xian lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he dared not voice such thoughts, for he could feel that his backside had reached its limit. One more movement, and it might explode. Ah, the elder, gazing upon the young generation who now regarded Chu He with fear, found his emotions growing complex. For a moment, he was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Joyful that these young ones still heeded his words, sorrowful that despite living for over a millennium in Wan Mo cave, he had yet to instill in them a sense of fear greater than that of an outsider. If the younger generation of Wan Mo cave were all so timid, what would happen when Chu He arrived? Who would dare to stand against him? Unbeknownst to them, Chu He had become the heart demon of the younger generation. Should the opportunity arise, he would need to pay any price to eliminate this Chu He. Perhaps this was the chance. The elder's gaze sharpened, focusing on the direction in which Chu He had vanished in a flash of light. I must make my way there. I wonder if these few can withstand the madman. Collecting his thoughts, the dissipating black tiger once again coalesced behind the elder. With a series of roars, the elder transformed into a dark streak of light. Racing toward the horizon. On the other side, I believe I sensed the presence of that old black tiger. Yes, it emanated from behind me. I have not concealed my aura, so he must have realized I am here. But why hasn't he pursued? Could it be a ploy? Never mind, it matters not. With the cards I hold, even if the black tiger and the 12 kings of Wan Mo cave were present, I would still escape unscathed. Moreover, this time, I am not here to spar with those old friends. Chu He slowed his pace, the golden glow surrounding him dissipating, revealing his tall and upright figure before his rebirth. During several uprisings in Wan Mo cave, he had often lingered near the entrance, blocking their invasion. Chu He had indeed thwarted the 12 kings' attempts to invade repeatedly. However, the credit for this was not solely his own. Chu He was tasked with obstructing higher-tier combatants, disrupting the offensive rhythm of the 12 kings, thereby maintaining the stability of the unparalleled Great Formation that sealed off Wan Mo cave from the outside. Without the Great Formation, it would be utterly unrealistic for one person to blockade the cave. Even a tribulation stage powerhouse would find it impossible. Moreover, had Chu He truly possessed the strength to combat an entire clan single-handedly, he would not have found himself in dire straits in his previous life. Before long, a series of terrifying auras began to emanate from the distance. In the blink of an eye, streaks of light shot skyward. Finally, surrounding Chu He in a tight circle, the radiant lights gradually faded. 11 figures emerged from the light. The 11 kings of 1mo cave. The 11 fixed their gazes upon Chu He, their combined aura unyielding. After 5 breaths, a black streak of light sealed the final gap. Emerging from within was none other than the elder who had previously blocked the young clansman. He, it seems that after all these years, I, Chu He, have gained a bit of reputation. The 12 kings have personally come to greet me. Chu He's expression was as tranquil and carefree as ever. Even while speaking, a smile reminiscent of warm sunlight lingered at the corners of his lips. Were it not for the 12 figures surrounding him, each exuding a menacing aura that firmly locked onto him, one might genuinely believe they were old friends reuniting after a long separation. Simply based on his demeanor, the abyss of 10,000 demons, the 12 kings, are recognized by the outside world as the most formidable force, referred to as the 12 thrones. They are known as the Purple Rat, Yellow Ox, Black Tiger, Charming Rabbit, Azure Dragon, Flowery Serpent, Ghostly Horse, Human Sheep, Primate, Iron Rooster, Evil Dog, and Chubby Pig. Each of these 12 individuals is among the strongest, with 1 foot already in the tribulation stage, and the weakest among them has also reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. They each retain some animalistic traits, yet aside from that, they are not vastly different from the cultivators of the outside world. The 12 kings did not engage directly in Chu He's banter. Instead, they continued to exert their oppressive presence upon him, meticulously observing his every move. After a considerable amount of time, it was the Black Tiger, who had arrived last, that broke the silence. Chu He, what scheme do you harbor by coming to my abyss of 10,000 demons today? It seems there has been no sign of the so-called upheaval you mentioned recently. The Black Tiger's gaze was heavy, and the spectral figure of the Black Tiger behind him glared at Chu He with piercing eyes, as if ready to pounce at the slightest hint of movement from him. The other 11 kings maintained a similar stance, awaiting Chu He's response. Why are you so tense, Black Tiger? We are old friends who haven't seen each other in years. Must you greet me with such an intent to devour? Chu He laughed, continuing casually. And you, Evil Dog, we are dear companions, brothers in arms. Tuck away those sharp teeth of yours. Have you forgotten the sword that once grazed your rear? He added with a playful tone. Flower Serpent, do be mindful. We have guests here. Kindly suppress your allure. Chu He spoke as if engaging in light-hearted conversation, yet the 12 kings did not share his sentiment. Particularly those directly addressed felt their murderous intent intensify. Chu He was clearly poking fun at their vulnerabilities. Calm yourselves. As Evil Dog and Flower Serpent ready to strike, the Black Tiger let out a low, rumbling roar. Chu He, what exactly do you intend to do here in my abyss of 10,000 demons? He demanded, his voice grave. Following the oppressive growl, the kings, momentarily overtaken by rage, gradually regained their composure. They had to exercise caution. To them, Chu He was indeed a younger generation. Yet, this same younger individual had repeatedly left them at a disadvantage. His reckless fighting style, one that exchanged life for injury, and his fierce determination to bite off a piece of them even at the cost of shattering his own foundation, had left an indelible mark of fear in their hearts. This compelled the 12 kings to regard the young man before them with newfound seriousness. Furthermore, in their collective memory, Chu He was an exceptionally cunning individual. His preparations were always impeccable. There had been many occasions when they believed they could permanently detain him within the abyss of 10,000 demons, only to find themselves suffering significant losses instead. Now, this audacious young man dared to venture deep into their lair, remaining utterly unperturbed despite being encircled by the 12 kings. This was a matter that could not be taken lightly. Should Chu He orchestrate any significant upheaval here, particularly one that might harm the younger generation of the abyss, it would spell disaster. As for his claims of close companionship and brotherhood, they were nothing but nonsense. Who among brothers would wish to draw blades against one another? In the eyes of the 12 kings, their relationship with Chu He was one of mutual anticipation for the other's downfall. Hey, you 12, relax a little. I genuinely harbor no ill intentions this time, and have not brought anyone with me. Rest assured, it's just me here. We are all dear companions and brothers. Why must you all be so guarded against me? What happened to the trust between people? Chu He, what exactly brings you here today? Do you truly believe we are afraid to kill you? The king seethed, particularly enraged by his mockery of their camaraderie. The more carefree and nonchalant Chu He appeared, the more convinced the 12 thrones became that he had some hidden agenda. Just the sight of him dismissing them as inconsequential ignited their fury. As tensions escalated, the strongest among the 12 thrones, the Azure Dragon, finally stepped forward. Unlike the other kings, the Azure Dragon's anomaly was pronounced. His physique bore no distinction from that of an ordinary human. Yet he possessed a fearsome dragon head. Dragons, the apex of all beings. Even if the Azure Dragon was not a true dragon of ancient legend, he still emanated a pressure unlike any other, akin to the dominance exerted by a superior life form over an inferior one. That upon the Azure Dragon's address, the other 11 kings fell silent, their hostility subsiding. The dragon head finally decides to make an appearance. I have already stated that I come with no malice this time. Very well, I shall spare you the jest today. Chu He assessed the expressions of the 12 kings in the abyss, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the Azure Dragon. But I have come here today to propose a trade. As he set aside his playful demeanor, his tone grew solemn. Trade? What benevolent intentions could this madman possibly possess? The Azure Dragon pondered. I say we seize this opportunity while he has ventured so deep and devour him. Even if he has some trick up his sleeve, there is no way he can escape our combined strength. The primate shouted, his gaze towards Chu He filled with malice and resentment. He resembled a fuse ready to ignite, and aside from the Black Tiger and Azure Dragon, the remaining kings let their bloodlust surge forth. The overwhelming energy radiating from 10 peak nascent soul kings was akin to a tidal wave of power. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger and Azure Dragon remained silent, their focus still on the seemingly unfazed young man before them. Something is amiss. This madman must have a backup plan. How can he remain so composed? Yet, the old primate had a point. Even if this lunatic possessed some hidden card, the 12 thrones together could certainly eliminate him here. If not, seizing this opportunity to permanently confine him would be their best chance. Once he was dead, the outside cultivators, gripped by fear, would pose no threat, and perhaps their clan could break free from this confinement and reclaim their homeland. The Black Tiger's eyes sparkled with ambition as he recalled the panic among the younger generation of his clan whenever Chu He's name was mentioned. That a profound bloodlust began to fill his heart. Today's opportunity was truly one in a million. Even if it required some sacrifice, they must ensure this madman was forever trapped here. As his mindset shifted, the colossal tiger phantom behind the Black Tiger grew ever more solid, and roars erupted from its mouth, echoing through the heavens and the earth. You foul monkey! Did I not merely sever your tail? Must you harbor such hatred for so long? Besides, once you reach the tribulation stage, you can regrow your limb, can't you? Chu He seemed entirely unfazed by the overwhelming aura and the palpable killing intent, mocking him with a grin. Chu He, you shall pay for this. The primate's fury ignited, his clothing tearing apart as his upper body, now covered in black fur, swelled dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he had more than doubled in size. The lines of power were mere embellishments. The sheer force emanating from him conjured whirlwinds in the air, howling through the skies. Monkey, calm down. The Azure Dragon's voice remained calm, though tinged with an undeniable authority. Azure Dragon? You can't be serious, the primate bellowed in disbelief. Are you afraid of this madman? This is the abyss of 10,000 demons. Our territory. Monkey, calm yourself. The Azure Dragon turned back, merely shooting the primate a glare. A terrifying pressure radiated forth. The enlarged primate was instantly forced back to his original form under this overwhelming weight. Unable to resist even a fraction of it, with the primate subdued, the Azure Dragon turned his gaze back to Chu He. Speak. What sort of collaboration do you seek with us? No one anticipated that the Azure Dragon would genuinely inquire about the details of a collaboration with Chu He. Even the Black Tiger was at a loss as to the Azure Dragon's reasoning. However, due to the Azure Dragon's status as the leader of the 12 thrones and the strongest among them, he suppressed his confusion. The remaining 9 kings, witnessing the primate being subdued, also refrained from any further provocations. That it was indeed the dragon head. There was a reason he held the position as the leader of the 12 kings. At the very least, one should possess more intellect than that monkey. Chu He's voice was laced with disdain, and even in his fury, the ape could only stare blankly. The Azure Dragon remained unfazed by Chu He's provocation, patiently awaiting his subsequent remarks. Would it not have been better if everyone had maintained a calm demeanor from the outset? I have reiterated that my intentions upon arriving this time are devoid of malice. I merely wish to engage in a transaction with you. Alas, after such a long separation, the conduct of my old friends is truly disappointing. With a sigh, Chu He abruptly shifted his tone. I shall create an opening in the grand formation that confines you outside. After you exit, make a visit to the Qianyuan sect and assist me in eliminating some individuals, shall we? This time, Chu He's demeanor was exceedingly solemn, entirely shedding his previous playful facade. Previously, he had spared Wang Ying of the Tianyi Sword sect and the rogue Rin Bulang. Controlling both with the heart-biting gout, he had instructed them to lead the powerful individuals from the Wuyun continent, who had received the assassination orders, to the Qianyuan sect, with the intent of eradicating them all. He aimed to unleash the 12 thrones from the abyss of 10,000 demons, unleashing the bloodthirsty demons upon the Qianyuan sect. Chu He was not jesting this time. However, the Azure Dragon's expression darkened. A tremendous pressure radiated from him. A massive, clawed dragon phantom coiled and soared behind him. The palpable killing intent coalesced at the dragon's head, making the air itself feel thick with the Azure Dragon's terrifying power. Chu He, do you truly believe us to be fools? If your sincerity is so lacking, then my 12 companions and I may as well leave you here forever. Chapter 44. Celestial Level Battle Technique. Heaven-slaying Sword Technique. Sometimes, it is precisely like this. A lie is more readily accepted, while the truth often meets with disbelief, just as it is now. Chu He laid bare his heart to the 12 thrones, yet what he received in return was suspicion and wrath. The Azure Dragon's declaration ignited a fervor among them. The remaining 11 thrones shed all reservations. Their auras surged, uniting into a force that threatened to overturn heaven and earth. It cannot entirely be blamed on the Azure Dragon's judgment. It was precisely because they had dealt with Chu He for so long that they understood the essence of his character. In their eyes, Chu He was a madman willing to forsake everything, even his own life, for the sake of his sect. They had genuinely felt the madness of Chu He, especially some thrones, who bore indelible scars left by him due to their own carelessness. Most recently, this madman had resorted to secret techniques, sacrificing his foundation to hold them back, while they attempted to breach the grand formation sealing the abyss of 10,000 demons. Such a man, who would sacrifice himself for the sect, now claimed he would actively assist them in breaking the seal that confined them, leading them to unleash slaughter upon the very sect he had fought to protect. Who in their right mind would believe this? Does he truly think that the 12 thrones possess some sort of animalistic folly? Azure Dragon, let us keep this madman here forever. This lunatic would use himself as bait to lure us out. For surely there are schemes afoot outside. He might intend to ensnare us all. The ghostly horse's forelegs kicked at the void, as if gathering strength. Indeed, Azure Dragon, kill him. When have my 12 thrones ever endured such humiliation? To be toyed with by a junior, slay him. A chorus of roars reverberated through the heavens and earth. A vast pool of magical power began to isolate the area within 100 miles. Although the ensuing chaos among the peak nascent souls would not be as exaggerated as apocalyptic devastation, if left unchecked, it could still result in unimaginable suffering. After all, this was the territory of the abyss of 10,000 demons, home to their kin. Therefore, they dared not unleash their full strength. Alas, it is indeed true that deep affections cannot be retained through time. Only schemes can empty the hearts of men. It seems today as planned to avoid bloodshed cannot proceed. Chu He shook his head inwardly, just as he was about to summon the Qianyuan sword to compel these obstinate individuals to comply. A crisp system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Major choice detected for the host. The divine choice system is triggered. Option 1. Do not resort to violence. Engage in heartfelt dialogue with the 12 thrones. Insist on reasoning with them. Explain the events that have transpired, and evoke their genuine understanding of your deep-seated hatred for the Qianyuan sect. Reward. A volume of the Analects, to enlighten the world, starting from oneself. There is more to the martial world than killing. There are also principles to discuss. Option 2. Rely on overwhelming combat strength to recklessly engage and slay all 12 thrones. Reward. Reckless Secret Technique 1. Reckless Secret Technique. A 2% chance of activation. Upon activation, intelligence decreases by 60%, physical strength increases by 50%, combat power increases by 50%, and endurance increases by 20%. A true man simply charges forth. Those who shrink back are but turtles. With a 120% boost in attributes, who would not tremble in fear? Option 3. Employ a thunderous method to annihilate one of the 12 thrones, demonstrating terrifying strength to instill fear within them. Use this to coerce them into executing your nefarious plans. Reward. Celestial Level Battle Technique. Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique refines a single sword to its pinnacle, eliminates all superfluous movements, showcasing unparalleled power with extreme speed and strength. With my sword, I can cleave the heavens. The three options appeared in Chu He's mind, and in an instant, he grasped the essence of each choice and their respective rewards. Option 1 was promptly disregarded by Chu He. Neither from his true intentions nor the rewards did it warrant any lingering attachment. What value does the intellect hold? To enlighten the world. What nonsense. This is the realm of cultivation. For a mere sliver of cultivation resources, one can fight to the death, with rivers of blood flowing. Only a madman would seek to enlighten others in the world of cultivation. The second and third options left Chu He in a slight quandary. The reckless secret technique indeed held some merit. With a chance to activate, it appeared akin to a secret art capable of temporarily enhancing personal combat strength in a life-and-death struggle against a comparably matched foe. It could serve as a trump card. The celestial level heaven-slaying sword technique could similarly enhance combat power, being a technique of celestial caliber. In this world, the grading of techniques and battle skills is divided into 5 categories: divine, celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow. The higher the tier, the rarer it is. Even among the 7 supreme sects, the Qianyuan sect possesses only 1 divine-level technique and a handful of celestial-level techniques. This illustrates just how precious celestial-level techniques are. As for the techniques rumored to exist beyond divine level in ancient texts, those are far too distant from Chu He. Their existence is even debatable. After pondering for a moment, Chu He made his choice. I choose 3.it is not that the reckless secret technique is inferior to the heaven-slaying sword technique, that on the contrary, secret arts like the reckless secret technique, which possess growth attributes, may even hold greater long-term advantages than the heaven-slaying sword technique. However, what Chu He desired was not the complete downfall of the 12 thrones. He wished for these formidable forces to lead the horde of the abyss of 10,000 demons into battle. He sought to utilize the power of the abyss of 10,000 demons to confront the Qianyuan sect directly. He craved chaos across the land. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting option 3. Congratulations for acquiring the celestial level battle technique, heaven-slaying sword technique. As this is a gift from the system, the host will fully comprehend the heaven-slaying sword technique. In an instant, a torrent of immense information, accompanied by profound understanding, surged into Chu He's mind and spirit. He seemed to glimpse a figure wielding a sword, cleaving the heavens in a magnificent display. As the time spent with the system increased, so too did Chu He's reverence for this mysterious entity. From the very beginning, it had restored his nearly irreparable foundation in an instant, rewarded him with the exquisite Qianyuan sword, bestowed upon him the godly thunder for tribulation, and various miraculous elixirs with differing effects. Now, it enabled him to instantly grasp a terrifying celestial-level technique, like the heaven-slaying sword technique. That it is worth noting that even the most exceptional prodigies require immeasurable time to thoroughly comprehend a celestial-level technique, often needing fortuitous encounters along the way to master it completely. Even for Chu He, a natural talent for the sword, starting from scratch with the heaven-slaying sword technique would likely require a century before reaching a proficient level, let alone achieving full comprehension. The more he became familiar with it, the more suffocating it felt within him. What kind of unfathomable existence lies behind the system? Alas, such thoughts are beyond my current contemplation. If, in the future, I truly ascend to the heavens and shatter the void, I shall seek to unravel the truth of this world. Perhaps the world we know is not real, or perhaps it is simply too small. Chapter 45. Kneel. The terrifying magical power surged through the heavens and earth, and the echoes of roars reverberated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The killing intent of the 12 thrones permeated every corner of this space. Though this was an open expanse, one could feel an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. Azure Dragon, most of our kin have departed. It is time to take action. The Black Tiger surveyed the surroundings, then turned his gaze toward the Azure Dragon. Kill, you rogue of Chu He. Today, not only shall I end your life, but I shall also extract your heart and lungs and steep them in liquor. I will fashion your severed head into a goblet for my own use. The monkey, unable to contain himself any longer, without waiting for the Azure Dragon's command, pulled out a rod several times larger than himself and swung it toward Chu He. The swollen monkey, endowed with unparalleled strength, now wielded what appeared to be an exceedingly heavy weapon. With all his might, the rod struck, producing thunderous sounds that caused the very void to collapse and the heavens to dim. Old Monkey, the black tiger instinctively moved to assist, only to be stopped by the azure dragon. Let the monkey have a go, that we shall see if this fellow has any hidden tricks up his sleeve. We are all here. Even if he possesses some secret weapon, the monkey's life will not be in jeopardy. The azure dragon's tone was icy, and after a moment's hesitation, the black tiger nodded in agreement. Chu He dared to come here alone. No one would believe he had no contingency plan, that if they charged in recklessly, only to be caught off guard by Chu He's traps, it would be a sight they wished to avoid. The monkey, being at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, could withstand any hidden ploys Chu He might have prepared. Should any mishap occur, the 11 of them were present. Chu He would not be able to stir any significant trouble. Did they think their 11 thrones were mere decorations? If one of their own were to be slain before their very eyes, they might as well find a large pot and stew themselves. As the monkey prepared to smash Chu He with the massive rod, Chu He, who had remained silent, suddenly revealed a long sword shimmering with golden light, exuding an aura of nobility, the Xianyuan sword. In that instant, a potent sword intent erupted, only to vanish in an exceedingly strange manner. No, it did not vanish. Rather, it returned to the sword itself. Not good, the azure dragon and black tiger, whose powers surpassed those of the other thrones, were acutely aware of the impending danger. As Chu He summoned the Xianyuan sword, the hairs on their bodies began to stand on end. When that terrifying sword energy retracted back into the blade, even they felt a sense of impending doom. Monkey, return, the azure dragon shouted. He swiftly extended his right hand, manifesting a massive dragon claw, which he hurled toward the nearby monkey. The black tiger, too, sprang into action. But instead of aiding the monkey like the azure dragon, he aimed a powerful punch at Chu He. The force behind it was akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, imbued with the intent to rend all things asunder. In contrast, the monkey, who was the first to feel the imminent peril, had nearly brought the rod down upon Chu He. He heard the azure dragon's roar. Yet at that moment, the black tiger had already plunged into an irretrievable situation. The might of his strike had exceeded his control. Damn it. I refuse to believe that your sword can slay me. Either I crush you with this rod, or I shall endure your sword strike. Let us see whose life is sturdier. In the face of absolute peril, the monkey's ambition ignited within him. Reason and fear began to dissipate, replaced by a ferocity that ordinary mortals could never possess. Unfortunately, not everyone could gamble and emerge victorious like the chosen one, nor would it suffice to claim the gun was empty merely because one declared it so. With the Xianyuan sword in his right hand, Chu He positioned it at his left side. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Should he employ other methods, it would indeed be challenging to slay a peak nascent soul warrior in a single blow. However, utilizing the recently mastered heavenly grade combat skill, the heaven-slaying sword technique, was just sufficient. In an instant, as Chu He drew the Xianyuan sword, a radiant sword light, magnificent enough to rival the sun in the sky, erupted before him, cleaving forward. In that moment, the world dimmed. Time itself seemed to pause. In the gaze of all present, only that eternal sword light remained. Everything that stood in its path melted away like snowflakes under the sun. The massive rod, the swollen monkey, the azure dragon's claw, and the black tiger's punch, all were severed in twain by this singular strike. Even the clouds above were cleaved asunder by the sword. But this was not the end. Countless fine and razor-sharp sword energies erupted in the space around them. The 11 thrones present bore deep and varied wounds. In truth, all this transpired in a heartbeat, like a flash of lightning. Yet, to the spectators, the moment felt drawn out infinitely. The terror of that sword strike was deeply etched into the hearts of the 11 thrones, causing them to forget to defend against the myriad sword energies that followed. Truly a heavenly grade combat skill. How formidable! Even though Chu He had anticipated this moment, he was still taken aback by the spectacle of the heaven-slaying sword technique, though he had perfectly mastered it. His realm and understanding of the sword path had yet to reach their zenith point. One day, he would wield a sword that could cleave the heavens. Setting aside his thoughts, Chu He held the Xianyuan sword. Allowing its tip to naturally descend, he infused his internal energy into his dual pupils. In an instant, the power of the immortal Taos surged forth. An intangible pressure erupted from Chu He's eyes, enveloping the remaining 11 thrones. In an instant, the terrifying sword light that had just been unleashed left the 11 thrones shaken, and now the might of the struck them like a profound imprint upon their hearts. In that moment, the 9 thrones, purple rat, yellow bull, beautiful rabbit, flowery snake, ghostly horse, human sheep, iron chicken, Evil Dog, and Piglet, could not withstand this overwhelming pressure and knelt upon the ground. Perhaps they had never imagined that they would one day kneel before a mere human. Only the Black Tiger and Azure Dragon, bolstered by their immense cultivation, struggled to remain standing. Kneel. Chu He's icy voice was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, even as the Black Tiger and Azure Dragon gritted their teeth. Faced with those eyes that resembled the gaze of the divine, their dignity and confidence crumbled to dust. Crack. Thud. Thud. The sound of their defeat was stark and clear. Ultimately, they too fell to their knees. Alongside their dignity as thrones, their once proud forms bent with the weight of their knees, unable to rise in arrogance any longer. Chapter 46. To bring change, one must create great chaos. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The scene became a near-eternal tableau. In midair, a towering figure stood resolutely. In his right hand, he wielded a golden divine sword radiating nobility, his dual pupils deep and enigmatic. Immortal Tao runes flowed within. As though he were an unparalleled emperor of ages past. On the ground, 11 diverse figures knelt in submission, resembling both guardians and worshippers. Damn it. The Azure Dragon's fierce expression twisted in anguish, his sharp teeth clenched tightly. He sought to marshal the vast energy within him to combat his inner fear. Yet before those terrifying eyes, everything he possessed felt utterly insipid, including his dignity. The Black Tiger was shaken to his core. The celestial-like pressure birthed a sense of despair within him. Was this truly the extent of his power? How far had the outside cultivators advanced, if everyone were as mad as this one? Did their clan truly have any hope of returning home? Aside from the monkey, who had been reduced to nothing by a single sword strike, the remaining 11 thrones of the 10,000 Demons' Cave were consumed by fear. Their pride, their dignity, everything they had was on the brink of shattering in that moment. Only those piercing eyes, that soul-shaking divine sword, and the imposing figure standing as though upon their very heads remained etched in their memories, an eternal nightmare that could never be erased. Chu He gazed down at the 11 thrones, who were utterly prostrated upon the ground, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Truly, the immortal Tao was remarkable. Merely activating the to unleash its pressure was sufficient to intimidate this group of thrones within the 10,000 Demons' Cave. It was unfathomable to imagine just how splendid the golden age of the ancients had been. In that moment, Chu He's heart brimmed with longing, a longing for a golden age. The immortal Tao was mysterious and unfathomable. Even without any secret techniques, this pair of eyes encompassed all, imbued with boundless profundity. With further study, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to comprehend the innate killing moves in confronting the thrones. Chu He initially employed the celestial slashing sword technique to strike down one of the thrones, the monkey, with a thunderous force. This action carved a perfect breach in the profound mindset of the remaining 11 thrones. Subsequently, he merely invoked the most rudimentary power of his dual pupil to instill a sense of intimidation, rendering these thrones utterly incapable of lifting their heads. As the saying goes, one can glean the entirety from a mere glimpse. The terrifying might of the celestial dual pupil is undeniably formidable. It is almost unfathomable to imagine the sparks that would ignite when the primordial factions collided during that ancient golden age. However, one thing Chu He could ascertain is that even in that illustrious era, the celestial dual pupil would certainly stand out among the first-generation beings. After all, the dual pupil was the path of invincibility. When the system bestowed upon me the dual pupil, it was introduced as the path of invincibility, suggesting that multiple paths exist for those with numerous bones. Reflecting on it now seems somewhat peculiar. Never mind, I shall first address the immediate issue at hand. Although it was a question, the tone encompassed an undeniable authority. Chu He, my clan shall never be enslaved. You shall not lead us into the traps set by your cunning cultivators. You vile invaders, one day we shall break free from this prison and reclaim our homeland. The Black Tiger gasped heavily. While he could not rise to his feet, he managed to emit a deep growl to convey his sentiments. Indeed, madmen, you invaders, you have not only invaded our homeland, but have also firmly sealed my clan within this prison. Now, you seek to annihilate us. Even if you manage to slay us today, as long as one of my kin survives, we shall return with a vengeance and restore our former glory. Indeed, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. You may slay me, but you cannot extinguish the belief within our hearts. The resonant roar echoed throughout the land. Should any other individual have been in Chu He's position, suppressing these 11 thrones, Such words might have stirred a sense of fervor within him. How did I become the villain in this narrative? Chu He mused inwardly. Why do they persist in labeling us as invaders? Could it be that the incursion they speak of is not akin to my own entry into the abyss of demons? They equate their existence within the abyss of demons to imprisonment, while the world outside is their true homeland. As for the cultivators residing beyond, they perceive them as invaders. This perspective aligns with the obscure legends about the five-cloud continent that Chu He had stumbled upon. Is it possible that everything we know is but a fade? What kind of terrifying power could be manipulating these events from behind the scenes, affecting countless beings across a continent? An inexplicable chill surged within him, as if he had torn open a hidden corner of this continent. All secrets would only begin to unravel after I depart from the five-cloud continent. Though I possess these eyes that see through all, I cannot discern the darkness lurking behind. Reflecting upon the sayings of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, they are widely known across the five-cloud continent. Even among the common folk who dwell at the base of this realm, they understand that the five-cloud continent is merely a small domain within the 9 heavens and 10 domains. Yet, even as a cultivator who has spent a century as the grand senior brother of the Qianyuan sect, he has never heard of any powerful being departing the five-cloud continent to venture into another great domain, let alone the heavenly domain. The deeper he pondered, the more suffocating it became. That it was as if everything was controlled and manipulated by an invisible hand. Those caught in this web are akin to creatures on display, living in ignorance within defined boundaries. If the five-cloud continent truly is a cage, then I must incite chaos throughout this land. Only amidst chaos can I discover the singular change. I must escape the five-cloud continent. Chu He's resolve intensified. Now that he suspected that the great domain he inhabited might harbor issues, he would not resign himself to being a mere spectacle, like a monkey in a circus. Initially, he merely intended to dismantle the great formation suppressing the abyss of demons, seeking to retaliate against those who had issued a bounty on his head. But now, it seemed that such disorder was insufficient. Chu He clenched his fists in the shadows, the coldness emanating from his gaze reminiscent of the harsh winter chill. To instigate change, the world must descend into chaos. If there truly exists a hidden hand, I must ensure it is thrown into disarray. A single abyss of demons is far from enough. What if all 7 abysses erupted simultaneously? Chu He shifted his gaze from the 11 thrones, raising his eyes to the void above, as if some dreadful entity were gazing back at him. Today, I may appear to you as a mere ant, easily crushed. But who knows if this ant might one day topple the heavens? Chapter 47. Weakness is original sin. I shall incite turmoil across the world, were the cultivators and mortals within the five-cloud continent to become aware of Chu He's current thoughts. They would surely feel a chill run down their spines. The 7 abysses have been suppressed by various sects for thousands of years. Over the long passage of time, their hearts have been filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. The saying, "Those not of my kind are bound to have different intentions," is not mere rhetoric. When 2 distinct races coexist on the same continent, the inevitable outcome is the annihilation of one side. Moreover, the grievances between the 7 abysses and the external cultivators have been accumulating for millennia. It is easy to imagine that if Chu He were to tear apart the seals surrounding the 7 abysses, resulting in a chaotic uprising, the bloodshed would be unfathomable. Yet, what does any of this have to do with him? The cold gaze from those formidable pupils swept over, seemingly freezing time itself. In that moment, aside from the overwhelming pressure, it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped the hearts of the 11 thrones, a wave of pain washing over them. Terrifying. Those eyes are too fearsome. No, it is not just the eyes. This individual is too fearsome. Chu He, if we are willing to agree to your terms, can you spare some of our young kin if we unite our clan's strength to assault the Qianyuan sect? The azure dragon appeared as though robbed of endless time, deep furrows appearing on his dragon visage. His voice aged significantly. Azure dragon? The black tiger seemed to sense the decision made by the azure dragon. Straining to turn his head towards him, disbelief filling his tiger eyes, the azure dragon, among the 12 thrones, not only possessed the greatest strength, but was also the proudest. It was unimaginable that today he would truly lower his lofty head to a junior. Azure dragon, it is not yet time. We still have our trump cards. The black tiger continued to roar, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the azure dragon. Black tiger, that is our clan's last resort. We can perish, but as long as we have our foundation and a new generation, we shall not be defeated. The Azure Dragon's words silenced the Black Tiger entirely. His gaze trembled, hands quaking. And in the end, he could only lower his head in reluctant submission. Perhaps in their hearts, they believed that Chu He had come to lead them to collective demise. Even if Chu He would truly assist them in breaking the external barriers of this prison, what awaited them would undoubtedly be an unimaginable net of doom. If this encounter truly proves unavoidable, then, as the Azure Dragon stated, as long as a spark remains, it cannot be deemed a failure. A roar erupted from the Black Tiger, resonating through the mountains and forests. Chu He, what the Azure Dragon proposed is our final condition. If you can agree, we shall cooperate. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, we shall bite off a piece of flesh from you, even at the cost of our lives. The Black Tiger grunted at this moment. He had resigned himself to the certainty of death, whether in a desperate struggle against this seemingly godlike youth or in the inevitable confrontation with those loathsome invaders after leaving this place. Facing the conditions presented by the Azure Dragon and the Black Tiger, the coldness in Chu He's eyes showed no sign of dissipating. Had it been at the outset, he might have patiently explained matters to them. However, now he was disinclined to offer any explanations. He had neither the time nor the inclination. He would neither explain nor deign to do so, solely because Chu He was far superior to them. Such was the privilege of the strong. You lack the qualifications to set conditions, comply, or perish. Chu He bellowed. Simultaneously, a colossal sword intent emanated from Chu He, forming a terrifying pillar that pierced through the heavens and the earth. An unparalleled aura erupted from his being. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, perfected, transcending the nascent soul, half a step into the tribulation stage, under the impetus of his mana, the Xianyuan sword in Chu He's hand burst forth with resplendent brilliance. The 9 dragons carved upon the golden blade seemed to come alive, swimming incessantly upon its surface. The dreadful might of the dragons suppressed all around. The sword intent of the heavenly severing sword technique was poised to unleash the momentum of a single stroke capable of obliterating foes, enveloping the 11 thrones upon the ground like a domain. It was as if the scythe of death had been placed at the throats of their 11 thrones, ready to reap their lives at any moment. The runes of the celestial path within his ignited as if set ablaze, an intangible flame burning from within. What was once a gaze cold enough to freeze all was now shrouded in a layer of forbidden fire, capable of incinerating everything. Emotions of humiliation and shame, foreign to them since birth, intertwined like wild grass at the depths of the 11 thrones' hearts. It was as if they had transformed into an indestructible net, ensnaring them tightly. Even reduced to such a lowly state, was there truly no way out? Could even their sole request not be granted? In that instant of Chu He's full eruption, whether it was the Azure Dragon, the Black Tiger, or any of the 11 thrones, their meager fighting spirit was swiftly extinguished. Faced with Chu He, even in the same realm, they could only be slaughtered. This is not a condition, it is a plea. Chu He, we promise to act as you command, but if possible, we hope you can spare a trace of our bloodline. The baseline will never rise, only fall again and again. The Azure Dragon had never even dreamed that one day a being as proud as he would stoop to such a level before a junior, especially one he loathed as an invader. This time, Chu He still did not immediately acquiesce. From the space within the Xianyuan sword, he retrieved 11 pills. Heart-eating goo. The human heart is the most unworthy of tests, let alone the fact that Chu He was currently suppressing these individuals with sheer force. What is a promise worth? In this world, aside from the oaths sworn by the Tao, other promises are worth less than nothing. What Chu He needed was chaos across the 5 elements continent. He would allow no unforeseen circumstances. Should there truly be a pair of colossal hands behind this? If this plan were to fail, the future would only become more arduous. Consume these. With his mana, Chu He cast the 11 heart-eating goo onto the ground before the 11 thrones. Now that Chu He possessed the heart-eating goo king, even if none of the 11 thrones had formally entered the tribulation stage, should they be tribulation stage experts, Chu He could still detonate the heart-eating goo directly, thus ending their lives. Therefore, as long as these individuals ingested the heart-eating goo, unless they advanced to the integration stage, achieving a miracle unseen in this continent for several eras, they could only become puppets under Chu He's command. Gazing at the pitch-black pills hovering before them, the 11 thrones, led by the azure dragon and the black tiger, struggled with wild desperation in their eyes. For kings of their stature, this was the utmost humiliation. To become a king is not solely a matter of strength. Their mental acuity was also top tier within the abyss of demons. Even if they did not know what this pitch-black pill was, they understood that whatever Chu He had cast before them was assuredly no ordinary object. That it was easy to surmise that swallowing it would potentially lead to their complete subjugation by Chu He. Like dogs, abandon your childish notions that do not complain about the injustices of the world, for you lack the power of choice. Weakness is the original sin. Chapter 48. Threat. The Five Ancestors of the Abyss. Chu He stood as a god, while the kings, once akin to deities, now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. They could only accept their fate of being butchered, utterly powerless to make any choices. Azure Dragon, consumed by sheer rage. The black tiger nearly bit his own teeth to dust. His pupils were bloodshot, appearing to have lost all rationality. Was Chu He not insulting them? To them, it felt as though their dignity had been crushed and tossed into a cesspool, followed by a loathsome spit. Buzz. Suddenly, a suffocating consciousness surged from the depths of the abyss of demons. This consciousness spread like sound waves, instantly occupying half the sky, sealing off the space around them. Is this the aura of the Five Ancestors? The Five Ancestors have awakened? The azure dragon's heart trembled violently as he struggled under the terrifying pressure inflicted by Chu He, raising his dragon head with great difficulty. Is it the Five Ancestors? The Five Ancestors have come. Damn human, your end is nigh. We beseech the Five Ancestors to take charge for us. The previously docile 11 thrones, feeling the terror of this consciousness, began to rebel once more. They looked up at the heavens with eyes filled with reverence. This consciousness made Chu He's expression shift slightly. He could distinctly sense himself enveloped by a terrifying will. Under this will, he felt like a small boat adrift at sea, utterly devoid of any power to resist. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of a formidable being at the tribulation stage. It seems I have underestimated the abyss of demons. Indeed, if the abyss of demons were merely overseen by the 12 kings on the surface, it would have likely been extinguished long ago. Chu He's mind raced, realizing that the emergence of this consciousness exceeded his expectations. However, would it pose trouble for him? Indeed, it would. But the issue was not grave. Had it been the previous Chu He, without the system and those extraordinary rewards, facing a tribulation stage monster with his nascent soul cultivation would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet now, Chu He possessed numerous treasures capable of threatening a tribulation stage powerful being. It seems this is what those 11 beneath spoke of as their heritage. However, if you think you can restrain me merely with this one tribulation stage being's will, you are sorely mistaken. Facing this overwhelming will that compressed the space, Chu He sheathed the Xianyuan sword. Upon witnessing this, the 11 thrones were perplexed. Why would he sheath his sword? Could it be that he is afraid? No, given this madman's nature, he would never simply submit. Could it be he has a means against the Five Ancestors? The azure dragon's gaze flickered as he attempted to suppress the effects of his. Striving to observe Chu He in midair, among the kings, the azure dragon and the black tiger held the highest realms, already half a foot into the tribulation stage. Their accumulation at the nascent soul stage had reached sufficient levels, only lacking a moment of enlightenment to step into the tribulation stage. Nevertheless, it was precisely this that made the azure dragon more acutely aware of the gap between them and the true tribulation stage powers. Is Chu He strong? Perhaps to them, he is indeed formidable, perhaps even invincible within the nascent soul stage. Having slain a king with a single stroke, he further suppressed the remaining 11 thrones with his sheer momentum. But this is merely within the realm of nascent soul. When placed alongside the tribulation stage, the azure dragon did not believe Chu He could contend directly, just as doubts swirled among the crowd. Chu He nonchalantly extended his left hand. The next moment, an intense chill surged from the feet of all present, penetrating to their very crowns. Upon his left palm, a slender bolt of lightning danced incessantly. This minuscule, almost imperceptible flash of lightning emanated an unparalleled sense of oppression. Tribulation divine lightning. Holding the tribulation divine lightning, Chu He gazed calmly around. Through his celestial, he perceived that he was enveloped by a dense ripple akin to the sea. Moreover, as time progressed, these ripples continued to compress towards him. This was the will unseen by others. It could also be described as divine consciousness, awareness, Upon summoning the tribulation divine lightning, this will hesitated for a moment, only to resume its relentless compression towards him, as if intent on exploding Chu He into oblivion. Though, is it insufficient? It seems one bolt of tribulation divine lightning is not enough. Then let us add another. Chu He smirked disdainfully, extending his right palm. Another bolt of tribulation divine lightning materialized above his hand. With 2 rewards, Chu He had amassed a total of 20 bolts of tribulation divine lightning. Aside from the one he cast upon departing from the Qinyuan sect, he still possessed 19. Should the ancient beings of the abyss of demons refuse to cooperate with his plans, Chu He would not hesitate to unleash a divine retribution upon this place. With the appearance of the second bolt of tribulation divine lightning, the power of heavenly punishment permeating the space intensified, accompanied by the destructive force entwined within the tribulation divine lightning. Humph, are you afraid? If you are, then show yourselves. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Chu He gazed into the depths of the unfathomable celestial runes that rearranged and reformed within his double pupils, radiating a brilliance that seemed to belong to another realm entirely. He chuckled softly, initially expecting something grand, only to discover it was merely an ancient turtle. The power of his piercing gaze shattered illusions, revealing a decrepit old turtle enveloped in a formidable aura. Although its presence was undeniably potent, Chu He could discern an unmistakable sense of decline emanating from it. This old turtle was far too aged, even with the lengthy lifespan afforded by the tribulation stage. And the inherent advantages of its kind, its existence was inevitably approaching its end. Can you see me? A voice, transmitted in a form of will, resonated within Chu He's mind, devoid of any other emotion, save for an unmistakable weariness and frailty. What do you think? Chu He replied through his own will. Young friend, why not grant this old man a favor today? Release my 11 descendants, and in return, I shall overlook your intrusion and the demise of my kin, allowing you to depart safely. The old turtle's tone was deliberate and slow. Are you threatening me? Chu He retorted with a cold snort. No, I am not threatening you, young friend. This is merely a transaction. Though I am unaware of how you acquired those 2 strands of tribulation lightning, should you think to intimidate me with merely that? You underestimate me gravely. Even if my cultivation has regressed to the tribulation stage over the years, I still possess some hidden cards. Despite the old turtle's tone remaining calm, Chu He could sense the underlying threat woven into its words. If this were anyone else, they might have yielded, but here stood Chu He. In this lifetime, he abhorred being threatened. Old turtle, in the end, you still wish to intimidate me. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? If you seek conflict, then let us not coexist peacefully. 2 strikes are not enough. Then let us add more. I shall see if my hidden cards can exhaust you. You ancient wretch. Chu He's consciousness surged violently. A glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, bolts of tribulation lightning erupted from within him, swirling around his form. 1, 2, 3, 17. Counting the 2 in his grasp, a total of 19 bolts of tribulation lightning manifested. At that moment, a qualitative change emerged from the quantitative accumulation. The overwhelming might of divine retribution rippled forth, as 19 bolts of tribulation lightning appeared, as if the heavens themselves were preparing to unleash an apocalyptic judgment upon the earth. Chapter 49, Compromise, Agreement, 1-39. 19 in total. Where on earth did this madman acquire such extraordinary heavenly lightning? Has he truly reached that level? The 11 thrones on the ground stared in astonishment at the sight of Chu He. Encircled by lightning, this kind of controllable lightning, possessing even a single bolt, was a tremendous fortune. Yet this lunatic possessed 19. 19. Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? As Chu He summoned forth the 19 bolts of tribulation lightning, the will of the old turtle, which had been slowly enveloping him, abruptly halted. Young friend, I have stated before, I do not harbor any intention to threaten you. Please, I implore you to retract those 19 bolts of lightning. The lightning, transformed by the accumulation of quantity into a qualitative change, had even caused this space to manifest the power of divine retribution, as if the overcast skies were poised to strike down upon the vast earth with relentless bolts of lightning. This time, the old turtle did not manifest its physical form but appeared here as a will, and will, above all, feared the most rigid and radiant of lightning. Moreover, the lightning enveloping Chu He bore the essence of true divine retribution. 1 or 2 bolts of such lightning might be manageable for the old turtle, but close to 20. If they were to strike, not only would its will be scattered, but the very earth itself might face annihilation. I was careless. I should have let my true form emerge, the old turtle mused internally. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The initiative lay firmly in Chu He's grasp. This, in truth, could not solely be blamed on the old turtle. Within the abyss of 10,000 demons, it had spent 90% of its time in slumber. Had it not sensed the impending danger from the 12 thrones, it would not have awakened so abruptly. Furthermore, facing an intruder like Chu He, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, any rational being, especially one like the old turtle, would instinctively attempt to eliminate the threat through will rather than risk the substantial toll of engaging physically. Everything was quite reasonable, except for the variable that was Chu He. Who could have predicted that he would possess something capable of threatening a tribulation stage powerhouse, and not just any, but a full 19 bolts? Old turtle, do you still wish to threaten me? I would rather perish here with you than yield. Let us see if my 19 bolts of divine lightning can bring about your end. While others may be ruthless, Chu He resolved to be even more so. If others were fierce, he would be fiercer. Only in this way could he instill fear in all, ensuring that whenever they encountered him, their treacherous thoughts would be quelled. My young friend, although I am unaware of your intentions, you have one this time that I hope you will leave some lineage for my clan. Consider it a plea from this old man. Would you? Ultimately, the old turtle acquiesced on this occasion. Chu He chose not to press further as he had with the 11 thrones. While he did not accept the old turtle's request, he also refrained from outright refusal. Even though the old turtle's existence was nearing its end, it was undeniable that it possessed the cultivation of a tribulation stage powerhouse. Should Chu He truly provoke such a creature, it would not be a wise course of action. No matter how many items he possessed that could threaten a tribulation stage being, the reality remained that such powerhouses still posed a significant threat to him at this juncture. That it seems I must hasten my breakthrough to the tribulation stage. Not only to leave the 5 elements continent, but even to stir this realm, relying solely on my nascent soul cultivation is insufficient. Heaven knows how many ancient monsters like this one lurk in the shadows. Chu He contemplated the old turtle, now formed from will, as his double pupils shimmered with radiant runes. This old turtle was referred to as the ancestor of 5, which suggested that within this abyss of 10,000 demons, there were at least 4 other tribulation stage monsters, and this was merely one abyss. The continent itself harbored 6 other demon abysses. Beyond the overtly powerful, how many more formidable beings lay concealed within? Perhaps even this seemingly unremarkable 5 elements continent concealed numerous secrets, not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Suspended in midair, Chu He remained motionless, while the will surrounding him began to recede. It coalesced into a smaller version of the old turtle, ancestor of 5, ancestor. Upon witnessing the old turtle, the 11 thrones below erupted in exclamations. Despite being firmly suppressed by Chu He's gaze, their fear seemed to dissipate upon the appearance of the old turtle. The old turtle had transformed into a symbol of their faith. Its emergence led them to believe that the dignity they had lost to Chu He could surely be reclaimed. However, as Chu He summoned forth the 19 bolts of tribulation lightning, they began to waver. Could the ancestor truly withstand this madman? There were indeed things they could comprehend, yet could not accept. For instance, the current situation. The consciousness of Chu He and the old turtle fluctuated, as if engaged in a profound exchange. After a significant pause, the old turtle's voice reached their ears. Consume that elixir. Perhaps this is the calamity for my clan. The voice was prolonged and measured, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet it instilled a chilling dread within their hearts. The 11 thrones raised their heads, their pupils reflecting a blend of incomprehension, disbelief, and profound despair. Were they truly to be annihilated? Even the profound heritage of the ancestor of 5 could not avert this disaster. Since the ancestor had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Let us not burden the ancestor. On the ground, the azure dragon, filled with despair, roared inwardly. Ignoring the other 10 thrones, he directly swallowed the black pill floating before him as the elixir slid down his throat. An agonizing piercing pain surged through him, though it lasted only a fleeting moment. The sensation lingered, haunting his thoughts. Alas, our clan is doomed. With a deep sigh, the black tiger followed suit and swallowed the elixir. The remaining 9 thrones, though hesitant, ultimately followed the example set by the Azure Dragon and the Black Tiger. Consuming the elixir as well. It is almost inconceivable to imagine the despair that filled the hearts of the Black Tiger, Azure Dragon, and the other thrones at that very moment. To them, it seemed as though Chu He had come solely to ensnare them all. Did the choice of the old Ao to compel them to ingest the so-called heart-devouring goose signify that they had been forsaken by the abyss of 10,000 demons? The 11 of them, once deemed kings, were now to become the first discarded pawns. Such a notion is indeed steeped in irony, as the Azure Dragon and the other 10 thrones swallowed the heart-devouring goo. The old Ao shifted his gaze to Chu He's face. I sincerely hope you honor your promise. Do not deceive an old man whose time is running short. Leaving behind these words, the old Ao once again transformed into pure consciousness, slowly fading away until he vanished into the deepest recesses of the abyss of 10,000 demons. Rest assured, I shall keep my word. However, it is contingent upon you to stir chaos across this land. Chapter 50. The Summer Prince of the Great Flame Domain. Very well. Demon, we have consumed the elixir as per your request. Our lives are now in your hands. What will you do next? There is no need for further concealment. After the departure of the old Ao, the 11 thrones had all ingested the heart-devouring goo that Chu He had presented. They resigned themselves to their fated abandonment, their vitality seemingly drained, leaving only their hollowed shells behind. Chu He descended gracefully from the air, his dual pupils still sharp, though no longer radiating the dazzling divine light. With the consumption of the heart-devouring goo, the lives of the 11 thrones had effectively been placed entirely in Chu He's grasp, as long as they wished to continue living. They would become Chu He's most loyal servants. I have long stated that my intention is to liberate you. Your task is to lead the formidable members of your clan to break free. First heading to the Qianyuan sect, and then sowing discord across the 5 Elements continent. On the 5 Elements continent, at the Qianyuan sect, is it still appropriate to refer to your Qianyuan sect as one of the 7 supreme sects? Such a small place, utterly unaware of its insignificance. The title of 7 supreme. What audacity to claim such a name. Your entire sect has but a single transcendent figure in the tribulation stage to oversee it. Truly, it is no wonder that it has been sealed off, referred to by outsiders as a prison domain. If this sect were situated in our Great Flame Domain, it would barely rank as a top-tier second-rate power. A young man, adorned with a golden crown, clad in cloud boots, and draped in a white long robe embroidered with 2 cheilants, held a folding fan before him, casually commenting. The youth's complexion was fair and handsome, exuding an air of extraordinary demeanor, unmistakably not of ordinary stock. Yet, the sarcasm in his voice and the unmasked mockery in his eyes stood in stark contrast to his refined appearance. Pray tell, is this the extent of your domain, or is your Qianyuan sect simply too weak? The notion of 7 supreme is nothing but a grand jest. Behind the young man stood 2 middle-aged men dressed in Qianyuan sect attire. Upon hearing the disrespectful remarks toward the Qianyuan sect, they displayed no anger. Rather, their faces were adorned with obsequious smiles. Young Master Xia, you jest. How could our domain possibly compare to the esteemed Great Flame Domain you hail from? In our domain, a sect like ours with a single transcendent figure in the tribulation stage is already a pinnacle force. Please, young Master Xia, allow us to escort you to the main peak, where our sect leader awaits. The 2 were the peak masters of the Pill Peak and the Formation Peak, respectively. Within the sect, they ranked as the most esteemed individuals aside from the sect leader. Yet, in the presence of this young man, they had relinquished all dignity as powerful figures, resembling nothing more than eager lapdogs. Boring. Let us be off, Xia Chengji scoffed, following the 2 peak masters towards the main peak. Meanwhile, within the main peak of the Qianyuan sect, the atmosphere in the main hall was grave. Zhongjio wore a face of deep concern, his eyes reflecting an inescapable fatigue and heaviness. Compared to the last time, he appeared even more haggard and aged. His hair had lost all traces of black, now entirely white, and the lines on his face had deepened, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Furthermore, the most alarming aspect was his aura. When he had confined Mingyue to the back mountainous forbidden zone and assumed the role of acting sect leader, he had at least appeared vigorous. Yet, how little time had passed. Now, the weariness and exhaustion were impossible to conceal, giving the impression of a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished by the howling gales. Have I truly reached this state? I never anticipated that my physical condition would be worse than I imagined, that I can barely maintain my cultivation. Zhong Jio's sharp gaze was clouded with a faint murkiness as he looked down at his skeletal hands. A wave of helplessness washing over him. That I cannot, faltered, at least not now. Taking a deep breath, he deliberately squinted his eyes, not only to obscure the murkiness within, but also to appear more incisive. The Qianyuan sect now stood on the brink of a storm. Recently, various second-rate forces had suddenly dispatched powerful figures to pay homage to the Qianyuan sect, Tiany Sword Sect, Cloud Smoke Pavilion, Golden Tiger Academy, White Rainbow Alliance, and the return to Unity Hall. Even the remaining 6 supreme sects had sent their own champions to oversee the Qianyuan sect before Zhong Jio could fully comprehend these developments. Another matter seized his attention. The sons of gods from other domains were set to arrive at the Five Elements domain, with rumors suggesting they intended to take away some exceptionally talented disciples for cultivation. Zhong Jio had expended considerable effort to invite the son of the top sect, the Flying Feather sect, to the Qianyuan sect. Having lived for many years, he may not have grasped the entire truth of the Five Elements continent. Yet he was aware of certain secrets. For instance, without the guidance of powerful figures from other major domains, cultivators from the Five Elements continent could not leave its confines. Although the Qianyuan sect appeared devoid of immediate crises, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Zhong Jio's heart. This feeling unsettled him, particularly under the current circumstances. Internally, the Qianyuan sect was teeming with powerful figures from various factions, while externally, the son of the Xia clan from the Flying Feather sect approached. If any unforeseen incidents were to occur within the Qianyuan sect at this juncture, it would spell disaster. Regardless of the situation, I must endure this period. Mingyue possesses the innate talent of a sword cultivator, a natural seed for the path of the sword, and has a chance of being taken by the Flying Feather sect. As for Haoyue, his talent is not inferior to Mingyue's. He can remain within the sect to oversee its affairs. Zhong Jio pondered to himself. In recent times, Zhong Jio had visited the back mountain to check on Mingyue. After some time had passed, it seemed she had let go of her chaotic thoughts and once again focused her mind on cultivation. Perhaps she was never suited to be the sect leader. Individuals like her ought to dedicate their entire time and energy to their cultivation. Moreover, Haoyue had also delivered a significant surprise to Zhong Jio. He was unaware of the opportunity Haoyue had encountered, but it appeared he had rectified his inherent flaws and was making rapid strides in his cultivation, though Chu He had shattered his foundation. An event that would typically be devastating for a cultivator, Haoyue instead rose from the ashes, quickly progressing through qi refining and foundation establishment, and had recently succeeded in forming his golden core. Just days prior, Zhong Jio even heard rumors that Haoyue was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Such rapid cultivation progress left Zhong Jio astounded. He had repeatedly sought to probe Haoyue's foundation, only to be surprised to find that it exhibited no signs of instability. Rather, it was remarkably solid, defying the expectations for someone who had recently advanced from qi refining to the late golden core stage. Zhong Jio could not discern the reasons behind this phenomenon, attributing Haoyue's situation to the fact that he, like Mingyue, was an extraordinary talent in cultivation. The sons of gods have arrived. If I can just hold on a little longer, ensuring Mingyue's departure and entrusting Haoyue with the responsibility of stabilizing the Qianyuan sect, then even if this old bones of mine were to perish, it would be of little consequence that I can endure for a while longer. Chapter 51. Quotas beyond the domain. Zhong Jio endeavored to adjust his condition as best as he could. His voluminous robes concealed his withered frame, while his circulating spiritual energy masked his visible fatigue. Soon, the doors of the main hall swung open and a young man entered with an air of nonchalance. His face bore no trace of timidity. Even when facing Zhong Jio, the acting sect leader, his gaze remained composed. The masters of the Pill and Formation Peaks stood behind the young man, loyal followers akin to devoted servants. Their obsequiousness displeased Zhong Jio. Yet out of respect for the young man, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Old 9. Xia Qingji slightly cupped his fists, taking the lead in expressing goodwill, regardless of how he looked down upon the Weiyun domain and the Qianyuan sect. He understood that when confronting Zhong Jio, the leader of a sect, the necessary etiquette must be observed. After all, he was on another's turf, and Xia Qingji was not foolish enough to allow arrogance to provoke unnecessary trouble. Truly deserving of the title of the son of Feiyu's sect, he was indeed a heroic youth, exuding an extraordinary presence. Zhongjio spoke in a clear voice, his admiration evident. Old Jiu, you jest. I cannot bear the title of son. Within my sect, there are many far more powerful than I. Today, I find myself here merely due to fortune. As for your calling me youngster, you may simply refer to me as Chengji. Xia Chengji spoke with refined elegance, radiating an undeniable confidence. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Zhongjio's half-closed eyes. Xia Chengji's divine power was contained, his spirit vibrant, and though his demeanor was humble, it could not conceal his remarkable charisma. How could such an outstanding young man be merely mid-tier in the Feiyu sect? Zhongjio could not believe it. Even if Xia Chengji did not indulge in self-deprecation, there were undoubtedly younger individuals in Feiyu sect who shone even brighter. Yet, such talents must be exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the fact that Xia Chengji represented Feiyu sect in seeking out cultivation seeds in Wuyun domain indicated he possessed certain undisclosed strengths. Otherwise, such an opportunity would not have fallen to him. With that in mind, the old man decided to take advantage of his seniority. That I shall speak plainly. Chengji, is it true, as rumored, that you hold quotas to take cultivation seeds discovered in Wuyun domain away from this vast region? Zhongjio held his breath. He would not be careless on such a crucial matter. Although he had previously gleaned information through the advantages of the Seven Supremes, learning that disciples from other domains came to Wuyun to seek a few Dao seeds. These were merely rumors. Zhongjio needed to hear it from the horse's mouth to be reassured. Tension filled the faces of the leaders of Danfeng and Jinfeng as they gazed anxiously at the young master before them. The notion that the cultivators in Wuyun domain were heroes, that they guarded the 7 great caverns within the domain to protect the overall peace of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, was all nonsense. Such words were merely rhetoric used by the upper echelons to deceive the lower ranks. For individuals like the leaders of Danfeng and Jinfeng, though they were unaware of the truth, they understood that Wuyun domain was far from a good place. The fact that cultivators could not leave without guidance was evident. They did not harbor hopes of maintaining their current status upon departure. They merely sought to escape this cage-like domain. In that moment, all 3 pairs of eyes in the hall converged upon Xia Chengji. Despite the situation, Xia Chengji displayed no discomfort. He opened the folding fan in his hand, partially concealing his face, revealing only his ink-black eyes as he gazed at the elder who posed the question. He had anticipated this moment. After all, the Qianyuan sect had expended tremendous resources, sending countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to ensure he arrived here first. Their aim was to seize the opportunity to escape Wuyun domain ahead of others. Since old Jiu had openly posed the question, he would respond directly. Such matters were hardly secrets. They would eventually spread throughout this cage. Old Jiu, as a disciple of Feiyu sect, I swear that I do possess several quotas, allowing me to take 2 individuals away from Wuyun domain. Xia Chengji spoke plainly, yet to the 3 present, his words were like a tempestuous wave. 1 quota. You say? That is sufficient. As long as Mingyue can leave here, with her talent, she will surely break free from the confines of Wuyun domain and ascend to integration in due time. With Mingyue present, no matter where she stands in the 9 heavens and 10 domains, the glory of Qianyuan sect shall shine once more. 1 quota was just right for Zhongjio, but the expressions of the 2 sect leaders, Danfeng and Jinfeng, turned pale upon hearing this. How could they compete for merely 1 quota? Just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside, shattering the tranquility within. Grandpa Jiu, I've come to see you. The clear voice was as delightful as silver bells swaying in the summer breeze. Regardless of the tone, its youthful purity and freshness were captivating. How beautiful! Xia Chengji turned around, following the sound. A girl with twin ponytails, tall and exceptionally sweet-looking, appeared before him. Such a maiden was not uncommon for a disciple of a prestigious sect like Xia Chengji. However, what was most alluring was the perfectly placed beauty mark at the corner of her eye and the trace of sadness on her face that, despite her efforts to conceal it, could not be entirely hidden. For the opposite sex, these traits were utterly enchanting. Haoyue, Zhongjio's gaze shifted slightly. The 2 sect leaders, upon seeing the figure behind, wore expressions of utter disbelief. They could not reconcile the enchanting figure before them with Yi Haoyue. Today, Yi Haoyue's appearance was vastly different from before. Due to the complete depletion of his masculine traits, Yi Haoyue's body had responded noticeably to the increased feminine hormone levels, resulting in the development of his chest and a more alluring visage. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to present a masculine appearance, fearing the scrutiny of others. But today, he seemed to have fully embraced his new identity, his attire accentuating his already stunning features. Grandpa Gio, do you have guests today? I'm sorry for intruding. Today, upon successfully breaking through to the Yuaning realm, Yi Haoyue wished to share his joy with Grandpa Gio. I shall take my leave now. So as not to disturb your important discussions. Chapter 52. Young Master Xia, please conduct yourself with decorum. Haoyue is of male birth. Yi Haoyue, with a delicate demeanor, lightly pressed his lips together, his bright eyes captivating. A thin veil of mist enveloped his gaze, enhancing his charm to an extraordinary degree. As Xia Qingji turned back, a ray of sunlight struck Yi Haoyue's face, casting a gentle glow upon him. At that moment, Xia Qingji's heart seemed to be reborn, that a sensation akin to an electric shock caused him to momentarily lose his composure. No, don't go. Xia Qingji waved his hand, eager to step forward. Yet, as he lifted his foot, the realization struck him that his actions might be a tad too forward, and he halted abruptly. Old Gio, may I inquire who this is? Xia Qingji spoke, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yi Haoyue at the entrance of the hall. He was unaware that the expressions of the leaders of Danfeng and Jinfeng, as well as Zhong Jiao, had changed as they looked at him. Young master, this is the personal disciple of the sect master of Qinyuan sect, Yi Haoyue. The leader of Danfeng swiftly replied, in this world, there would never be a shortage of sycophants. Even though Xia Qingji had made it clear that he would only allocate one quota to Qinyuan sect, many would still strive to showcase themselves, hoping to seize any opportunity to escape the confines of this domain, even as mere servants that a leaf shading the sky, much like the moon in its zenith. What a lovely name, Xia Qingji murmured softly. At this moment, Xia Qingji's expression was unguarded, revealing his admiration for Yi Haoyue. The leader of Danfeng attempted to speak several times, but ultimately found his words caught in his throat. Yi Haoyue appeared timid under Xia Qingji's gaze, lowering his head slightly with his hands awkwardly resting on his abdomen. This demeanor made him appear as a pure and innocent white lotus. Ah, indeed, men are all the same in every world. What other sect's sons? They seem no different from a commoner. Only men truly understand men. I shall have my way with you, the higher one's status. The less interest they seem to have in the heavily adorned women of the mundane world. Only a pure beam of moonlight, reminiscent of youthful innocence, can stir the tranquil depths of their hearts. In terms of appearance, Yi Haoyue, even under the gaze of heaven, is naturally superior to the average person. Yet, when compared to those celestial beings and divine maidens, there remains a certain disparity. Upon learning that the divine son from the outer realms would visit Qinyuan sect and select a few disciples to leave the Wuyun domain, he began to formulate his plans. The Wuyun domain, a vast realm ensnared by rules, limits even the most extraordinary talents to the tribulation stage as long as they remain within its confines. Even someone like Yi Haoyue, who possesses extraordinary advantages, cannot transcend this ceiling without departing from the Wuyun domain. Hence, it is inevitable that Yi Haoyue will eventually leave. The arrival of Xia Qingji is, for him, an opportunity. His foundation lies within the system. If he could closely follow a divine son, he might exit the Wuyun domain and gain entry into a powerful sect. This would significantly enhance his ability to seize the fortunes of others through the system. Thus, he is resolute in his intentions this time. Even if it requires employing seductive tactics, Yi Haoyue feels no moral burden as long as the outcome is favorable. What does the process matter? History is ultimately penned by the victors. Once he reaches the pinnacle of this world, he can eliminate those who know of his darker past, rendering his journey shrouded in starlight and brilliance, absolutely devoid of blemish. Haoyue, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with Qingji. Zhong Jiao lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the rather tense atmosphere in the hall. This time, Zhong Jiao harbored selfish intentions. There was only one spot available, and he wished for Mingyue to depart the Wuyun domain alongside Xia Qingji. Yi Haoyue was merely a placeholder in this scheme. Such dealings are inherently unsavory, and he did not wish to reveal his intentions to Yi Haoyue prematurely. After all, one could never predict whether exposing his thoughts would incite any other notions within Yi Haoyue. Yi Haoyue responded obediently. Turning to leave, seemingly unperturbed by Zhong Jiu's command. Wait, old Jiu, since Haoyue is also a member of Qianyuan's sect, I believe our conversation need not exclude him, correct? Moreover, I sense a Yuan-ing aura emanating from Haoyue. He cannot be more than 20 years old. Such a talented cultivator should rightly fall under my sect's focus. Xia Chengji interjected hastily. He was, after all, on the territory of Qianyuan's sect, typically as a guest. He should not voice objections, especially since the sect leader had already spoken, just as he had previously shown respect before Zhongjiu. However, witnessing Yi Haoyue on the verge of departure, Xia Chengji, almost instinctively, disregarded these formalities and audaciously altered Zhongjiu's decision in public. Since the Divine Sun has spoken, let Haoyue remain here. Zhongjiu's expression clearly darkened. Xia Chengji's actions could be described charitably as disregarding decorum. But unkindly, it was akin to striking a blow to Zhongjiu's dignity. Zhongjiu, who valued rules above all, would have expelled him long ago if not for the fact that Xia Chengji held the opportunity to select disciples from the Dian domain. Yes, Grandpa Jiu. Yi Haoyue replied with utmost gentility. Whether intentional or not, he cast a fleeting glance at the flustered Xia Chengji before positioning himself obediently near the entrance of the grand hall. He appeared entirely devoid of temper, as if he were simply complying with the orders of his elders within the sect. This display of compliance was like a lethal poison to a man seasoned by the world. The more Yi Haoyue presented himself as obedient, pure, and naive, the more intrigued Xia Chengji became. Divine Sun, let us continue our discussion regarding the quota at My Qianyuan sect is modest, and given your pressing schedule in the Wuyun domain, we shall not delay your time once the quota is established. Zhongjiu's tone turned somewhat frigid. That it was evident to any discerning observer that his initial friendliness and patience towards Xia Chengji had waned. The peak masters of Danfeng and Jinfeng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They were reluctant to offend Xia Chengji, their lifeline, yet faced with Zhongjiu's authority, they dared not voice any dissent. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards Xia Chengji. Upon seeing his countenance, an expression of bemusement flickered across their faces. Xia Chengji seemed oblivious to the change in Zhongjiu's tone. His eyes were fixated on Yi Haoyue, murmuring good under his breath. As if entranced, that it appeared that he had formed no negative impressions of Qianyuan's sect due to Zhongjiu's demeanor. However, Xia Chengji's apparent disregard for Zhongjiu's authority would likely deepen the rift between the two. Given Zhongjiu's adherence to rules, Divine Sun. Indeed, the most concerning scene unfolded. Zhongjiu's voice became even colder. The hearts of the peak masters of Danfeng and Jinfeng raced as they realized that Xia Chengji had indeed overstepped. Even if he genuinely admired Yi Haoyue, did he not have ample time to engage with him later? Why entirely disregard Zhongjiu at this moment? Such behavior was utterly lacking in decorum. Both men took a deep breath, bracing themselves for the possibility of offending Zhongjiu to protect Xia Chengji. Given Zhongjiu's temperament, it seemed he was poised to discipline this disrespectful youth. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhongjiu refrained from taking action and instead shifted his tone. Divine Sun, please conduct yourself appropriately. Haoyue is a male. The declaration struck like thunder in the otherwise silent hall. The expressions of the peak masters of Danfeng and Jinfeng shifted dramatically. Xia Chengji's admiration for Yi Haoyue was in no way concealed. A perceptive individual could easily discern that he harbored particular feelings for Yi Haoyue. What did Zhongjiu mean by such a sudden revelation? Was this not a deliberate affront? Indeed, the moment Zhongjiu's words echoed, Xia Chengji appeared as though he had been struck by lightning. Visibly shaken, he turned incredulously to Zhongjiu and then to Yi Haoyue, who stood at the entrance, head bowed, trembling slightly with clenched fists, resembling someone who had suffered immense injustice. This cannot be true. How could it be? Xia Chengji stammered. Old Jiu, you must be jesting. I have learned some divination techniques at Feiyu's sect. The yin energy around Haoyue is undeniably abundant, that a man could not possibly exhibit such traits. He mumbled in disbelief, shaking his head while pressing against his chest, as if under a spell. Just moments ago, he had felt as if his heart had shattered. If such an enchanting being were indeed a man, he would find the entire world to be a deception. Alas, Zhongjiu sighed softly. He calmly recounted the events surrounding Yi Haoyue. As he narrated, Xia Chengji's complexion grew increasingly pale. He truly is a man. Xia Chengji murmured in bewilderment. I have just arrived in the Wuyun domain, and already found myself enamored with a man. My gaze was fixated on another man, and I even reacted to him. Xia Qingji stumbled back a few steps, stabilizing himself only when the peak master of Jinfeng steadied him. Point 1. Could only imagine the magnitude of the blow that the revelation of Yi Haoyue's true identity dealt him. Grandpa Jiu, please, no more. At some point, Yi Haoyue had begun to weep, tears streaming down his face. That I never wished for this, but until I reached the realm of rebirth through severance, Haoyue is all but lost. Yi Haoyue knew that the extraordinary treasures capable of restoring him were far too precious, and he had never dared to harbor such hopes. During this period, Haoyue has actually come to a clear understanding. He has even begun to accept his new identity as the ninth grandfather. Originally, Haoyue believed he would no longer be affected by words, yet it seems he is not as resilient as he had imagined. Yi Haoyue continually choked on his sobs, his emotions erupting entirely, tears streaming uncontrollably from those enchanting eyes. Despite this, he still displayed remarkable composure, crouching down and burying his head between his knees, his arms wrapped around his legs. This small figure, hidden in the corner weeping, only amplified his naturally pitiable aura to its zenith. Even the intentionally aloof Chongjiu felt his heart soften at this moment, realizing he had been rather excessive in his actions. Xia Qingji, supported by the master of the array peak, gazed at the sight of Yi Haoyue, his expression growing increasingly complex. His emotions urged him to approach Yi Haoyue, to warm his fragile heart with his presence, to protect and cherish him, to shield him from the injustices of the world. Yet his rational mind incessantly reminded him, Yi Haoyue is a man, just like him, a brotherly man, yet it seemed not quite right. He is a man without brothers. The conflict between his emotions and reason left Xia Qingji in a state of profound distress. However, one thing had changed when Xia Qingji looked at Yi Haoyue. The deep-seated aversion that once resided within him had vanished. Perhaps it was possible that he no longer considered a man without brothers to be a true man. What should he be called then? A male daughter? Am I moved? But why would I feel this way towards a man? This feeling that transcends worldly norms and the essence of nature. My upbringing has always taught me that when selecting a partner, it should ideally be a woman. Yet, here I am, feeling stirred by him. Has he shattered all my principles and inclinations? Does this signify that I have encountered the legendary true love in his nascent soul stage? Xia Qingji felt utterly exhausted. He gazed at the corner where Yi Haoyue sat, continually engaging in self-justification. Yet the principles within him drove him to a brink of despair. Ninth Elder, I am rather fatigued today. Please, arrange a place for me to rest. Tomorrow, we shall discuss the quota issue of the Qianyuan sect. Xia Qingji reluctantly closed his eyes, pressing his hand against the pulsing temples. You too, lead the divine sun to rest first. At this moment, Chongjiu had no inclination to further discuss the quota issue. Subsequently, Xia Qingji requested that the masters of the Pill Peak and Array Peak escort him away from the Grand Hall. Before long, the Grand Hall fell silent once more, leaving only the faint sobs of Yi Haoyue in the corner and the troubled countenance of Chongjiu. Haoyue, today I, the ninth grandfather, was in the wrong. I apologize to you. Chongjiu, known for his reticent demeanor since youth, struggled to express himself, especially after the significant upheaval in the Qianyuan sect during his generation. Now, faced with the softly weeping Yi Haoyue, his former authority evaporated entirely, replaced by a look of utter helplessness. No, it is not the fault of the ninth grandfather. It is Haoyue's issue. Haoyue should not have disturbed the ninth grandfather today. Haoyue merely wished to share the good news of his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. That it was Haoyue's fault. That why Haoyue cradled his head in his arms, his voice choked and intermittent, imbued with a sense of fragility. Upon witnessing this scene, Chongjiu felt an even greater wave of guilt wash over him. What a wonderful child! How could I have uttered such hurtful words? How could I have so callously reopened this child's wounds? This child has only just emerged from the darkness of losing his masculinity. Chongjiu reflected incessantly, Yi Haoyue's grievances stabbing at his heart like sharp daggers. Forget it, let everything unfold as it should. Haoyue, rising from the ashes, might not be inferior to Mingyue in terms of innate talent, but if Haoyue and that Xia divine son share a connection, it would not be amiss for Xia Qingji to take him away. I shall refrain from complicating matters further. Why Haoyue's actions began to waver Chongjiu's once steadfast heart. He even overturned his original plans, solely to compensate this pitiful child. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Haoyue had merely been indulging in a moment of vulnerability. Having lost nothing, yet somehow emerged as the greatest victor of the Qianyuan sect. Chapter 54. Class is in session. Cast aside personal qualities and embrace a life of mischief. Brother Lang, are we being a bit too abrupt? Wang Ying questioned, her face a mixture of concern as she observed Ren Buelang feasting heartily. The two had been diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned to them by Chu He over the past few days. In a mere span of time, they had traversed dozens of cities, relaying messages to nearly 10 second-tier forces. Most astonishingly, Ren Buelang's plan had unexpectedly succeeded. When these forces learned of Ren Buelang's status as a direct disciple of the Tianyi Sword sect, they wasted no time dispatching their strongest warriors to the Qianyuan sect. They had even successfully persuaded Xiantian sect, one of the 7 supreme sects. Everything had gone too smoothly during the messaging process. Ren Buelang and Wang Ying had even reaped numerous benefits. They now found themselves indulging at the largest entertainment establishment in Huatian City, the Yichuan Pavilion, spending lavishly as if money were of no consequence. Dining and having companions was merely a matter of selecting, and neither of them showed the slightest hint of embarrassment. Public funds were being spent extravagantly, under normal circumstances, not to mention someone like Ren Buelang, whose pockets were emptier than his face. Even a disciple of a second-tier sect like Wang Ying would consider such indulgence extravagant, let alone wasteful. However, it was precisely this comfort that gradually sowed a seed of unease in Wang Ying's heart. Little Wang, fret not. Trust your brother Lang. Nothing will go awry. Do not be deceived by your status as a golden elixir cultivator and a disciple of a major sect. My experience in the Jianghu far surpasses yours. Ren Buelang contentedly sipped from a jug of celestial brew, reclining on a chair crafted from ancient tomes, slightly tipsy as he murmured. Over this period, Ren Buelang had thoroughly grasped Wang Ying, who had a few thoughts, but not many, firmly in his control. Their relationship had evolved from the initial hierarchy to an equal standing, and now to one of dominance and submission, all in a subtle manner that Wang Ying had failed to perceive as awkward or amiss. Sensing Wang Ying's worried gaze, Ren Buelang slowly rose from his seat and walked behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Little Wang, consider this. Whose fate are we currently in the hands of? Taken aback by Ren Buelang's sudden inquiry, Wang Ying replied in confusion, naturally, it is the Lord. We have both ingested the heart-eating goo, and only the Lord can provide us with the antidote. With a heavy slap on Wang Ying's shoulder, Ren Buelang delivered a forceful yet playful blow, causing her to stagger slightly. Well then, if our lives are in the Lord's hands, shouldn't we heed his commands, right? Ren Buelang continued to probe. Indeed, that is correct. Wang Ying responded, perplexed as she looked back at Ren Buelang, unsure of the purpose behind his explanation, given that they both understood this matter implicitly. Alas, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Ren Buelang lamented upon seeing Wang Ying still in a state of confusion, shaking his head as if he were a teacher confronted with a dim-witted student. Clearly, Wang Ying had genuinely been trained by Ren Buelang over these days, showing no signs of dissatisfaction with his demeanor. What task did the Lord assign us? To persuade the various sects to head to the Qianyuan sect as much as possible. What are we currently doing? Persuading the various sects to head to the Qianyuan sect. What does the Lord want these sect-strong warriors to do at the Qianyuan sect? Kill? No. 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 Little Wang, we cannot presume to know the Lord's intentions for bringing these strong warriors to the Qianyuan sect. All we have is a rumor that the Lord has been captured by the Qianyuan sect and will face public trial, calling upon the various forces of the Wuyun domain that we are merely delivering messages. As for what transpires next, what does it have to do with us? Furthermore, everything we are eating and using is merely the rewards bestowed upon us by the various sects for our hard work. We have neither stolen nor robbed. Why should we feel uneasy? As Ren Buelang explained, Wang Ying's eyes widened in realization. She was not a fool. Even among major sect disciples, she possessed a certain cleverness. It dawned on her that according to this reasoning, she and Ren Buelang were merely the most beleaguered, most exhausted errand runners in the entire affair. In a few short phrases, Ren Buelang had managed to absolve himself entirely from the situation, leaving Wang Ying in awe of his cleverness. But Brother Lang, it seems the time set by the Lord is drawing near. Have we really only visited a dozen or so places at this pace? At that moment, Wang Ying articulated the lingering concern that had been festering within him. fearing that their actions might jeopardize the plans of their superior and, consequently, their own lives. Rest assured, this matter has long been anticipated by your brother Lang. Despite Ren Bulang's slightly flushed visage from drinking, his voice bore no trace of worry. "Oh, you know why we were the first to venture to the Tianyi Sword sect? Is it because I am a direct disciple of the Tianyi Sword sect? That my status would facilitate the sect's belief in our message?" Wang Ying attempted to respond. However, as he stood beside Ren Bulang, he realized that in every regard, his thoughts were always a step behind. Thus, even in the face of simple inquiries, he began to feel a surge of doubt when confronted with Ren Bulang. "This is merely a minor issue. Little Wang, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a good man like your brother Lang. Had it been anyone else, your naivety would have been exploited long ago," Ren Bulang teased Wang Ying. "Our primary objective is to reach the Tianyi Sword sect. Your reasoning is but one aspect. The second is that through the Tianyi Sword sect, we can create opportunities to you truly believe that we can disseminate the message across all the major powers in the Weiyun domain within the time frame assigned by our superior. Even if both of us were at the nascent soul stage, traversing the entire Weiyun domain in such a brief period would be impossible. What we need to do is persuade a few sects to serve as examples. Allowing the news of our superior's impending appearance at the Qianyuan sect to spread. Naturally, the various powers in the Weiyun domain will come to learn of it, your Tianyi Sword sect, alongside the Xiantian sect. One of the 7 supreme powers, once they make a move, will have consequences beyond what we can perceive. Furthermore, by deliberately creating a spectacle with public executions in the Qianyuan sect's issuance of a bounty, it is certain that at least 60% of the second and first-rate sects, not to mention the supreme sects, will send their strongest to the Qianyuan sect. Therefore, all we need to do now is enjoy ourselves. Little Wang, you've spent too long in the great sect, and your mind is burdened with too many thoughts. Today, your brother Lang imparts this wisdom. Set aside personal integrity and relish a life devoid of scruples. Stop fretting over trivial matters and simply enjoy yourself. The lesson imparted by Ren Bulang illuminated Wang Ying's mind like a sudden flash of insight. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt witnessing the urgency of the elders and ancestors of his sect rushing to the Qianyuan sect. However, he now felt utterly at ease. Indeed, letting go of personal integrity and savoring a life devoid of scruples. In this realm of cultivation, where mortals lead fleeting lives of mere decades, even cultivators, barring unforeseen crises, live only a few hundred years at most. A millennium is a span to be squandered. With such limited time, is it not better to indulge rather than engage in perpetual internal strife? Gazing at the array of exquisite delicacies laid out upon the table, Wang Ying suddenly rose, hands slamming upon the surface. "Little Wang, what are you doing?" Ren Bulang, startled by Wang Ying's sudden action, inquired with a hint of nervousness. However, Wang Ying paid no heed to him, gesturing grandly as he summoned his spiritual energy. "Damn, have I wasted those years in vain?" He then called for music and dance. "Innkeeper, bring forth several beautiful maidens. I wish to indulge, to enjoy." Wang Ying's extravagant display immediately captured the attention of the innkeeper, and soon, a stream of enchanting maidens entered their private chamber. As Ren Bulang observed Wang Ying's transformation from awkwardness to confidence, he began to ponder that it seemed he had inadvertently awakened a latent talent in his younger companion, albeit a rather misguided one. Chapter 55. Swallowing bitterness. The hidden crisis of the Qianyuan sect. Time flew by, and several days vanished in the blink of an eye. Everything unfolded as Ren Bulang had envisioned, even exceeding his expectations in its absurdity, with the Xiantian sect, a supreme power, and the Tianyi Sword sect among other second-rate forces leading the charge. News of the public execution and the bounty spread like wildfire across the myriad powers of the Weiyun domain. It soon reached a point where every faction, great or small, received word that the Qianyuan sect was inviting all major powers to witness the public execution. Unbeknownst to them, this had become a grand event that shattered the tranquility of the Weiyun domain for the first time in 5 centuries. Within the Qianyuan sect, a period of calm had ensued due to the divine thunder punishment. Although the senior management, led by Chongjio, had made efforts to remedy the situation, restoring the sect's framework gradually, the overall atmosphere remained far from the former glory and vibrancy. Yet, in recent days, representatives from various sects and powers had begun to flock to the Qianyuan sect. Initially, it was the lesser sects, with cultivators of lowly ranks, merely foundational practitioners, or those who had just begun their journey into cultivation. Ordinarily, these individuals would lack the qualification to even approach the Qianyuan sect, one of the 7 supreme sects of the Huiyun domain, and they were fully aware of this, avoiding the embarrassment of seeking entry. However, inexplicably, upon arriving at the Qianyuan sect, they paraded in as if they were esteemed guests. Upon learning of this, Chongjio was perplexed and hastily arranged accommodations for them. This marked the beginning of a peculiar trend. The number of representatives from other factions visiting the Qianyuan sect only increased, encompassing third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate sects, as well as envoys from the other 6 supreme sections. The ranks of these cultivators varied dramatically, ranging from foundational practitioners to formidable nascent soul experts. Due to the chaotic mix of individuals, factions, and cultivators, the Qianyuan sect was kept exceedingly busy attending to their guests for several days to prevent unforeseen incidents in the throngs of visitors. Chongjio even recalled most of the powerful guardians stationed at the various resource points of the Qianyuan sect. Only a few strong individuals remained to oversee critical locations, while the rest returned to their sections during this process. The higher-ups of the Qianyuan sect inevitably learned the cause of the current turmoil. The public execution of Chu He and the invitation extended to all major powers. Those who arrived were treated as guests, and those who did not were seen as disrespecting the Qianyuan sect. The first grand event in 500 years, the bounty's reputation unwavering. Upon hearing the various slogans and news, Chongjio felt overwhelmed. He wished fervently to devour the instigator behind the dissemination of these messages. Rinpochean, yet, with the momentum already in motion, it was a futile endeavor to identify the source of the information. Over the past few days, Chongjio had convened the 10 peak masters within the main peak's assembly hall to discuss how to address the current crisis. Indeed, what others viewed as a grand event represented a crisis for the Qianyuan sect. The expenses incurred by these cultivators during their stay were astronomical, should they linger any longer within the Qianyuan sect. Even a top-tier force like the Qianyuan sect could be overwhelmed. Moreover, the most vexing issue was that they had yet to capture Chu He. How could they proceed with a public execution when the culprit was nowhere to be found? Yet, to reveal this blunder in front of all the factions would be to strip the Qianyuan sect of its dignity. Where would they find face? They could neither expose the truth and humiliate themselves before the many powers, nor could they continue to stall indefinitely. After several meetings, the tensions among the upper echelons escalated. Ultimately, Chongjio could only endure the headache and continue to entertain these guests at present. The only solution lay in the hope that Chu He would return on his own accord. Yet, facing a bounty, what would compel him to return? Chongjio found himself at a loss. When would Chu He make his appearance? Was it not said that the Qianyuan sect had already apprehended that treacherous traitor? Why had he not yet surfaced? Surely, the costs incurred by those of them residing in the Qianyuan sect were substantial. What are you so anxious about, my friend? Does the Qianyuan sect, a grand establishment, truly fear that we could deplete its resources? Indeed, this is one of the 7 supreme sects. Cultivators like us from second or third-rate sects typically lack even the qualifications to pay respects at the gates. Now that we have this rare opportunity to enjoy the hospitality of such a supreme sect, it is nothing short of a blessing. Savor this moment. If we let it pass, we may never encounter such an opportunity again. Well said, my brother. It seems I was overthinking it that I heard that today's banquet at the Qianyuan sect features delicacies prepared from golden core beasts. Just the thought is exhilarating. I plan to indulge thoroughly. To prepare for today, I even took some laxatives yesterday. My stomach is positively empty. It is indeed thanks to you, brother. Most of the lower-ranking cultivators who come here maintain a mentality of seeking to take advantage and join the fray. As long as no one drives them away, they are keen to seize every opportunity presented by the Qianyuan sect without leaving a single coin behind. Only a few powerful sects have gradually begun to sense something amiss as time passes. However, constrained by the fact that the Qianyuan sect, as the host, has yet to make any pronouncements, they can only bury their doubts deep within. Sect Master Gio, does your Qianyuan sect truly believe it possesses abundant resources? Supporting so many cultivators without rushing to publicly execute anyone is quite the matter. Yet, you are right. It has been a long time since a bounty order has been issued in my Huiyun domain. With your esteemed sect's actions, the prestige of our 7 supreme sects will undoubtedly see a significant boost for a considerable time to come. especially regarding the special authority of bounty orders. Our control over the Weiyun domain may rise to its highest point in nearly 500 years. Within the main hall of the peak, envoys from the 6 supreme sects, Shantian sect, Baiming sword sect, Tiandi sect, Haishan sect, Tianshuan sect, and Jingang sect, gathered at the Qianyuan sect, listening to the playful banter among several envoys. As the acting sect master, Chongjio could not help but twitch his eyelids. Managing only a strained smile in such matters, the 7 supreme sects are united as one that the fact that you, esteemed friends, have gathered at our Qianyuan sect is indeed our sect's fortune. The expense is negligible. At this moment, Chongjio felt as though his heart was bleeding. Yet, faced with the other 6 supreme sects, he could not allow the Qianyuan sect to lose face. Furthermore, while the 7 supreme sects appeared harmonious on the surface, they secretly competed against each other, often clashing in the shadows to vie for resources. The resources of a domain are ultimately limited, and the distribution of resources among the 7 sects is not as transparent as one might imagine. Although the remarks may seem lighthearted now, should the other 6 sects learn of the Qianyuan sect's true circumstances, one could not guarantee they would not act in the shadows to seize the resource points that rightfully belong to the Qianyuan sect. Aside from the Qianyuan sect, the 6 other supreme sects dispatched formidable individuals to witness the anticipated public execution. However, it was also true that they sought to probe each other's strengths and weaknesses. Just as several were testing each other, one individual in attendance wore an exceptionally troubled expression that, Tianshuan sect's Taoist Rinsuan, why do you appear so sorrowful on such a joyous occasion? Has something amiss occurred in your sect recently? Inquired an envoy from the Haishan sect. Instantly, numerous powerful figures in the hall shifted their gazes toward a middle-aged man dressed in an elaborate bagua robe, exuding an ethereal aura. That man was none other than the Yuan Ing-level cultivator dispatched by the Tianshuan sect. Rinsuan, Chapter 56, Escalating Conflicts. Internal strife among the 7 supreme sects. Esteemed friends, there is a question I ponder whether I should voice. Rinsuan furrowed his brow. An invisible cloud of unease loomed over his heart. The longer he remained in the Qianyuan sect, the more intense his ominous premonition grew to be today. He even felt a chilling sense of dread that was difficult to shake off. The once jovial atmosphere in the hall began to shift subtly under Rinsuan's inquiry. The envoys from the other supreme sects were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Chongjio seated at the head. It is well known that the Tianshuan sect is the most unique among the 7 supreme sects in the Weiyun domain. The Tianshuan sect is not adept at warfare. It prides itself solely on the art of calculation. Everything from avoiding calamities to divining auspicious occurrences falls under its purview. The Yuan cultivator Rinsuan is the 3rd most prominent figure in the Tianshuan sect, particularly renowned for his insights into fortune and misfortune across the entire Weiyun domain. At that moment, witnessing Rinsuan's grave expression sent an involuntary shiver through those present. Sect Master Jio, can you answer Rinsuan's inquiry? Sect Master Jio, could it be that your Qianyuan sect has not captured that Chu He? Sect Master Jio, though moments ago this group was engaged in cheerful conversation, they were often the quickest to turn hostile when real issues arose, especially when those issues might pose personal danger to them. Sect Master Jio, we require an explanation. This grand gathering convened by your Qianyuan sect, inviting the various forces of the Weiyun domain, would surely become the greatest joke in 500 years if you are unable to publicly execute Chu He. Sect Master Jio, this is not merely your Qianyuan sect's affair. Should any issues arise from this event, the bounty order that only our 7 supreme sects can issue would become a laughingstock for the entire domain. We implore you, Sect Master Jio, to provide us with an account. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly tense, as if the pressure of the 5 elements weighed upon Chongjio like an ancient mountain. Faced with the relentless inquiries, Chongjio felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his throat. The pent-up frustration in his chest tormented him severely. Yet, even so, despite these individuals having stripped away the last veil of pretense, Chongjio did not directly address the question that he was acutely aware of their character. Once he admitted that the Qianyuan sect had indeed failed, it would forever lose face before the supreme sections. If this gathering were to be poorly managed, the repercussions could even lead to their expulsion from the ranks of the supreme sects. Ah, truly splendid. What a Qianyuan sect. What a Chongjio, the Yuan cultivator from the Jingang sect, known as Sopo Mo, remarked. This sect emphasizes rigorous physical cultivation, and the resultant strength often makes its practitioners hot-headed and straightforward. Chongjio, should your Qianyuan sect fail to manage this matter, be prepared to face the wrath of my Jingang sect. The dignity of the 7 supreme sects is not to be trifled with. I care not for your schemes, whether they be from the Qianyuan sect or you, Chongjio, should our reputation be compromised. Even if it means exhausting my Jingang sect's resources, we will obliterate your sect. Sopo Mo did not appear to be jesting. It seemed that if the Qianyuan sect's gathering did not conclude successfully, he would genuinely declare war against the Qianyuan sect on behalf of his sect, one of the 7 supreme sects. Humph. The dignity of the supreme cannot be desecrated. Any sect that tarnishes the honor of the supreme must pay the price. Indeed, Chongjio, this is a crucial moment. Are you not aware? The divine sons from the outer realms are gradually arriving in our domain. It has been many years since such an opportunity has presented itself. If your Qianyuan sect affects the selection of our domain's prodigies, you, Chongjio, shall face dire consequences. The other major sects also began to voice their concerns. Perhaps they had not initially anticipated the severity of the situation. However, upon witnessing Sopomo's actions, it was unclear whether they were genuinely defending the dignity of the supreme or seeking to capitalize on the chaos for their own gain. At the head of the hall, Chongjio's expression turned grim. In his lifetime, he had never endured such humiliation. Even during the Qianyuan sect's most challenging times, he had persevered. How could he endure this barrage of verbal attacks like a turtle withdrawing its head? The dignity of the supreme indeed cannot be desecrated. However, the dignity of my Qianyuan sect is equally inviolable. Suddenly, Chongjio's demeanor shifted, his previously hazy eyes sharpening with intensity. The peak of his Yuaning aura began to coalesce around him, as if a hidden command had been triggered within the grand hall, causing intricate runes to swirl in the air. Ultimately, they transformed into a white tiger hovering in the void, gazing down upon the assembly. I confess, my Qianyuan sect has indeed not captured Chu He. However, if anyone dares to use this as a pretext to bully my sect, we are unafraid of battle. The power of the formation surged through heaven and earth. Countless golden runes expanding like flames, radiating terrifying spiritual energy. The presence of the white tiger in midair escalated dramatically, even hinting at a breakthrough beyond the peak of Yuaning. Chongjio stood ready for battle. Unyielding, Chongjio, what are you attempting? Do you dare to act against all 6 of our sects at once? Chongjio, do you intend to slay us here? Chongjio, you have crossed the line. The invocation of the Qianyuan sect's formation power posed a threat to the lives of those present. After all, they were within the confines of the Qianyuan sect, and if Chongjio truly went mad and sought to unleash slaughter here, those present could potentially fall victim to this deranged old man forever. The conflict between both parties escalated once more, the hall transforming into a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Should any unexpected incident occur, it was certain that both sides would engage in a fierce battle. Chongjio, do you truly believe my Jingang sect fears you? Do not presume that, just because this is the territory of your Qianyuan sect, I am intimidated. At this very moment, Sopomo shows no intention of retreating. A brilliant golden light radiates from his being, his skin glowing as if he were a golden-bodied arhat. This display instantly startles the other envoys from various sections. How outrageous. This Sopomo behaves as if he were above humanity. Who in the entirety of the 5 elements domain is unaware that the Lord of the Diamond sect cultivates the physical body? His physique is no less formidable than that of a treasured artifact. If, in this domain of Qianyuan sect, we provoke the old madman Chongjio, your sturdy body may be as resilient as a turtle's shell, but what shall become of me? The others mutter curses against Sopomo in their hearts while simultaneously mustering their inner power. Preparing for a desperate battle, a fierce confrontation looms. The elder Xiandao of Xiantian sect suddenly interjects. Esteemed colleagues, let us remain calm. Now is not the time for internal strife. As members of the 7 supreme sects, we are inherently connected. Should a conflict erupt here in the Qianyuan sect, resulting in the death of any fellow cultivator, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences among the supreme sects, and would serve only to provide amusement for outsiders. Furthermore, if this affects the impression that the extraterritorial divine sons hold of us, resulting in our chosen seeds being overlooked, I fear none here would be able to shoulder that burden. That I implore you all to grant me a modicum of respect. Rather than turning against one another, let us consider how we might assist the Qianyuan sect in resolving its immediate predicament. This approach would serve both the Qianyuan sect and the dignity of the seven supreme sects. Xiandao gathered his power and stepped between Sepoma and Chongjio. Given the current situation, with so many cultivators observing the execution of Chu He by the Qianyuan sect, what solutions can we devise? Do you expect Chu He to come to the Qianyuan sect voluntarily? Xiandao, I am aware that your Xiantian sect has maintained amicable relations with the Qianyuan sect, but if you intend to muddle the waters at this juncture, I will not abide it. Even if you genuinely stand with the Qianyuan sect, a battle is inevitable. My diamond sect fears no sect. Chapter 57. Chu He is in the Qianyuan sect, truly resolute. Harder than the steel of the heart, the Xuandao's intention in stepping forward was to ease the tension, providing a way for both sides to de-escalate the situation. Yet, to his astonishment, Sepoma chose to act irrationally. Seemingly intent on challenging both the Xiantian sect and the Qianyuan sect simultaneously. This fellow, whose mind is consumed with physical cultivation, I must question whether Sepoma has truly lost his senses through his relentless training. Xiandao mused inwardly. Despite Sepoma's exceedingly hostile demeanor, Xiandao did not respond in kind, unlike Chongjio. Rather, he opted for a more rational approach, in the entire five elements domain, who is unaware that the cultivators of the Diamond sect are notoriously lacking in emotional intelligence. They are either engaged in physical cultivation or are on the path of it. This has led the cultivators of the Diamond sect to be both loved and loathed by their fellow members of the seven supreme sects. They are admired for their unwavering sense of justice, devoid of ulterior motives, and when issues arise, the cultivators of the Diamond sect will step forward, unlike those from other sects who seek only to preserve their own strength by using others as cannon fodder. Yet they are resented for their utter lack of emotional awareness and their propensity for impulsivity. Once they are set on a course, it is as if 8 oxen could not pull them back. Just like now, a person of sound mind would have already taken the opportunity to descend from the steps Xiandao has provided. How could Sepoma desire an exhilarating duel against 2 opponents? Sepoma, my friend, let us maintain our composure. Perhaps we should first listen to what Rinzhuanzi has to say. Xiandao spoke calmly. Indeed, Sepoma, this is not the time for infighting among us. If we, the 7 supreme sects, were to engage in conflict, we would merely become the subject of ridicule for outsiders. Sepoma, let us first hear what Rinzhuanzi has to say. It is not too late to reach a conclusion afterward. There may still be a chance for resolution. The envoys from the other major sects were already disinclined to confront the Qianyuan sect, and upon witnessing Xiandao's diplomatic efforts, they too began to cooperate wholeheartedly. Since you all feel this way, then I shall first hear what the Taoist of Tianshuan has to say. However, I must make it clear that if we cannot provide an explanation to the world today, tarnishing the reputation of our supreme sects, I shall not rest until I have settled accounts with the Qianyuan sect, Sepoma declared with a cold snort, seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation. The others once again turned their attention to Rinzhuanzi. Compared to before, there was a palpable sense of hope in their gazes if Rinzhuanzi could manage to smooth over this incident. Once they departed the Qianyuan sect, Sepoma could create all the chaos he desired. After all, one should not fear the death of a fellow cultivator, for amidst the turmoil, they might even see some advantage. As the others gazed at him with hopeful eyes, Rinzhuanzi finally spoke, yet the content of his words left the gathered individuals in disbelief, even prompting suspicions that he was deceiving them. Chu He is in the Qianyuan sect. What? Rinzhuanzi, you cannot be jesting. Chu He is currently in the Qianyuan sect? How is that possible? In an instant, even the seasoned cultivators present could not suppress their astonishment. Could it be that you doubt my calculating abilities? Faced with the skepticism, Rinzhuanzi narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. As a cultivator of Tianshuan sect, they often regard the art of calculation as more vital than life itself. Particularly for someone like Rinzhuanzi, who has long been renowned for his prowess in this field, he could not tolerate any questioning of his capabilities. No, Rinzhuanzi, that is not our meaning. We are simply surprised to hear that the junior named Chu He is currently within the Qianyuan sect. After all, the Qianyuan sect has issued a bounty for his capture, which is no secret. Now all factions in the 5 elements domain have dispatched their strong to the Qianyuan sect, which is indeed astonishing. Xiandao was the first to explain. Though Xuandao's words were somewhat tactful, all could sense his lingering disbelief in Rinzhuanzi's assertions. Chu He has been marked by the Qianyuan sect's bounty, a significant cause and effect. If this old Taoist were to miscalculate, he would be forced to retreat from the world of divination. Seeing Ren Xuanzi stake his future on this declaration, the others, despite their incredulity, felt compelled to accept his conclusion. After all, for the cultivators of Tianshuan sect, their commitment to the art of calculation is paramount. If he lacked absolute certainty, Ren Xuanzi would never have dared to speak so boldly. Might I inquire if you can ascertain the precise location of Chu He? Xiandao continued to question. Even he found it difficult to maintain his composure in their eyes. Chu He, who was once a mere junior, had now become the focal point of this conflict. If they could capture Chu He and carry out the public execution orchestrated by the Qianyuan sect, all problems would be resolved seamlessly. Chongzhou also looked eagerly toward Ren Xuanzi. If Ren Xuanzi could pinpoint Chu He's exact whereabouts, they would be able to capture him swiftly and with minimal cost. Unfortunately, Ren Xuanzi shook his head that I cannot discern Chu He's precise location. However, I can assure you he is indeed within the Qianyuan sect. Yet, Ren Xuanzi's brow furrowed slightly. With his skills, even probing the powers of those undergoing tribulation should yield some insight. However, when he attempted to divine Chu He's location, he could only ascertain that he was within the Qianyuan sect. Any further probing proved exceedingly difficult. It was as if a veil of mist obscured his vision, shrouding him from sight. Moreover, the more he attempted to calculate Chu He, the stronger the sense of unease within him grew. It was precisely for this reason that he had initially directed a probing question towards Chongzhou. Noticing Ren Xuanzi's apparent reticence, Xiandao chose not to press further. He quickly turned to Chongzhou. Brother Chongzhou, since Chu He is within the Qianyuan sect, I would kindly request that you dispatch your sect's powerful cultivators to search for him. Once we capture Chu He, all will be resolved. As for the rest of us, I trust that you esteemed friends would also assist the Qianyuan sect for the sake of the dignity of the 7 supreme sects. As he gazed at his old friend, Chongzhou felt a wave of emotion. This moment, only Xiandao, this old companion, was earnestly aiding the Qianyuan sect. This kindness weighed heavily on Chongzhou's heart. Very well. Chongzhou produced the sect master's token of the Qianyuan sect and swiftly issued several commands through it. In an instant, the machinery of the Qianyuan sect sprang into action. The 10 peak masters rallied their disciples and began the search for Chu He within the Qianyuan sect. After completing all of this, Chongzhou took a deep breath. He turned to face the envoys from the other major sects, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and bent down the back he had held straight for a lifetime. Today, I beseech all fellow Taoists to assist my sect in seeking the devil. Although Chongzhou was indeed somewhat rigid and often reluctant to lower himself in terms of pride and stature, there was one thing he was willing to relinquish for the sake of the sect. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps during this operation, Chongzhou was prepared to bow to these individuals before him. As the representative of Qianyuan sect, his noble status was self-evident. By taking such action today, the envoys from the other major sects could no longer maintain their aloof demeanor. They readily acquiesced. Even Suo Paramo, who had nearly clashed with Chongzhou, was no exception. Suo Paramo was simply forthright, valuing the prestige of the supreme sections now that there was a chance for remediation. He would certainly give his utmost effort. In an instant, several powerful figures at the Yuanying stage departed the grand hall, beginning to employ their divine senses to sweep in various directions. With the combined strength of Qianyuan sect and the peak cultivators from several supreme sects present, the capture of Chu He should undoubtedly be foolproof. Although everything appeared to be progressing as anticipated, the unease in Ren Xuanzi's heart grew increasingly intense. The most alarming aspect was that Ren Xuanzi, a master of assessing fortunes and misfortunes, could not discern the source of this anxiety. Out of concern for his own reputation, he refrained from voicing his unease. Yet, no one could have foreseen that his choice would ultimately seal the fates of several individuals. A calamity was on the horizon. The chaotic era driven by Chu He was drawing near. Chapter 58. We should admire the senior brother, not you. Chu He. What the hell? What is happening? Could it be that the people of Qianyuan sect have gone mad? Woe is me. I said there are no free lunches in this world. These past few days, we have been feasting and drinking at the expense of Qianyuan sect, and now they must surely be preparing to take action against us. Just like a pig raised for a year will be slaughtered. Damn. Am I a pig? No. Wait, fellow Taoists. It seems these people are not coming for us. with each order issued by Chongjio, the entire Qianyuan sect, from the peak masters and elders down to the disciples, sprang into action. Such a massive movement could not be concealed. The various sect cultivators stationed within the sect were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the aggressive approach of the Qianyuan sect members. At the front mountain of Qianyuan sect, fellow Taoist, you should hurry and flee. I see that Qianyuan sect has certainly gone mad. If you run now, you might still make it. A foundation-building cultivator hurriedly packed his belongings. Taking a moment to remind the young man sharing the cave with him, the young man, clad in a flowing black robe, had his entire face concealed beneath the hood. Such attire usually attracted attention. But amidst the mingling of various factions in Qianyuan sect, the young man did not seem particularly unique this time. Fellow Taoist, you should go ahead. There is no need to concern yourself with me. The young man's voice revealed no emotional inflection. The foundation-building cultivator, seeing this, said no more and dashed out, disappearing in no time at that moment. Only the young man in the black robe remained in the room. He stepped slowly to the entrance of the cave and gazed into the distance. Coincidentally, his gaze fell upon the direction of the Qianyuan sect's main peak. The young man slowly removed his black robe, revealing a handsome face emerging from the shadows. It was none other than the long-lost Chu He. Have you discovered me? Chu He chuckled softly. Never mind, since I have been discovered. Let the chaos commence. After leaving the abyss of 10,000 demons, Chu He originally intended to arrive at Qianyuan sect and command the remaining 11 thrones of the abyss to directly assault Qianyuan sect. However, he had not anticipated that the unwitting moves made by Wang Ying and Renbu Lang would bring him immense delight. There were far too many cultivators arriving at Qianyuan sect. It even involved nearly 80 to 90% of the forces in the entire Five Elements domain. When Chu He assigned tasks to the two of them, he knew that given the short time frame, they could not possibly complete it. After all, the Five Elements domain was vast and boundless. With one being at the foundation-building stage and the other at the Golden Core stage, how could they possibly cover several sects in less than half a month? Even if they ran day and night. This did not even account for the time wasted convincing these sects to send powerful cultivators to Qianyuan sect. Yet, who would have thought that these two truly created a miracle? To escape the Five Elements domain, Chu He must incite chaos throughout the entire domain. Initially, he was worried that, centered around Qianyuan sect, he would not be able to achieve the turmoil he desired. If he could not attract the attention of the remaining 6 supreme sects, it would be exceedingly difficult to release the monsters from the other 6 abysses. But Wang Ying and Renbu Lang had exceeded expectations, which greatly aided Chu He. Although their cultivation levels were low, Wang Ying and Renbu Lang could still be regarded as talents. If given the opportunity, he could cultivate them to become his foundation in the Five Elements domain. While Chu He remained lost in thought, a group of disciples wearing Qianyuan sect attire, led by Golden Core cultivators, suddenly arrived. Upon seeing Chu He standing at the entrance of the cave, their expressions instantly brightened. Chu He, it's really Chu He, senior brother. Should we inform the elders and the peak masters? Inform them of what? We discovered Chu He first. If we report it, do you still want to take credit for this achievement? But Chu He is a great cultivator at the Yuanying stage. What are you afraid of? First of all, this is Qianyuan sect. Does this traitor dare to act? Even if he truly dares. He has already suffered injuries before leaving the sect. Whether he still possesses Yuanying stage cultivation is uncertain. Exactly. What is there to fear? This monumental achievement belongs to us. Fantastic. We discovered Chu He first. If this credit falls to us, it might just be enough for me to choose a top-tier Xian rank technique from the scripture repository. Even a D rank is not out of the question. The group exhibited boundless excitement upon spotting Chu He. They seemed entirely oblivious to the gap between themselves and him, as if in their eyes, Chu He was merely a stepping stone for their future ascension and cultivation. The leading figure of the group, although striving to maintain composure, could not hide the excitement gleaming in his eyes. Traitor Chu He, I come at the behest of the sect leader to capture you. Will you not bind your hands and accompany me back to the main peak to meet the sect leader? The leader declared loudly. In the face of this loud proclamation, Chu He continued to gaze toward the direction of the main peak. That was the place where he had lived for decades, and it still appeared remarkably beautiful. Alas, beautiful things seldom last long. Perhaps after today, he would never again behold this splendid sight. What awaited in the future was likely a landscape of devastation and ruin. Chu He, you rebellious scoundrel, will you not surrender your hands and feet? Chu He, we are speaking to you. Are you deaf? Considering you were once our senior brother, do not make things too ugly. The sharp shouts continually interrupted Chu He's thoughts. He slowly lowered his head, expressionless, and gazed at the approaching individuals, his eyes betraying no emotional fluctuations. That I recognize you. A disciple from the Dan Peak, correct? I recall that you once suffered severe injuries after a failed alchemy attempt and sought my help to avoid punishment. It was I who provided you with elixirs to heal your wounds and personally approached the Peak Master to smooth things over for you. Is this how you repay me? Chu He's voice was calm, his gaze fixed on the leader among them. You bring up old matters. The Dan Peak disciple instinctively turned his head away, unable to meet Chu He's gaze. Indeed, Chu He spoke the truth. He had once received aid from Chu He. Now, when recalled, it made him seem ungrateful, even malicious. In reality, he was merely a representation of many. At that time, Chu He had not yet fully grasped the situations. He was wholly devoted to the sect. Anyone within Qianyuan's sect, whether it be the direct disciples of various Peak Masters or outer sect disciples, had, to varying degrees, received Chu He's grace. Senior brother, do not be swayed by this rebellious scoundrel. He was once our sect's senior brother and had a responsibility to assist his fellow disciples. We have always remembered the deeds of our senior brother. But he is no longer our senior brother. He is a traitor to our sect, a scoundrel who betrays his master and destroys his ancestors. What we do today is for the sake of the sect. As the Dan Peak disciple found himself at a disadvantage, the other disciples suddenly shouted out, "Exactly. We must be grateful. We ought to admire our senior brother, not you." Chu He. Chapter 59. The twin pupil's killing move diminished. Chu He, if you still possess a shred of conscience, then accompany us to the main peak to meet the sect leader. Chu He, please, do not further insult the image of our senior brother in my heart. Rest assured, Chu He, after your death, for the sake of the past senior brother, we will even give you a proper burial. With a chuckle, Chu He gazed at the few buffoons before him, unable to contain his amusement. Yet this time, his smile was laced with sarcasm. Truly, one must be shameless to be invincible in this world. He had grossly underestimated the audacity of the disciples of Qianyuan's sect. If the cultivation in this world were measured by the thickness of one's skin, these individuals would far surpass Chu He. They could so grandly speak of repaying kindness with enmity, and even went so far as to split Chu He into two roles to evade blame. The most astonishing part was their righteous expressions. It seemed they had deceived even themselves. You have helped us, and we are indeed grateful. However, the person we are grateful to is the you from the past. What connection does the you of then have with the you of now? This line of thought was akin to a perverse version of ignoring the facts and asking if one bore any fault. How blind had he been to protect such worthless beings? Chu He shook his head inwardly and continued, "Never mind. These insignificant creatures will eventually meet their demise. Why should I waste my temper on them?" What are you saying? Although Chu He's voice was low, they were all cultivators here. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, keen senses became a basic response, allowing these whispers to be easily caught. You wish to take me to the main peak to see the sect master? Is it to meet you, Mingyue? Upon realizing this, Chu He's mindset became as tranquil as an ancient well. Mentioning you, Mingyue evoked memories of the complex emotions in her eyes when he departed from the sect. Yet, all this was no longer significant. Since he severed that sword, the bond of gratitude between him and you, Mingyue, had vanished. The sect master was now imprisoned in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain by the ninth sect master. Thus, your intent to bring me to the main peak is naturally to confront the ninth peak master. Chu He, you have strayed from the path, and our sect has issued a kill order across the entire Haoyue domain. Do not think that you sect master still holds any affection for you as a disciple. This time, no one would plead for your mercy. The disciples of Qianyuan's sect were enraged, standing atop their moral high ground as they ruthlessly judged the sins attributed to Chu He. Yet Chu He regarded them with utter disdain. In his eyes, they were merely jesters, insignificant insects, or even lifeless corpses. Zhongjio has incapacitated you, Mingyue. How amusing. Indeed, it appears that quite a few intriguing events have transpired here during my absence from Qianyuan's sect. That kill order was issued by that old coot Zhongjio, wasn't it? Only he would resort to such tactics, as he spoke. Chu He lifted his head to regard the group of disciples from Qianyuan's sect who were still vehemently denouncing him. You are all exceedingly noisy and pitiably foolish. However, given that I have gleaned some interesting information from your mouths, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Chu He's eyes underwent a terrifying transformation. His once normal pupils morphed, as a smaller black pupil split from the original dark orb, fully manifesting within the sclera of his eye, celestial dows. This pair of eyes harbored terrifying power, as the celestial runes flowed. Chu He merely cast a glance at the few disciples opposite him. Annihilation, upon the utterance of this word, their bodies began to crack and splinter, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind, through diligent study. Chu He had learned to conceal his in daily life, making his eyes indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. Only when he desired to unleash the power of his would it reveal itself anew. In this process, he had also derived two celestial killing techniques from the annihilation he had just employed against the disciples and a more auxiliary technique called reversal. Annihilation was primarily offensive, utilizing the special celestial runes within the arranged in a specific pattern to deliver devastating blows to the targets within his line of sight. Meanwhile, reversal employed a different arrangement to utilize this power for restoration of any target. This restoration encompassed various aspects, including physical injuries, spiritual deterioration, and even deficiencies in foundational essence. The secrets within were far more profound than this, and what Chu He had uncovered was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet even such techniques, when unleashed, were sufficient to command respect across the world. When Chu He first read in ancient texts about the primordial era's progenitor, who, endowed with unparalleled talent, could challenge the heavens and traverse vast realms to subdue formidable foes, he deemed it mere fiction. After all, the chasm between the different realms of cultivation was vast, and even the most gifted prodigy in his time would struggle to prevail against an opponent merely one minor realm above them, let alone execute such defiance against the heavens. However, after witnessing the might of the Chu He could not help but concede that the ancient texts were not fabrications. The primordial era must have witnessed an unimaginable golden age. The records spoke of how, upon mastering the to its zenith, one would unify their vision, appearing no different from an ordinary person, yet unleashing power far more fearsome than during the phase. Though he could now conceal his, he was still far from reaching such a realm. Chu He sighed softly. Someday, I, Chu He, shall undoubtedly ascend to that level. With a single sword, I shall carve mountains and skies. With a single gaze, I shall unravel the myriad laws of the world. Regaining his focus, Chu He sensed several distinct auras approaching him once more. Yet, as before, the mightiest among them was merely at the golden core stage. Why are there so many foolish individuals in this world? What leads the disciples of Qianyuan's sect to believe that dispatching mere golden core or even foundation establishment cultivators could bring me, Chu He, to my knees? It was the same with Qian, Du, and Zhou back then, and it remains so now. Chu He chuckled derisively. These fellows truly possess no understanding of the disparities in cultivation levels and combat prowess, as the former elder brother of Qianyuan's sect. It seems I must impart a valuable lesson to this sect. I just wonder if Qianyuan's sect can withstand the weight of my teachings? As he mused, a small golden insect appeared from nowhere and soon landed on Chu He's finger. This was none other than the heart-devouring Gu King. Chapter 60. Following Chu He is your fortune. In the Weiyun domain, within the abyss of 10,000 demons. Why did you, ancestor, acquiesce to that? Although your realm has fallen to the tribulation crossing stage due to that incident. With your foundation, capturing that madman should not have been difficult, right? The remaining 11 thrones sat in the depths of the demonic abyss. Though they had all ingested the heart-devouring goo, their lives were entirely under the control of others. Thoughts of that day still igniting their ire, especially when recalling the choice made by the elder before them. It felt as though they, the 11 thrones, had become the discarded pawns of their clan. Calm down, Goema. You saw that the madman possessed 19 Thunder Dao secret treasures at the tribulation crossing stage. Even if the ancestor could indeed have subdued that lunatic at the time, how many of our kin would have suffered if he unleashed those 19 bolts of thunder? We might even have perished there, Black Tiger rebutted Goema. Yet Goema seemed unconvinced. Black Tiger, I know all this, but if I do not clear this up, I cannot help but feel vexed that I believe the other brothers feel the same way. Goema's tone softened, but the underlying grievance was unmistakable. They were the thrones of the abyss of 10,000 demons. Within that realm, aside from the slumbering ancestors, the thrones held the greatest power and highest status. Guema could accept being annihilated due to insufficient strength, but he could not bear being a sacrificial pawn, especially when such a decision came from the very mouth of the ancestor he revered most. Seeing this, Black Tiger initially intended to offer counsel, but, glancing at the other thrones, he merely sighed and fell silent. Counsel? How could he counsel when he too harbored the same pent-up frustration? Ancestor, I know that your decision must have been made for a reason. As juniors, we should not question it. However, as we are about to leave the clan, harboring this frustration will inevitably affect us. If possible, please enlighten us. The Azure Dragon slowly opened his eyes, he turned his neck and directed his gaze toward the seemingly meditative figure of the clan's ancestor. Alas, the leader among the 12 thrones, Azure Dragon typically refrained from intervening in such matters. Yet, his willingness to speak proved that this issue had indeed left a significant impact on their hearts. Do you truly believe the ancestor feared those 19 bolts of heavenly thunder? The fifth ancestor slowly opened his eyes, the weight of time and weariness evident in their depths. Since I, the ancestor, have chosen to awaken, you should have anticipated my resolve. For beings like us, once awakened, the days left are few. Your actions have truly disappointed me. The ancestor spoke with a tone of melancholy. His life had been exceedingly long, having journeyed from youth like Qinglong and the others. Now, as his lifespan neared its conclusion, he reflected on a life dedicated to his clan, even as he felt the constant drain of divine energy and the decay of his spirit. He had chosen to slumber, waiting for the moment when his clan faced insurmountable calamity, to offer his last flicker of strength. Yet, what solace had this brought him? Suspicion from the most outstanding of the younger generation? Despite his vast experiences, he could only feel a chill in his heart. Qinglong, realizing he had misspoken, immediately knelt before the ancestor. I am sorry. Ancestor, we were wrong. The other 10 thrones followed suit, I in the presence of this elder, whose life flickered like a candle in the wind. They reflected on their earlier coercion. Regret surged within the 11 thrones. It matters not. After all, I have little time left. I cannot dwell too long on that day. However, I assure you, I would never harm you, nor our clan. Remember, following that human is not a punishment for you, but rather an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. The fifth ancestor murmured, his voice growing weaker with each word. Resembling an elder on the brink of passing an opportunity, the 11 thrones led by Qinglong were perplexed by the ancestor's words. They wished to question him, but as they sensed his waning aura, their concerns took precedence. Ancestor, your health. Do not worry. I am not yet at death's door. I must contribute to the clan, even if it costs me my life. I cannot leave in peace otherwise. Sensing the ancestor's frailty, the 11 thrones felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. The ancestor is weary. You may leave for now. Heed my words. With that, the fifth ancestor closed his eyes once more, his aura dissipating completely, as if he had entered a state of eternal rest. The 11 thrones, though anxious, chose not to disturb him further and departed. Qinglong, must we truly heed the madman's directives, with no other options left? Outside, the evil dog suddenly spoke. The mere thought of Chu He's face ignited a desire within him to tear him apart, not to mention that they would have to obey Chu He's commands in the future. Akin to mere dogs, evil dog, cease your rebellious thoughts. We have ingested the heart-eating goo. Our lives are now in Chu He's hands. Can we truly entertain other choices? Moreover, the ancestor has stated that following Chu He does not equate to abandonment. This may well be our opportunity, one that we cannot yet perceive. The Black Tiger counseled. I know. Yet, I feel a deep-seated resentment. The evil dog's eyes brimmed with hatred. If there were anyone he loathed in the outside world, it was undoubtedly Chu He. After several encounters, the evil dog had not only failed to extract any advantage from Chu He, but had also suffered the humiliation of having his tail severed by him. Enough. I do not care what you all think. From today onward, suppress your petty grievances. Listen to the fifth ancestor, and in the future, obey Chu He. Qinglong declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He understood his siblings' resentments. He felt them too, but as the leader of this group, he had to make the hard calls. Seeing Qinglong's determination, the remaining thrones fell silent, observing the discontent among the thrones, except for the Black Tiger. Qinglong sighed deeply. Brothers and sisters, do not forget who the fifth ancestor is. What is his innate divine ability? Trust in the ancestor. Perhaps Chu He truly represents our opportunity. Do you remember the legend of our clan? Perhaps Chu He is the one destined to shatter the balance between our clan and the outside world. Chapter 61. Begin. The demonic armies converge, disturbing Qianyuan, the love of the lunar moon, the legendary figure. This is impossible. How could it be? Qinglong's words stirred the hearts of the remaining 10 thrones. Even the black tiger widened his eyes at Qinglong. This was because the lineage of the demonic cavern had long been steeped in a prophecy that one day a figure would emerge to lead their clan out of confinement and reclaim their homeland. They would once again polish their spears, don their armor, and wage war across the heavens. At that time, nothing would hinder their march. This figure was known as the Legendary One. Previously, both the clan members and the thrones believed that the Legendary One would arise from among them, a throne or a prodigy of the new generation, or even a yet-to-be-born future champion. They had never imagined that the legendary figure could be someone from the outside world whom they despised, much less that it could be Chu He. Just as the 10 thrones were about to counter, they recalled another of Qinglong's statements, the ancestor's innate divine ability. Who is the 5th ancestor? His practiced arts are of the tortoise clan. By nature, tortoises are attuned to the way. Even ordinary tortoises have the potential to communicate with spirits, let alone someone as extraordinary as the 5th ancestor. Among all the ancestors of the demonic cavern, the 5th ancestor was neither the strongest in combat, nor the one with the deepest heritage, nor even the most powerful. Yet, he possessed one trait that surpassed all others: spiritual communion. He had perused the clan's historical texts, especially those chronicling their rise and fall. Within those records, it was detailed that several harrowing events were averted because the 5th ancestor caught a glimpse of the heavenly secrets. If the 5th ancestor had seen Chu He and triggered his communion to glimpse certain celestial truths, everything would connect. The doubts within the 11 thrones crystallized in that moment. No wonder the ancestor did not rage when he witnessed the monkey being slain by Chu He. No wonder he urged them to swallow the heart-eating goo obediently. No wonder he, despite having the power to suppress Chu He, chose to retreat. No wonder he had just claimed this was their opportunity. If the 5th ancestor truly glimpsed a fragment of the heavenly secrets, then everything would make sense. Silence. A prolonged silence. No one had ever considered that Chu He might indeed be the legendary figure. This revelation hit them harder than the thought that all that had transpired since Chu He's intrusion into the demonic cavern and their ingestion of the heart-eating goo had been a mere dream. In truth, they could not fathom that on the day the 5th ancestor's spirit expanded and solidified, what he witnessed was far more shocking than they could have imagined. Yet, some truths, even when seen, cannot be spoken. Glimpsing the heavenly secrets is forbidden. Merely mentioning it diminishes one's lifespan, and to reveal it entirely would invite divine retribution. Suddenly, an unusual sensation arose within the hearts of the 11 thrones. Soon, a message materialized in their minds. Commence. Chu He, wielding the heart-eating goo king, commanded the thrones to lead the demonic cavern's forces out of the cavern, disturb Qianyuan's sect. This was the plan Chu He had established with the 11 thrones. The communication between the heart-eating goo king and the heart-eating goo could nearly transcend the confines of space, leaving only a brief moment of delay. Having just absorbed the shock, the 11 thrones fell into silence upon receiving Chu He's orders. Each swiftly made their way to their respective domains, rallying their followers towards the exit of the demonic cavern. As thrones, they remained clear-minded in the face of the larger picture. If Chu He were indeed the one destined to lead their clan back to glory, they would not balk at serving him, even as mere servants or dogs. They would willingly sacrifice their lives and skills if necessary. Qianyuan's sect. Brother Ji, is the outside world truly as splendid as they say? Is the Wuyun domain merely a desolate prison? Can you take me away from this confinement? I do not wish to remain here, that I long to see the world beyond Ina cave. Yi Haoyue lay in Xia Chengji's embrace, whining softly. Fear not, fear not. Haoyue, no matter what happens, I will surely take you away from the Wuyun domain. I will lead you out of this prison. When the time comes, you shall follow me back to the Dian domain. To Feiyu sect, rest assured, I shall never abandon you. Xia Chengji gazed at Yi Haoyue's face, his eyes brimming with affection, as he tenderly reached out to caress his head. Every nuance of his tone and gesture exuded warmth. Ever since their separation at Zizhu Peak, Xia Qingji had found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of despair and anguish. Whether his eyes were open or closed, his thoughts were consumed by that enchanting visage. Within a single day, he began the search for Yi Haoyue, and upon their reunion, they became inseparable. For Xia Qingji, the barriers of his heart and inclinations had shattered completely. In truth, he no longer perceived Yi Haoyue as a man. Especially during those frenzied days within the cave where he experienced a newfound exhilaration and Yi Haoyue, gravely injured by Chu He and harboring hidden dangers, underwent drastic changes due to the unique metabolism of cultivators. Male hormones ceased their production while female hormones surged forth. As a result, aside from lacking the vibrant beauty of a flourishing garden, Yi Haoyue exhibited no distinguishing traits from other women. His already fair and delicate skin became even more ethereal. His features, inherently refined and handsome, softened further due to the hormonal shifts. His growth in height halted, while his hips and abdomen became increasingly voluptuous. To the outside world, he seemed devoid of any masculine attributes. Even Yi Haoyue himself gradually lost awareness of his gender. The only persistent reminder of his enmity with Chu He was the searing pain from his wounds, the sensation of flesh being torn and blood spilling forth. His thoughts had undergone a profound transformation. Really? Brother Ji? But I've heard that you, even when selecting a partner, need to choose a cultivator with potential. Why cultivation is too low? It won't embarrass you, will it? Yi Haoyue's voice was faint, laced with a sense of grievance and reluctance, coupled with his heart-wrenching beauty that could evoke pain in anyone who beheld him. Xia Qingji felt a pang of sorrow. Why should such a celestial being be confined to this prison? If only he had encountered Yi Haoyue sooner, Xia Qingji murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings for Yi Haoyue had swiftly transformed from mere desire to genuine affection and protection within a matter of days. Perhaps he had not even realized this change himself. Xia Qingji simply knew he wished to cherish the little one by his side. Before arriving in the Five Elements domain, Xia Qingji could never have imagined that he would become so entranced by a feminine young man. No, Haoyue, to break through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age is a rare talent, even in the great yin domain. However, I must acknowledge your inherent deficiencies. Your elemental balance is lacking. Upon returning to Haoyue sect, I will seek out my master to procure a precious herb to restore you to in due time. You shall shine brilliantly, perhaps even becoming the foremost prodigy of the great yin domain. As the night deepened, Xia Qingji, weary from his emotional tumult, drifted into a deep slumber, while Yi Haoyue quietly opened his eyes. Haoyue sect in the great yin domain? Ultimately, it is merely a stepping stone for me. Yi Haoyue, that old fool Chongji, who claims to care for me so much, has yet to grant me the opportunity to escape this confinement. What a deceitful bunch. All of them. A wild glint danced in Yi Haoyue's eyes as he turned to glance at the person beside him, his fervor intensifying rather than diminishing. Brother Ji, since you cherish Haoyue so dearly, I trust you wouldn't mind if I became your furnace, would you? Rest assured, once you liberate me from this cage, I shall not disappoint you and will strive to become the most exceptional prodigy in the great yin domain. If not the entire Five Elements domain. He gently brushed aside Xia Qingji's hair, revealing delicate threads invisible to the ordinary eye that connected him to Yi Haoyue. The fortune wrapped around Xia Qingji's fate flowed through these strands, continuously nourishing Yi Haoyue's essence. Meanwhile, Chongji and the Ten Peak Masters collaborated, probing the situation within Qianyuan's sect through their divine senses. Master of the 9 sects, there seems to be a situation outside the mountain. Several batches of disciples have entered and lost all trace of life. The master of Dan Peak spoke gravely, acutely aware that his direct disciples had vanished upon entering that area. Let us go. Chongji's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of divine light shooting forth as he transformed into a streak of arc, swiftly heading toward the outer mountain. The 10 Peak Masters and the envoys from the 6 supreme sects followed closely behind. On the outer mountain, Chu He sat cross-legged at the peak, his expression calm as the Qianyuan divine sword, forged from divine gold, lay across his knees, dressed in a pristine black robe, untouched by dust. He appeared like an immortal descended from the heavens. Yet, around him lay a gruesome scene, with headless corpses strewn across the ground, blood pooling from their severed necks, staining the earth, clad in Qianyuan sect attire. Their identities were evident despite their decapitated state. After Chongji ordered a thorough search for Chu He throughout Qianyuan's sect, teams of disciples began to converge on the outer mountain, as the saying goes. To come without reciprocation is impolite. Chu He, as a formidable cultivator on the verge of transcending tribulation, naturally adhered to the principles of courtesy to those disciples seeking him. He unleashed a wave of sword chi. And without exception, none who were struck by it survived. So you finally arrived? Chu He slowly opened his eyes, still maintaining the state of his dual pupils. From a distance, he observed figures rapidly approaching from the main peak. Among them were familiar faces and some unknown individuals. Chongji, Dan, Beast, War, Sword, and Array, along with others he had never seen before, but I have lingered within Xianyuan's sect for so long. Yet only now do you notice me. Such vigilance is truly lamentable. It would be a waste of resources to allow such a sect to continue existing. Perhaps it is better to obliterate it altogether. Chu He murmured softly. Some individuals are so well protected that they have forgotten the realities of war and fear. For a force to thrive long-term, the atmosphere must not be overly relaxed. There must always be an undercurrent of urgency to ensure sustainable growth and strength over generations. 17 Nascent soul peaks. Indeed, this is something that can be achieved. One must either act or refrain entirely. Even hunting a rabbit requires full effort. This elder appears to still possess some clarity. Just as Chu He continued his quiet musings, streaks of light cascaded from the sky, swiftly descending upon the peak. As their external magical energies dissipated, figures emerged from the luminous trails. Chu He. Chongji's eyes bulged with rage as he beheld the headless corpses adorned in Xianyuan's sect garments. Fury igniting within him, a torrent of immense anger surged through Chongji, unleashing a colossal wave of power that manifested as a tempest, shaking the very earth. The 10 peak masters, poised for action, held their breath, ready to strike at the young man seated before them. Meanwhile, the envoys from the 6 supreme sects observed with a degree of ambiguity, their gazes fixated on the golden divine sword positioned between Chu He's legs. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to confusion, ultimately culminating in profound greed. That a Tao artifact. The envoy from Biming Sword Pavilion, known as the Swift Sword Divine Flame, a figure of renown within both the sect and the entire 5 elements domain, was struck with awe. His name derived from the swiftness of his swordplay and the fiery essence of his magical powers. That a Tao artifact. Truly a Tao artifact. Good heavens, this is a legendary item. The most potent treasure beneath celestial weapons. Even our sect lacks such divine armaments. The envoys from Xiantian sect, Tiandi sect, Haishan sect, and King Kong sect were equally consumed with greed. The allure of a divine weapon for a cultivator was immense. Should one possess a weapon that matched their own prowess, facing adversaries of equal rank would pose no danger. Their combat effectiveness could increase by at least 50%. Not to mention the legendary Tao artifact. If it could be refined, it would become the very foundation of a sect. In critical moments, the might of a Tao artifact could sweep away formidable foes across the 5 elements domain. At this moment, the arriving individuals were either consumed by uncontrollable rage akin to the peak masters of the Chongjiu and Xianyuan sects, witnessing their own disciples being slain, or they were as fixated as the envoys from the Biming Sword Pavilion or the Xiantian sect. Their eyes glued to the Xianyuan sword as if welded in place. Only the members of the Tianshuan sect exhibited an expression of profound complexity. Their countenance fluctuated between panic, ferocity, and fear, their emotions glaringly exaggerated, betraying no semblance of concealment. Even an ordinary observer would deduce that the Ren Xuanzi harbored deep-seated concerns. Regrettably, the individuals present had little inclination to scrutinize him further. But why was I so unsettled? Why was my Ren Xuanjing yielding no insights? The Ren Xuanzi's mind was in a frenzy, issuing frantic warnings as if calamity loomed just moments away. Yet, despite his relentless calculations through the sect's top-tier techniques, he received no feedback, as if a thick fog obscured his future, rendering him incapable of discerning the truth behind it, no matter how hard he tried. This was an unprecedented experience throughout his career. When it came to foretelling fortunes, none within the Tianshuan sect could rival him, not even the current sect leader, the Tianshuanzi. Yet today, this peculiar phenomenon left him utterly perplexed, amplifying his unease manifold. Chongjiu, you truly are aging, he thought, noting the elder's evident decline to the later stages of the nascent soul realm. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from a short distance away, emanating from the youth seated on the ground. The tone was unhurried, as though he remained oblivious to the precariousness of his situation, or perhaps he simply dismissed the 17 nascent soul experts before him. Chapter 63. Choices, the Hidden Manipulator, Chu He. Chongjio, you truly are aging. Chu He regarded the elder with an expression of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the terrifying aura exuded by the 11 nascent soul cultivators, having been reborn and having witnessed the depths of human depravity. Few individuals evoked any sense of respect in Chu He's heart. This was particularly true in a place like the Qianyuan sect, rife with corruption. Yet, paradoxically, Chongjio was one of those few worthy of admiration. This man had devoted his life to the sect without seeking any recompense. Unlike others who labored tirelessly for greater resources or power, Chongjio's sacrifices were born out of genuine love for the sect, a desire to repay the nurturing he had received. Even amidst opposition, and with a bounty on his head issued by Chongjio himself, the elder's virtues still commanded respect. As Chu He gazed upon Chongjio, a fleeting sense of unreality washed over him. Had he not once mirrored Chongjio? Perhaps, had he not endured the betrayals, deceptions, and abandonment of his previous life, the current state of Chongjio might well be his own future. This thought provoked a wry smile from Chu He, affirming his belief that the choices he made in this life were indeed correct. Even without Haoyue, even if the gentle moonlight, akin to that which once guided him up the mountain, continued to watch over him, his fate would still be ensnared within the mire of the Qianyuan sect, ultimately expending his entire life for its sake. What would it matter if he earned the reverence of the sect? Such a life was exhausting and mundane. Now, Chu He had cast aside his past to embrace a new beginning, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to great heights. His gaze had long since shifted away from the Qianyuan sect and the five elements domain. He sought a world of vast expanses, desiring to witness the true essence of existence. He yearned to ignite the brilliance of an era alongside the strongest prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 domains. He wished to etch the name Chu He into the annals of history, ensuring that future generations would forever remember him. When a true dragon yearns to behold the boundless heavens, how could a mere pond hope to contain it? As Chu He's voice grew more placid and his demeanor increasingly serene, the fury within Chongjio flared intensely. What did Chu He perceive her to be? What did he consider the Qianyuan sect? He had slain so many disciples of the sect, yet upon witnessing the high-ranking members gathering, poised for action, he maintained an air of indifference. What was his intent? This was nothing short of an affront to the Qianyuan sect. Chu He, even if my cultivation has fallen to the later stages of the nascent soul realm, I can still subdue you, the apostate. Chongjio roared in fury. Chu He, will you not surrender, given that you were once a member of my Qianyuan sect? Submit to our judgment, and we shall leave your body intact after your demise. The 10 peak masters each declared their allegiance, standing united behind Chongjio, as if forming a single entity against a common foe. Such unity. Yet, I pondered, would they truly join forces against me, or would they prioritize the protection of the sect? Chu He chuckled calmly, his confusion palpable. The 9th sect leader believes this Chu He has gone mad. Perhaps we should combine our strength to subdue him, the master of the Sword Seal Peak suggested. Approaching Chongjio, the representatives of the other 6 supreme sects quickly recognized the legendary Tao artifact in Chu He's grasp, just as the masters of the Qianyuan sect did. Though Chu He's cultivation had once equaled theirs, in their minds, he had suffered a decline. Yet, with the Tao artifact as support, none dared confront him directly. Very well, Chongjio was not one to hesitate. He accepted the Sword Seal Peak master's proposal and promptly issued commands that in an instant. The auras of Chongjio and the 10 peak masters surged dramatically, their combined might reaching the heavens and shattering the heavy clouds above. Faced with the terrifying presence of Chongjio and his companions, Chu He remained seated, seemingly a mere spectator, not even mobilizing the power within him. It was as if he was certain they would not dare strike him to that moment. A wave of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from outside the Qianyuan sect. Kill. Eliminate these invaders. Kill. Reclaim our homeland. The resounding battle cries echoed from beyond the Qianyuan sect, followed by waves of formidable energy, crashing in like an ocean. In an instant, 2 mountains were obliterated, the protective array of the sect activated in response to the assault. A transparent membrane rising from the main peak and swiftly enveloping the entire Qianyuan sect, the vast array commenced, countless runes materializing atop the various peaks, interlinking to construct this unparalleled formation. The main peak served as the heart of the protective array. As the array activated, it consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy. The natural spiritual energy surrounding the Qianyuan sect was insufficient to sustain such an immense formation for long to maintain it. An abundance of spirit stones would be required, leading to astronomical consumption. Even with 2 spiritual veins in their territory, the Qianyuan sect could not afford to continuously operate the protective array. Additionally, as one of the 7 supreme sects in the 5 elements domain, who would dare disturb them during peaceful times? Over time, both the sect's leadership and the disciples below had let their guard down. Thus, they had fallen prey to this ambush. The recent commotion had certainly alerted Chongjio and the others. Utilizing their spiritual sense to scan the outer realm, Chongjio quickly grasped the unfolding situation, the eyes at the demonic creatures from the abyss of 10,000 demons. How could they have escaped? Chongjio's heart raced with dread as he instinctively turned his gaze toward Chu He. Observing the calm demeanor on Chu He's face and recalling his recent remarks, Chongjio's heart sank. Chu He, you dare to consort with those fiends from the abyss of 10,000 demons? Did you release them? Do you comprehend the calamity you have unleashed upon the 5 elements domain? You shall be the sinner of the entire Qianyuan domain. His face flushed with anger. Chongjio's chest heaved dramatically, as though he might burst from his frail form at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his previously explosive aura now significantly diminished. The current predicament had driven him to the brink of a blood-related crisis. For those of Chongjio's generation, the abyss of 10,000 demons had long been confined by the efforts of countless ancestors, without a single error for over a millennium. Yet now, without warning, the demons sealed within had led their forces to break free. And they had received no warning. This could only mean one thing. The formidable array sealing the abyss had been breached from the outside. The disciples of the Qianyuan sect tasked with guarding the abyss had all been slain. There was no other explanation for the current situation. In the words recently uttered by Lianxiang Chua, the notion of confronting me or safeguarding the sect feels as though everything has been meticulously orchestrated. Chu He is indeed the dark hand concealed behind it all. He is the one propelling this chaos forward. Chapter 64. The Uprising of 10,000 Demons. Assault on Qianyuan sect. The voice of Chongjio's inquiry reverberated across the heavens. The 10 peak masters and 6 representatives of the sects also reacted in unison. All of them gazed incredulously at the young man, whose face still bore a calm smile. How dare he? How could he, to unleash the malevolent creatures of the demon lair and willingly break the seal? What is he attempting to accomplish? Does he intend to drag all the beings of the Wuyun realm down with him? Standing here are all members of the 7 supreme sects in the Wuyun realm. No one understands the terrors of the creatures within the lair better than they do. Externally, the 7 supreme sects indeed promote their duty to suppress the lair. Yet only they comprehend that, with the strength of their respective sects, it is utterly impossible to completely subdue those dreadful creatures. The current peace and tranquility of the Wuyun realm is solely due to the 7 supreme sects barely managing to suppress the beings within the lair through the seal outside. Were it not for the seal, not a single sect among the 7 would possess strength surpassing that of the lair. After so many years of resistance, should those seals truly be broken, the 7 sects would undoubtedly be the first targets to be eradicated by the beings sealed within the lair. At this thought, Xiandao Run, Sua Paimo, and the other 6 representatives from the supreme sects turned pale. Their earlier greed for Chua's artifact was instantly swept away in the face of life and death. Nothing else mattered, let alone an artifact. What use would even a celestial weapon be? Fortunately, they had not received any communication from their sect's token, indicating that the other 6 supreme sects had not encountered such a crisis. Thankfully, only the Qianyuan sect, responsible for suppressing the 10,000 demon lair, was facing issues if it were indeed this madman named Chu He who had unsealed the barrier. At least the 7 supreme sects had not shared the secrets to lifting the seals of their respective sections, otherwise it would be perilous. Xian Dao Rin's heart sank. He cast a grave glance at the others, contemplated briefly, and then spoke. Esteemed colleagues, I believe you are all well aware of the beings within the lair, although it is the Qianyuan sect that is charged with guarding the 10,000 demon lair. I trust you can lend your hands to assist in suppressing those malevolent creatures. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. We cannot allow the beings of the lair to wreak havoc upon the world." Sua Paimo, Elder Shinyan, and the others nodded in agreement. Yet as they turned their gaze towards Chu He, observing his placid countenance, an inexplicable fear emerged within them. They could not permit such a madman, capable of unsealing the 10,000 demon lair, to continue living. The balance of the Wuyun realm must not be disrupted by any unforeseen events, especially not when it concerns the lair. As Chu He surveyed the various expressions of those present, he finally made a move. He slowly rose from the ground, sheathed the Xianyuan sword, and held it in his left hand. With an indifferent expression, he acknowledged the earlier accusations. "The malevolent spirits were unleashed by me. I opened the grand formation sealing the 10,000 demon lair. The disciples stationed there were also slain by me. No one could have anticipated that Chu He would offer no explanations but instead directly admit to these actions. From this, they recognized an undeniable truth. The man before them was nothing short of a madman, a certifiable lunatic. Before anyone could speak, Chu He continued, "But what does the suffering of the beings in the Wuyun realm have to do with me? The chaos of the 10,000 demon lair, the disasters manifesting throughout the Wuyun, what concern are they of mine? A sinner, you say? Even if I truly am a sinner of the Wuyun realm, what then?" This time, Chu He's tone was rife with sarcasm and mockery. Presently, he would not hesitate to destroy the Qianyuan sect, the very place where he had grown up. Why should he show compassion to those he did not know? Chu He would not descend into madness to slaughter all living beings, yet he would not be so altruistic as to protect everyone. As long as he could achieve his aims, whether others were affected, whether they lived or died, was of no concern to him. Their survival hinged solely on their own fate. To live is to be fortunate. To perish is simply to face the tribulations destined for them. Chu He, you have succumbed to madness. Today, I shall eradicate this evil. Chongzhou could no longer restrain himself. A sharp spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. The spear was entirely black, its tip exuding an unparalleled sharpness. A mere flick could summon the sound of slicing wind. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if the wind and thunder followed in its wake. This was Chongzhou's weapon, the wind-thunder black spear. It was a superior grade treasure. At this moment, Chongzhou's murderous intent towards Chu He had reached a zenith. This was not solely due to Chu He's betrayal of the Qianyuan sect. It was more so because Chu He had unsealed the 10,000 demon lair, allowing the trapped malevolent creatures to escape, which would bring unimaginable calamity to the Qianyuan sect and the entire Wuyun realm. This was the true source of Chongzhou's inability to accept the situation. "Master of the 9 sects, it's bad. Malevolent creatures have stormed in. Our sect has suffered heavy losses. Moreover, our protective formation is about to collapse." At that moment, a blood-soaked elder rushed in from the distance. As he arrived, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His hoarse voice was laced with the blood he coughed up. "What? This is impossible." Chongzhou turned around in disbelief upon hearing this. He swiftly scanned the direction of the sect with his spiritual sense. Indeed, the grim reality aligned with the elder's account. The situation was even more dire than he had described. Nearly 100 malevolent creatures of varying levels had invaded the Qianyuan sect, slaughtering the disciples en masse. Aside from a few elite disciples, some disciples heard the elder's cry and endeavored to overcome their fears, uniting their forces as they summoned their inner magical powers to combat the oncoming malevolent entities. However, due to their lack of battle experience, casualties were inevitable. Yet they did manage to alter the situation to some degree. At the very least, the intruders from the abyss of 10,000 demons faced resistance, with some even being slain on the spot. Witnessing this scene filled the outer sect elder's heart with immense joy. Life and death have always been the swiftest paths to personal growth. After this tribulation, the surviving disciples of the Qianyuan sect would undoubtedly emerge as elites, becoming the very foundation of the sect. Just as he was about to continue shouting, a robust young man, adorned with 2 small horns atop his head and exuding an aura of ferocity, suddenly appeared beside him. "Old fool, take care of yourself first." Before the elder could react, the young man delivered a single punch that shattered his chest, causing him to fall lifelessly. The young man retracted his arm, thick blood dripping from his fist, its acrid scent permeating the air. Yet he remained unaffected, raising his arm and bellowing, "Kill." This young man was none other than Wang Xian, a formidable being from the abyss of 10,000 demons, renowned among the younger generation for his prowess. "Kill, kill, kill." The remaining demons of the abyss roared, having just been thwarted by the on one side. Chu He observed the dog-eat-dog spectacle with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Did these individuals truly regard me as less than human? Have they mistaken me for their plaything, to be bullied at will? Is this the arrogance of the cultivators from the exalted sect? In truth, Chu He found a peculiar enjoyment in this farcical display of mutual aggression. However, he was not particularly fond of the feeling of being looked down upon. Nevertheless, I have matters to attend to. It is best I cease my observation of this farce. As for these individuals, let them be slain. A chilling glint flickered in Chu He's gaze. Excuse me. Are you all showing me an utter lack of respect? The Xianyuan sword belongs to me. Yet, judging by your demeanor, you seem to treat it as your own. Chu He's abrupt voice interrupted the standoff between Xiandao and the elder Xinyan. Along with the other four, in an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the six, simultaneously bearing down upon Chu He.